The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, Brno, La Junta de Andalucía and Victorinox.
Finals day is here again. Peacock Friday as well. Great to have the kids from the Nova School taking part in our cricket school project. But 4 matches coming and 4 teams all with the hopes of qualifying for Championship Week. Only one will get that spot. Welcome, I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the European Cricket League and it starts right now. Buenos dias, good morning to you, wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another huge day in European cricket. It's Group D here. Of course, it's the 4th of 7 groups. Only the 7 group winners make it through to Championship Week. So tonight we'll etch another name in week 4, and we have some really cracking games coming out. It's been a really unpredictable group, maybe not so many close matches, but I think the actual results have been quite unpredictable. So we're starting with the eliminator, and these are the 2 teams that finished in 3rd and 4th. It's the Budapest Blinders of Hungary versus Brno of Czechia. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. I know that Charles Croucher, the sheriff, he's in the house and he's standing by.
Thanks, Vinny. Okay, Blinders, you're the home team. You'll toss the coin. Brno, you'll call.
Dream 11.
Dream 11's the call. European cricket.
We are going to bowl first.
Blinders won the toss. They're going to bowl.
So it's the Blinders that win the toss, and the Hungarian club have decided they want to bowl first. They want to chase. I think they feel confident they can chase whatever Brno set them. Now, Brno have had a funny old tournament. They've only won 1 game to this point, but it was against the top team, actually, Nomads, who finished on top of the table. And I do think there's a lot of pressure, I think, on their opening partnership to deliver to keep this competitive. What I will say, though, is that the Blinders, they've been a bit hit and miss as well. These two played last night. It was a bit of a dead rubber, so I think we'll have a little bit of a different feel today. Van der Merwe, always a big key with the bat. Let's see if he fires for the Blinders in the second half. Weather-wise, well, the Kartama Halo is still holding up. We've had rain around the area, but we've got sunshine right now, expecting 17 degrees, currently about 14. Corey Ruckers is standing by. Corey, looking forward to the start of another finals day. Maybe some stars of the future for Team Spain here, but let's go over to you now as we get ready for the start of the day with the Blinders in the Eliminator, winning the toss and bowling first.
Thank you very much, Vinny Sandhu, for that lovely introduction, and welcome back everyone around the world. Another day of Kartamania coming your way as the two officials walk out to the middle. And great to see the cricket school program back again. The kids loving it. And it should be a fantastic day of cricket. Looking forward to seeing how this finals day in Group D pans out. 4 teams left in Group D, and all believe they have what it takes to maybe get their team into the final tonight and then go one step further into Championship Week. So Budapest Blinders taking on Brno in this one. And it is a very good Blinders team. They made a couple of changes for this one. Amir Zahid and Mutu Ikram come into the side. But that top order, look out for them with the bat a little bit late up. For Brno, Ratul and Stain, they need to get going early, see if they can get up to a good score. These two teams played each other yesterday, and, well, it was a little bit of a one-sided affair. It is a new day, though, a little bit moisture in the air. Maybe it will change what happened last night into a more competitive game today. So this is the Eliminator. The supercomputer does favour the Budapest Blinders from Hungary. You can understand why. Probably a bit more depth on the sheet of paper when you look at it. But paper doesn't win. There's Tyrone Peters, who's flown in, taking over for the next couple of weeks. And well done to all the officials. I know we just had a swap with the crew yesterday, and yeah, credit to all the crew that were around in the very first 2 weeks. There's Mars Baji. Warm welcome to everyone around the world, wherever you might be watching from. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're ready for plenty of cricket action. So it looks like a deep mid-off and a deep cover are the two boundary riders. We're almost set to go. Finals day in Group D. I'm sure there's plenty of nerves out there. Ball number 1 of the day. It's pushed into the offside and doesn't get out the blocks too quickly, but it will be a single to start. Yesterday, when these two teams played, Brno just couldn't get going in the power play and then tried to play catch up at the back end, but it was too little too late. So Dylan Stain on strike for the first time today. Big appeal, very big appeal, but more than likely pitching outside leg. We'll have a closer look. That was the shot he actually got out on last night. Just tapped it straight to a fielder. It's pitching well outside the leg stump. So easy decision for the men in black, we call them, our officials. Good bit of swing. Good bit of swing across. And last night, Brno got off to a slow start and maybe took a look at a couple of deliveries and then lost wickets at the wrong time. Just want them to be brave today and chance their arm a little bit. Go out swinging. If you're not going to win this game, give it a red-hot crack. Pretty sedate-looking drive. So the first 4 balls they've chewed up with not too much intent just yet. Mahandas doesn't have too much pace. Swings it a little bit, though. It's a nice looking cut shot. A little bit of a misfield, but gets a hand on it, so should just be the single still. Both openers off the mark, but you can feel that tension building already. You need to find a boundary early in T10 cricket, otherwise you really do fall behind the ledger. Drop down into the Cardamom turf. A little bit of a bobble there, but gets enough hand of it to stop the boundary. Again, push to the offside. It's negative cricket. 60 balls with 10 wickets in hand. What are they doing? They've blocked 4 balls already. Peacock Friday, fully in order. Good to see some people following the guide. These are our stats so far in the tournament. So the first over was 2 for none. His team's batting first. The average is around 126. Interesting to see that chasing teams have won 24 times and setting scores 17 times. Highest successful chase so far, 157, and the lowest score defended was 98. 52 matches played in the 2025 ECL, our 5th edition of this marvellous event. So a very good start for the Budapest Blinders. Brno just need a confidence building over now. Looks like we're going to get a little bit of a bowling change. Sharing the new ball. This man's been pretty impressive actually, Ahmed. He's got nice pace, tall left armour. Uses his off cutter a couple of times on over as well. Right, the one's clipped over the offside and it's been called a no ball. And they should get back for 2. So I think that might be no ball front foot. Or was it for a fielding infringement? We'll have a look, but I think it's the front foot. So no ball plus 2. Yeah, easy decision for the umpire there, well over the line. So that just releases the shackles a little bit, and this is going to be a free hit. Big opportunity. Got to find the boundary here to Stain. Get his team believing again. Oh, and he will. That has been mullered. A freebie pump for 6, and that's going to go into the fan zone. So that will take them on to 10. But a big no ball releases the shackles, and that's a nice shot. Here's the full toss, but you still got to put it away. Closer look at that height, just under waist height. We are quite strict on these, but that one was definitely under the waist height. I'm sure the scorers are up to date because there was a no ball, and yeah, I think that's meant to be on 11. Yeah, the score's just updating now. Coming down the ground for a single. Yes, sorry about that. The scores will quickly catch up with us because it was a no ball to start the over. So Ratul on strike. Well, that's miles high in the air. It sounded okay off the bat, but I don't think he's got enough of it. And a nice safe catch out there by Stefan Gooch. Ratul will go for 1. It was in the wheelhouse, but just didn't get the distance. Got a lot more elevation than he would have liked. Sounded nice off the bat, but went more high than far away that he would have liked. And in the end, he loses his wicket. Early pole for Budapest Blinders, who have just had a happy knack of picking up early wickets in the last few days. The score's 12 for 1. It was a half volley. He'll be super disappointed he didn't put it away. He was looking to hit it more square than straight, and Gooch made good ground. Holds on to it. Old Australian reverse cup style. And a big wicket goes early here. So 12 for 1 of the first 9 deliveries of the day. Does give someone else an opportunity to come out and maybe play a few aggressive shots. And I like this move. They're going to put Riaz Afridi at number 3 today. And, well, he'll either hit out or get out. He doesn't hold back, and I think it's the right call. He was batting at 6 last night, which was far too low. Can these two get on a bit of a run? They need something. Decent length delivery, just cramping him for a little bit of room. Always good to have a left armour in the bowling stocks. Riaz Afridi, maybe not the most stylish of players you'll ever see, but when he hits it, it does stay hit. Highly aggressive. That one edged away. He's going to go for a dark, and Brno are having a shocker again. They just can't get anything going. Same as last night. And they're now 12 for 2. Afridi goes for a duck. And the Brno, who had a win on the first morning, feels more like a miracle than anything. Poor batting display as a welcome back, Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, not the start that the Czech fans were after, that's for sure. Likes to go offside, doesn't he? Just was cramped for him. I think it was quite clever the way he bowled to him there, Ibra. Simple catch for Omar Zahid. And that's 2 wickets back in the shed. I didn't mind the idea to put Afridi up number 3. Maybe could have been a bit more patient. I know he's there to hit, but I also think if he just bats with his version of normal, he could have gone a long way there. And in the end, you've got to give credit to the bowler. So 12 for 2. Morning to everyone. And yeah, good to be back with you, Corey, and all of our viewers all around the world. Somebody needs to step up for Brno. Well, one thing I will say, Stain is still there. I've seen Stain get on some kind of weird, like hallucinogen-style heaters where he can't even remember his innings and he'll just whack 80. That's the mindset he needs to get in here. He's a guy who's got T20I hundreds. You know, he's a quality player.
I'm going to need to see something a lot more, Vinny, because they're 12 off 11 balls. They blocked the first over out. Just some of the tactics have been poor.
You've done enough games with me to know that's way too early to call this just yet.
Could be calling it pretty soon if they don't get on with it.
Certainly. Ibra is feeling good. 2 for 10 in his first over. Last ball of it to Kande. Loses it down the leg side. So do you take anything away from last night's performance? I know it didn't really affect the standings, but obviously Brno, if they were saving their energy for this game, obviously hasn't really worked so far.
I just think it was more a confidence builder for the Blinders. They got a couple of batsmen in form last night and dominated the game between these two, so their confidence is high, while Brno yesterday had that shock loss to the Croatian side and just seemed to be short of a gallop.
Well bowled. Stain, he almost overcommits, wears it. End of the second over. Czechs getting checked in the first 2. It's 13 for 2.
Yeah, they're miles behind. We know in these power plays you want to be in that 45 region, so 13 for 2 puts them under the pump. Just that first over, Vin, was a nervous first over, and in T10 you can't just block 5 deliveries. You just can't.
That's the thing. They maybe don't have the confidence in the middle order, and so it affects the way they play. This is where the table ended up, with the Blinders taking all 4 points last night to secure 3rd place. If there isn't any weather and there's no result, then Blinders will win this game. Nomads finished top. Bit of a net run rate. Brain teaser in their last game. They went over the Assassins. Assassins, of course, out of the competition. But as you said, I think they captured the imagination of the viewing public with their spirited display.
They won the hearts, Vinny. Won the hearts of the neutral.
It is. A lot of places in the world, they eat hearts. All right, Mohandas. Getting that ball to swing, but it swings straight on the middle of bat of Stain. And the result, 4 carreras.
Well, you've boomed him up. Maybe he's going to click. He really needs to go big here for his team, you'd have to imagine. They're going to need plenty of runs on the board.
The reason I bring that up is when he did make a score in the ECS final and against their arch rivals PCC, I said, geez, he batted well yesterday. He said, I can't remember any of it. He said, I had to go back and watch it. So let's see. There is a certain place that he can take himself to. Mohandas, he's a swinger from way back. He can get to go both ways. getting it predominantly to go away from the left-hander. Staying this time will take a single. Someone has to stand up now with him, whether it's Kande, whether it's Slanky's listed to come in next. Maybe the big unit, Batadeka. Let's see, Matab Khan, probably obviously another one you throw in there.
How was your afternoon off yesterday,
It was
Vinny?
good actually. Went for a walk down to the port and watched a bit of ECN on the way. That's why I was lurking and keeping my eye on you.
As you do.
And yeah, it was nice. Had a nice healthy meal at the carvery. Went heavy on the vegetables first plate, thinking that would make me less hungry. It did.
You don't go vegetables first plate.
I thought that was my psychological tactic. And then I had a plate of meat anyway. Good establishment, that one. Come to Spain, everyone. Come to the Andalusia region. All right, Kande, yet to score. It's down the ground pretty well, but the result's only be a single. Two very good fielders down the ground. Generally, you've got Mulder and Gooch. Gooch already taking a very good catch.
Yeah, those two down the ground always patrolling.
How about this from PG Lang in the comment section, saying he named his pet hamster Gooch. Is that the animal that you would be naming after Stefan Gooch?
I'm not sure I'd have a pet hamster personally, not my preference.
What would you be your go-to pet? Exotic pet.
Exotic, probably peacock.
Nice.
Good segue.
Wish I'd thought of that. Anyway, Stain generally getting balls that are swinging from leg to off. And he gets one here. Watches it go past for a wide.
Yeah, if they can somehow build a partnership, Vinny, and get to that 115 sort of score, you never know. It's been a bit more of a low-scoring group, I feel. It seems like every team has been extremely reliant on the top 3 or 4, but not much batting depth in this group.
That's the way it's panned out. It's well bowled. That's his spot right there. Stays just inside. The movement takes it away from the edge of the bat.
And it's not going to get easy either, because they're going to go Mulder to come on next, and that's why just blocking that first over, I think, sets the tone for how they're playing.
Kind of reduces their ceiling. Expected score looks like it's having a snooze today. Just got the run rate up on the board. Takes this on, but the long off's back. So once again, just a single. What a good spell this is from Sandeep Mohandas.
Yeah, pretty sedate start. You're right, Vinny. They blocked the first. Their ceiling isn't there. The overall sort of run rates have been around that 12.7 region, but this group especially only at 11.7.
Yeah, lowest scoring group so far.
You can feel it though. Just feels like the batters haven't clicked so much.
Nice ball of the second over then. Checks his shot here, Kande. Throws a bit of a wide, but doesn't matter. Still a very, very good over. Boundary to start the over, but then after that, we just had a bunch of singles, so 9 off it. And at the end of the power play, Brno struggling at 22 for 2.
Yeah, more of the same. Another team struggling, losing early wickets and not getting on with it enough. Credit to the blinders of just putting the ball in the right areas. 22 on the board, only going at 7.33. How's the Cardamom Dome, Vinny? We came in again this morning, rain pouring in the car ride, and once again, pure sunshine here.
Early shout, though, just to set everyone's expectations. Tomorrow, the forecast is from midnight to noon that it's going to rain pretty heavily. So fingers crossed that the halo stays tight. Hey, today's the day we'll probably go past 10,000 runs in the series. Already had over 800 maximos. And I mentioned that rate, 12.7 and over. So an average innings has 11 sixes. It's normally a pretty good barometer to go count the sixes between the teams. Now here's Jacob Mulder, the flipologist, to bowl over number 4. First one is worked away by Kande. So yeah, it's true what you said. They didn't really look to attack the power play. And that was before we've seen Mulder. Mulder has been bowling kind of second over. I don't mind holding him back, especially if you can defend the power play with other bowlers.
Yeah, it's all about their balance and when they want to use him. So he's started at the top against some teams, but today he's going to come in the middle overs. He'll probably bowl potentially 4 and 6 here and really strangle his opposition. He's been a wily customer on the network, got a great flipper.
How do you play him? Do you play him as like not a normal leg spinner because you're just so many on pace deliveries?
Almost like a medium pace.
Yeah. It's tough.
He's a tough player to cut.
It's tough to pick. That's the thing. So the thing is that the actual delivery of his flipper and his leg spinner are very similar looking. So then if you just play it as a kind of medium, then he might just rip one past your outside edge. All right, good contest. This is the sort of contest that could decide this game. Staying against Jacob Mulder. Draw card against draw card. Here we go. Oh, he takes him on. Goes slog sweep, but does he have the distance? He does not, but it doesn't matter. It's been put down. Mahandas in the deep. Had most of it, but then grassed it.
Yeah, he's got to catch that. That's a sitter, really. And, well, the dugout's woken up after that dropped opportunity. Yeah, went straight to him. He had to move a couple metres maybe to his right, but drops a bit of a goober to start the day, Vinny.
Mahandas, normally a pretty good pair of hands. This is hit leg side, not hit particularly hard, so it's just going to be another single.
Yeah, they're being choked out of this game at the moment.
This is where, you know, using a free as they did, which I can understand, with it not working out. Normally you feel that he's kind of in reserve and you'd love to unleash him, but you can only bat once. Full, bit of a shout, but umpire doesn't uphold the appeal.
Well, what's going on with Brno's batting since day one? Because day one they made a good 115 versus Paco Care. They posted 130 odd versus the Swiss, but since that moment they haven't been able to get it off the square.
Burst onto the scene, their first ever, and it's still currently their only ECL win. Might want to push for two here, Stain. Not the best turn from Kande, so they'll have to settle for a single again. Yeah, Rhino mentioned that, and I think it is a first when a team's only won one match in the group stage, but that match was against the team that finished top.
Yeah, they just seem short of a gallop. This is almost 50 over cricket pace, Vin. This is T10. 26 off the first 23 deliveries today.
There's another one that just slides on, chopped over the keeper. And Mulder, miserly as ever, just 5 singles off that over, and the score 27 for 2 after 4.
Yeah, 27 on the board after 4. Budapest Blinders doing everything they need to do, and, well, unless Brno switch it on for the next 6 overs, I think they're going to get eliminated pretty comfortably this morning.
Not looking great at the moment, but hey, let's wait and see. Hello to everyone that's watching. I know I had people messaging me from all around the world, and if you do want to send me a message, you can get me at Mr. Maximo on Instagram. I'll open my inbox and give out a few shout outs. I know that Mike McKechnie has messaged me. He said, keep up the good work. He loves the excitement of Euro cricket. Well, Mike, great to have you with us, and hopefully you keep enjoying it. Okay, something's got to give here. It's Ahmed Khan. Inside edge, right, straight through Mars Baji's legs. And that's 4. Pocket of Suerte, just a bit of luck that Brno needed.
Oh, the old nutmeg through the keeper. They needed some luck, and that went through Mars Baji's little gap there. Have a look at this, Vin. Not too far from off stump, but Baji just got to get something on it straight through.
Left the old mousetrap open, didn't he, there, Mars?
Good game, Mousetrap.
It was a good game.
Very, one of the great board games.
Zahid, a real kind of slingy action, slingy release. We'll move the ball around a little bit. Typically, he'll move it right to left. That takes this arm straight to the fielder, and that's gone. Ibra, not the man you want to hit a high-ish catch to because he's very tall. Kande can't get things moving. He has to step aside for 9. Brno in even bigger trouble now, 31 for 3.
Yeah, they're in big trouble. He got lucky with the inside edge for 4, but not this time. Clunks one straight to square leg. He's not going to drop that. Brno almost with a foot out the door in this tournament, Vinny. They just can't get going with the bat.
Yeah, they can't. Disappointment. Check it out here on the replay. Thanks to our friends at 2 Circles. Ibra takes it comfortably above his head. So Brno, 3 wickets before we hit the halfway point. They got fallen to 31 for 3. Yeah, hello to Macca as well, who's watching from Melbourne, Australia, watching on Fox Sports. He says, keep up the work, keep up the great work, loving all the action and commentary of European cricket.
Oh, thank you very much.
Yeah, Macca, that could be actually quite a few people think I'm shouting about, but
who's
Macca knows who he is. He sent me a message, and like
Macca.
I said, yeah, Macca.
Pretty Aussie name, that.
It is, isn't it? And also, While we're here, Dave and Amanda are watching from Adelaide in South Australia. Would love a shout out to myself and my wife. She's also a big fan. Well, Dave and Amanda, hope you're snuggling up.
Hello, Amanda.
On a Friday night and catching the European cricket. Good rock first up. It's Matab Khan batting number 5.
Oh, Matam Khan thinks he's playing a 5-day test match and just fishes at one outside off when they've got 5 overs to try and hit 120. Just got to throw hands here no matter what. Go out swinging, Brno.
I wonder if they just feel that 90 or 100 might play if they can get the early wickets. But well, that time he takes your advice, but the third's down
Well, that's
there.
4.
And I think it is going to be 4 runs.
Yeah.
Check this on the replay.
They're going to want to have a closer look at this, but his foot just went onto the rope. I reckon he's in trouble. We had the perfect view. Let's have a look.
Yeah.
Stops it there and foot on the rope.
Definitely 4. I mean, he never lets go of the ball, or does he? He's touching the ball there.
And it's already been signalled 4, Vin. Good work from the officials.
So,
Well, that's why you go
2
out.
lucky boundaries,
That's
really.
why you go out swinging.
Yeah.
You never know what might happen. Anyway, 35 for 3 now. 2 balls left in the 5th.
Oh, another edge. This time it will be stopped by Mars Margin. Nice work by him. And so, Brno, they've had some lucky edges. They've had some less lucky edges. But there's been a lot of edges.
Oh,
There's another one. This time edges onto the body. Brno, they're going to have a big second half to stay competitive in this contest. End of 5 overs, and the score is 36 for 3. Hey, let's welcome you into the commentary box. Great to have you wherever you're watching from around the world. Thanks to Dave and Amanda for sending me a message. If you'd like to, you can get me at Mr. Maximo with 5 O's. Don't ask me why. On Instagram, you got CRuckers_28. You get a lot of hate mail, don't you? So I know you find it a little bit, you get a bit anxious opening your inbox, but you can send Corey some messages anyway.
yeah, every Christmas Eve I sit there and read all the hate mail. It's a great way to get me into the spirit of the holidays.
Feliz Pavo Real Viernes.
Sorry,
Happy Peacock Friday.
Peacock Friday.
Yeah, great to have you with us. And
We've gone
we've peacocked it up.
Quite flowery today.
What are you wearing? Famous last words. But get bright, get breezy. It's nice and easy. Peacock Friday. Get on board. Wear something interesting.
I'm glad I remembered this year.
I thought you would have forgotten this morning. Anyway, you press back. Bowl over number 6 again. Just kind of prod it out for 1.
Yeah, not a fan of these random defensive shots in a 60 ball game, Vinny. Just feels like they're playing a bit coy, if anything.
It's just not happening.
It's not going hard enough. They've got 29 deliveries left. Try and hit all 29 to the boundary and see what happens.
It's really up to Stain here. Can he pull that big over out?
So we'll change to the field. Mid-wicket's going to come in surprising. Deep square will go back. Another change. They're going to bring cover up and deep mid-wicket will go back now. So a ring field on the offside.
Poor ball that time, doesn't really swing back. Bit of a crew shift change as well with the blue crew. Might notice Tyrone Peters out there for the first time in the series. Got Asad Ali out there as well. He was here yesterday. It was his birthday, and we had a nice little cake for him last night, didn't we?
Yeah. Well done to the crew that was here for the first 2-3 weeks. Well-deserved rest for them.
Cut of that time, Stain. He picks it, he stays deep in the crease and puts it over the fence. Maximo! 6 carreras.
That's a nice shot. Surprising he went to the cutter considering he's bowling to a left-handed batter, but boy, they needed that. Just something to get them going. Lovely shot, clip off the hip, 6 runs.
He absolutely needed that.
Don't advise him to bowl that cutter into the left-hander. Just keep it wide, maybe hit the wide hole if you can.
Ibra, another cool hairstyle. Still, the boundary doesn't make an over at the moment when you're this far behind in the game.
No, they need that big over, don't they? Just getting on a little bit of a run.
Takes it on down the ground, but only get a one. How about you? How did you enjoy your night when I was off? The R&R show seemed like it got good ratings again.
Yeah, it was exhilarating cricket last night, Vin. Good to have Andrew Ryan in the comm box with us again. Obviously, while Rico takes a well-deserved break. But no, looking forward to this finals day. Always finals day. There's always a few twists during the day. I'm sure we'll get a couple again.
All right, well, this is a bit of a lucky one, but it's going to work out. That's going to be for another accidental boundary, but a boundary nonetheless.
Well, the way they're batting, they look like they're going to get more edges than out the middle, so I think you've got to probably bring that third a bit finer, because that's probably the second or third one we've seen fly down there, but nonetheless, it's 4 runs, starting maybe to find a little bit of T10 mojo.
Up. Sure, he can hit a long ball. Oh, that one goes very close to knocking his leg stump. And it gets away on the second bounce from Baji. Get away for a bite.
Yeah, Baji finding it pretty tough at the moment. That's the 50 up, Vin. It's a sedate 50, but they finally get there. You're a keeper, these ones, when they just bobble in front of you.
You just got to try and cover as many angles as you can. Don't know if we ever get it here, but it takes a hop right. I always just tried to block what I could, but then keep my hands really loose. So almost like it's just a reaction. So you're not setting up your hands where they're going too early. This last moment, maybe you can still snap your wrist to your right in that situation, make the stop. Just outside the line, I think. Again, not able to get it away. So this over's been better, I suppose, but they kind of need better than better, don't they? Brno, in the end, there's 15 off that. 6 overs down. The 50 is up for the Czechs. It's 51 for 3.
Yeah, 4 overs to go. You go at 10s, it's 91, well under par, but if you can go at 12s, get to near that 100 mark, potentially take a couple of early wickets in the second half, you might be able to make a game of it. A lot of work to do, though, and the supercomputer agrees, Vinny, 5% shot.
Good to see the scores back. Sorry for the slight disruption to that. But, yeah, staying 25 off 17. They just need him to go a bit quicker, don't they?
Still no Gooch, who might have had a little bit of a shoulder injury. Not too sure we'll see him bowl. Surprised they haven't gone back to Mulder, actually. I thought Mulder might have bowled his second already.
Keeping him up this lead, perhaps. Staines frustrated himself here as well because he wants to get on with it. He also knows if he gets out, it's probably bad for the team, but really the replacement player probably isn't going to score slower than he is, you'd imagine.
He might as well just chance his arm a little bit. It's not through lack of trying, they're just clunking a lot of these deliveries.
Glance away straight to the fielder. Sums it up really for Brno at the moment.
Yeah, left to right of him by half a metre is definitely 4, so it does sum it up a bit, Vin. It's today. Look at that dressing room. They're in tears. They know it's over.
Very early to call it.
I reckon, well, when it says 5% on the screen, you know.
1 in 20. Take your shot. Oh, that's down leg side. This would have been run out. He doesn't hit the stumps. I think maybe you have to make a strategic change with one. Maybe Matab's got a couple of balls.
This has been the biggest drop-off I've seen of a batting unit. From their day one, I was like, wow, Brno here to play. But since then, they haven't been able to get anything going with the bat.
Miss hit again. Is that just a single? Yeah, what a difference 48 hours makes, hey?
I mean, yesterday they got rolled by the Zagreb Assassins, and then they got rolled again in the evening game. And right now, look at that dressing room. He's in tears. It's over. Yeah, he's not happy. Get the camera off me, please.
It's like Yook there.
Yulk's not happy.
Yuki in the squad. Haven't seen him on the field yet.
The only way I feel like they're going to get runs is from edges and wides at the moment.
That's the way it's kind of been so far. Yeah, Yuk Warrior, one of the better names in European cricket.
Oh, it's a fantastic name. Yuk Warrior. Give him a go. Send him out there next. Why
Thought they
not?
might have given him a game last night. Then he made the one change last night. They brought a Freedy back in. I don't know why you do that if you're resting him. I know he's in recovery from some injuries.
There we go.
There you go. He's more like it. Stain gets it, and he's going to put it onto the road. Look both ways. Freedy does the fielding. One hand, one bounce. Maximal, 6 runs.
That might get the dressing room a little bit more excited. He's got a nice pickup shot when he gets it in his zone. Put that one away beautifully for 6. I feel like he needs to face the majority of the balls from here on in.
Definitely has another gear he can go to. 60 now. Expected 90. Last ball, the 7th. Cracks it. Wants the 1. Direct hit to be interesting. He's pretty quick though. Stain hustles in, keeps the strike into the 7th. And the score is 61 for 3.
Yeah, 61 for 3. Trying his best to get that run rate up. Just lacking the back-to-back boundaries in this innings. Direct hit would have been pretty close.
Yes. Speedy between the wickets, of course. This is finals day of Group D, and we're starting with the Budapest Blinders taking on Brno. Zurich Nomads did qualify in first on net run rate ahead of Pakai Care Badalona, who they beat yesterday. So that's qualifier 1 for a chance to go straight through to the final. The team that doesn't win qualifier 1 will play the winner of this game in qualifier 2. So there's the start times as well. Nice easy start times for you in the ECL this year. Settle in. It's going to be a big day and a big night. European cricket. Mulder comes back in the 8th. Stain takes him on and gets him. Maximal. No, Stain, I know you can criticise the fact that he hasn't scored so far or whatever, but he is still there and he's still got the ability to up the rate.
Well, there you go. 6 first ball over. Can they turn this into the 20 run over they desperately need? He has looked good with that sort of pick-up shot and the slog sweep, that's for sure.
Get more than 1 here. So again, you want someone to get in a big heater, multiple boundaries in a row. Now Stain's gone 6 and 1, so hand it back to Mahtab Khan.
What determines a heater for you? 6, 6, 4? 3 in a
Yeah,
row?
3 boundaries in a row is a mini heater.
What's a big heater?
Big heater is kind of 5 boundaries in the over.
Think
I'll allow a dot in a bigger heater.
Think an NBA Jam on the
What a game.
3
Do
threes
you know
in a row.
I played it recently?
Ooh.
I found it. Flipper. Straight through.
Call him off. Yank him. He's 11 off 11, Vin. Time to get the retired card out.
You retire him out, you get someone out there to face Mulder, he'll probably deer in the headlights.
Well, I don't think Khan's not a deer in the headlights. He's 11 off 11, Vinny. Oh.
Yeah, well, Corey Rutgers, sometimes you're right, sometimes you're not. Beautifully struck down the ground for 6. Maximal, as the hook is quietly put back in the back of the commentary
I
box.
always double down. Hook him. No, fair play. Nice shot. He didn't look like he could get it off the square, and then out of nowhere, bombs one straight for 6. Well, back to normality. That'll be a leg by, I imagine.
So also, I said I wanted to shout outs. Hello to Brad Payne, who's watching from the Gold Coast whilst riding out Cyclone Albert. So he's saying it's a welcome distraction. So hello, Brad. Good to have you with us, and hope you're enjoying what you're seeing. Right now, Stain's going to enjoy this because he moves to 44. Gets the ball off Mulder. It's a little bit short. Puts it away.
Oh, well, dare to dream, Vinny. 79 for 3 after 8. Maybe they've finally awoken as they shoot up to a 12% shot.
You love an early write-off, don't you?
I
Corey?
love an
Right,
early
Jersey's
write-off. It's
already-
like when you're on the track and you see your horse like 23rd out of 24, you just rip up the ticket and walk away.
Yeah, so end of the over, and it's 79 for 3. So what could they do here? I mean, a couple of magicals, 119. Seems a long way off at the moment. You've got Abbas Ghani to bowl here. And he is a very good cricketer. Seemed to be coming good last night, Abbas Ghani. He's a player of the series in the T20 Tri-Series in Malta.
Big over this, Vinny.
Big swing and a miss.
I'm back on the hook. It's like when you've got a fish and you just off the coast of Karratha, you Red Emperor, you get a nibble, you get a nibble, it swims away, reel it back in.
I think the charge is the most overrated tactic for batters trying to get on with it.
Yeah, but they watch Virat Kohli do it and then they feel they can do it.
Stans gets hit by it. Yeah, crack at it.
I think he actually wanted to be run out.
Yeah, he
there.
almost.
So when you're 18 or 15, I mean, what's that, 72? If you faced every ball in the innings, I think you just got to be brave and make the decision.
He's trying to be aggressive, or, you know, get out or go big.
I think that's when you get one on the elbow and you say, yeah, that actually hurt a little bit more than I thought, and you walk off.
Could do that.
Just think retirements in this format are underutilised still.
Agree. Staying on 44. Well, he'll go up and over the top. Maximo and 50 for Dylan Stain. Probably not the most technical shot he's ever played, but he's giving his team a heartbeat in this Group D eliminator.
Well, they moved the third finer and he got the old Maximo over the top. 50 to Dylan Stain. He started sedately, but now he's in. He's got 9 balls. He's got to try and face all 9 and crunch at least 3 more sixes.
He's got to try and touch the sky. Brno, a really interesting team. You know, when we have the European Cricket Series in Prague, it's about 2.5 hours away from Brno. A lot of them will actually camp at the ground overnight and stay.
Wow.
It's commitment to the cause.
Oh, and it's been a great day as Stain bombs that for 6 into the tower. What a shot. We had the closing music come on.
The closing music from 2024 as well, not even the current closing music. But Stain, well, he does get this and he nails it back-to-back now. Brno to 92. Is this the magical over that the Brno fans were all hoping for?
Vinny, are they going to do a Steve Bradbury? Everyone wrote him off. No one gave him a shot.
Back to live. Up and 6.
Oh.
Heater activated as Stain swings his way into the 60s. Maximo.
Oh, we're back, and all of a sudden it's like NBA Jam. That Grizzly ball's on fire, and whenever it hits Stain's bat, it's going for 6. He's awoken it up here, and, well, 7 balls to go now. Can they get another 20 runs? Lovely shot, that one. Oh!
6 more. Thanks for coming. Maximo. It does go magical. It's gone very large indeed. 4 Maximos on this spin to finish the 9th over. And the 100 comes up for Brno as well. It's 104 for 3.
Boy, did they need that. We've been patiently waiting to see some T10 fireworks, and it's back, baby. Brilliant batting. Means that they're on 104 with 1 to go. Tell you what, Khan, I don't mind if you run a single here. Get the big man back on strike.
Got to. This is where the sacrifice has got to be
Sacrifice play.
Sacrifice. Where if he misses it, needs to just call his partner through, hold the keeper's end safe, and then get run out at the bowler's end. 25 off that 9th over. They've got to go to a 6th bowler as well. So Stefan Gooch hasn't bowled yet, and he's going to bowl here in the 10th. Yeah. So for any of our viewers under 35, NBA Jam was an arcade game that it was NBA based, obviously, and you would play it on a big, what are they called? Big machine.
Mm.
And then if you hit a few shots in a row, they'd say you're on fire, and the net would be on fire.
Yeah, and the ball would be on fire. You'd be on fire.
And then pretty much everything you shot would then go in. So 28%.
Time to believe. Khan's got to play his role here, though, Vinny. If he chooses a dot, got to yank him.
The 100 seemed a long way off a moment ago.
Still, it's not going to be a massive score.
Whatever. 146.
That'll do.
1.
No, why would you even be foxing for 2? Calm down. You're red hot.
Maybe he's just trying to fox the throw. Dylan Stain. But now we got two connoisseurs of European cricket going head-to-head. Stefan Gooch versus Dylan Stain.
I don't think they wanted to bowl Gooch in the morning game. I think he's a bit sore on one of his left shoulder it is, but just because of the circumstance of the previous over, sort of thought maybe
Bowls 1 over.
Bowls 1 over's okay.
But also they limited their ability to only bowl 5 bowlers by bowling out the first 4 bowlers in the first 8. Anyway, Stain is going to lift that one up, going and not gone yet, and now gone for 4. Well, there was a gap at deep mid-wicket, and in the end, Stain, even though he doesn't quite get it, he'll get another boundary. 5 boundaries on the spin for him.
He must love NBA Jam because he is just on a heater all of a sudden. He went 4 sixes in a row, then he's gone bang with a 4. So he's made 28 off his last 5. And,
committing to the dive stopped him the chance to actually save the boundary there.
don't mind the dive.
It does keep staying on strike. Would have got 2 anyway, I
Big
guess.
4 balls coming up in the context of this game, Vinny.
9. Doesn't get it. Got to find a way to try and get back here, surely.
I don't think you even take the 1. I mean, Khan's playing a 50-over game. He's 19 off 16, Vinny. Even if he was 25 off 16.
Maybe it's his time to shine. You know, it just takes 1 ball. We've seen him hit a good 6 down the ground. But again, same thing. If you miss, you got to run.
Absolutely.
Play the sacrifice. Well, he actually backs away. And he's cut off down there by Omar Zahid. So
I don't think you take a single this ball. Just let Stain face.
Or you... Yeah, it's complicated, but take a dodgy 2 maybe.
Any relation to Dale Stain?
I believe they're from the same country originally.
Oh.
Stain's actually got mixed South African and New Zealand roots. He misses.
It's a tough mix to have.
Yeah.
Chokers.
Exactly. Who would food poison who? No, he's a lovely guy. Dylan has made a home for himself in Brno now. Brno, the second city in Czechia. Last ball then, here we go. Not last ball, make that 112. 6 here, 118. That was the kind of 20 and over or so in the last 2 that we talked about. Gooch, though, he's bowled pretty well here. He's only gone for 8 at the moment with the ball to go. Probably try that again, I think. Nope, and he gets punished for it. Maximo staying to 79 off 31, so he does play catch-up in the end. Didn't have a lot of help, to say the least. But Brno at least competitive here. They were staring down 5%, but they're up now. About a 1 in 4 shot from here, according to the supercomputer. Corey wrote them off about 35 minutes ago, but at the end of 10 overs, Brno from Czechia, 118 for 3.
Dylan Stain's last 8 deliveries, he finds the boundary 7 times, and that does get him to a score that could be defended. They needed that cameo at the end, otherwise it would have been severely under par. I'm sure he'll get a warm round of applause as he leaves the Cardamom turf, but there is a long way to go in this game. There's the supporters getting around him.
Yeah. Well, in the end, Matab Khan, again, it's about hard to get going. 2 4s and a 6, and he's 20 off 17 balls. But Stain, so he faces 79. So he's going at a rate of about 156 per 10 overs. Sometimes I think we should do the strike rates as per 60 balls because it reflects what a total would be if that batter batted the whole innings. Anyway, let's get into it. And they did have an early cause to shout there. Yug Warrior, he was enjoying what he was seeing from the bench, but that was a great catch by Gooch, wasn't it? To get the dangerous Mohammad Ratul for just 1, running back and taking it with a very good technique. Then it was a bit of a gamble with a Freedy sent in at number 3. He would only last 2 balls. He's got cramp for room. Zahid with that catch. Kande came out, and we know he can hit the ball pretty well. Was able to hit 1-4 while he was there, but he actually fell to a little kind of pop catch to square leg. So that was actually the last wicket to fall, and it fell in the 5th over. So actually they batted the last 34 balls without taking a wicket. Took a while for them to get going, but those last 2 overs, 25 off the 9th, 14 off the 10th, at least have given Brno something to bowl at.
It's almost as if it took him 7 overs to get in on this wicket and then sort of capitalised in the very last moments of the innings. Dylan Stain is the man who's on everyone's lips. That cameo at the end where he really got going does shift this game to be a little bit more open. He was with Khan, who tried his best to get going, 2 4s and a 6, but a lot of dot balls in his innings. But it was the last 8 balls for Dylan Stain. He found the rope 7 times, Vinny, and that has changed the complexion of this game.
It was the heater. We were talking about it. His bat was on fire. The Grizzly was on fire. And Brno just know they've got a shot at this. They probably know they're behind in the game. But this group, 127 has been the par so far. And we have seen the blinders batting fall over on occasion. I know they've got some very good players in there. But they've definitely got a shot, don't they? But, in the end, Stain walks off with 79. Some of the Czech fans in the house. But they're going to have to work pretty hard if they're going to stay alive in this competition.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see if they can stay alive. Let's have a very quick look at the scorecard, shall we? And, well, it was a sedate start. It really was. They felt like they were well behind. They blocked the first over. They couldn't really get going, but a late sort of flourish of boundaries. Dylan Stain, 118 for 3. He made 79 of 31, and Mahtab Khan, 20 of 17. That got them into a position where they might feel a couple early wickets. They could steal this game back, and wouldn't that be some sort of story? Have a look at the bowling scorecard, and, well, they ended up using the 6 bowlers. Ghani didn't finish because his first over went for 25, but it was the 5th bowler being taken to. In fact, the 5th bowler between Gooch and Ghani ended up going for 39, and that's exactly what Brno needed. Well done to Ibra Ahmed, 2 for 24, Ahmed Khan, 1 for 19, and Mohandas, even though he didn't pick up a wicket, a fantastic economy of 5.5. So we're at the halfway stage of this encounter. Do join us back in 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, Brno, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox.
Hello everybody and welcome back to Kardama Oval. We're at the halfway stage of this eliminator between Brno versus Budapest Blinders, and well, it was an interesting first half. It was very sedate for 7 overs, it felt like, where the Budapest Blinders were completely on top of Brno, but in the end the last 2 overs went for plenty and they got a score 118 on the board. Would still say at Kardama Oval it's a little under par, but in a final you never know what might happen and chasing's never easy. Very thankful for another day of no rain. There's been plenty of rain around this Andalusia region in the last 3 days, but it seems to keep missing this beautiful ground. Aren't they nice pictures there with the drone shots? Here come the players with the officials for the second half. Both these teams know their tournament life is on the line. One of them will be saying goodbye in 40 minutes time. I'm sure they all want to progress and get into the next qualifying match. The next match is between Pack Badalona versus Nomads from Switzerland. Those 2 teams have earned the double chance. So we'll wait and see how that goes. But this opening pair is very dangerous, and if they get going, they could chase this down very quickly. Van der Merwe, we know plenty about. He's rolled out for the Irish 11 in the past, and see our YMS at this ground. And obviously, Garni showed yesterday that he does have the ability to hit the long ball. I think he will sort of suit the pace that he is facing here. So an important start will determine this game. They're going to need some early wickets, I still feel, Brno, but if Budapest Blinders are to lose a wicket or 2, it will really open this game up because their middle order hasn't been clicking so much just yet. So 118 on the board. Good opportunity to welcome back all the viewers around the world, wherever you're watching from. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're tuned in. I hope you're ready for some finals cricket today. Looks like Riaz Afridi's going to bowl over number 1. Deep third, deep cover, the 2 boundary riders. It's going to be Garni on strike. Here we go. Big contest early. This power play could determine a lot. Well, it's high in the air. Oh, they don't have a deep mid-wicket back. Well, could have been trouble. Oh, Garni's going to run himself out, is he? Oh, he almost does again. He just helter-skelter. But I tell you, they've been operating with this deep cover. A deep mid-wicket there would have been caught. Just getting back in time. That's a nervy sort of start. Van der Merwe on strike. High in the air, there is deep cover. Caught! Well, it's a big wicket. Van der Merwe goes for a golden duck, and it does pay off in the end. He hit it pretty nicely over the cover region, but unfortunately for him, there was a fielder situated right in that very spot, and we've got a game on. It's 1 for 1. What a turnaround. That 5% only 30 minutes ago when I rode them right off has gone to 35%. I'm going to welcome back my good friend and co-commentator for the day, Vinny Sandhu. How big is that?
Half the day. But Van der Merwe, he's a big fish. Don't get much bigger. It's been a bit of a bogey part of the ground as well for Brno. Dropped a couple of catches out there, but Norkande, he stands tall, and that's a golden derrick for Jason Van der Merwe in this cutthroat eliminator. Riaz Afridi, we've only actually seen him bowl in the first game. He bowled quite well. Never saw him bowl again until now. And now he's going to be horning into Stefan Gooch, who's batting 3.
Well, fair play. I was just saying I'm not sure about the deep cover because I don't often see a catch there in the power play. I went straight to him. So Gooch comes out, lefty-righty, big partnership.
Can Afridi get it right? The Stallion. Down leg side off the pad. But means they won't get a wide.
Sorry, Vinny. One thing they have done, because of those late overs, they've brought themselves back into the game. They've got a lot of energy. They are fizzed up. Just a kiss off the pad there. Good umpiring. Gets away with the wide and the tickle 4, to be fair. He's got his pace up. You like this guy, don't you?
He's got to give me 2 good overs, Riaz. That's what they'll be saying. Loses his down leg side, left to bowl it again.
It's got a strong action, sort of comes loping in, but decent pace about him.
Yeah, he's got all kind of shoulder and arm. So even if he does bowl off half run, he can still get a good pace.
I see this at club level. The lefty-righty does this a lot. Gooch just walks out, two balls down the leg side.
Yeah, that's the other thing, you know, Gooch, we know that he will also, a bit like Dylan's saying, he won't be afraid to keep a few out and to just, make sure he establishes himself.
What's Garney with his backing up? Always seems a bit tense. We have a look at the batting first versus batting second. And in this group, Group D, it's the first time we've seen a real big swing. 8 times the team chasing have won compared to 2 setting. As he gets that one all wrong, that's going to be another wide and 1. That one, I think, just under the waist height, but they'll have a little bit of a look. Freedy just losing his line to the left-hander here. Yeah, well under thigh height.
Yeah, so Freedy got to get it right. I think he'll be happy in a sense that he's got the right-hander on. There's David Robson helping out. Well, he does get it straighter. Not really timed cleanly from Garney.
Well, that's twice now. They've not had anyone at deep mid-wicket, and there would have been 2 catches in a row. So I do wonder, I know the cover one paid off, but maybe they bring the third up and protect that boundary as well. I would be tempted to for Garney, who really does like to loft it over the leg side.
It's true, but also the third's still a catching position, even if he's trying to hit in that area. More false shot.
Last ball, the first, Vinny.
He does take this on. That one is going to fly into the jungle. Maximo for Abbas Garney. Is he coming good at the right time for the Blinders? That's the end of the first over. Game on. Afridi goes for 12. Does pick up a huge wicket in there as well. 12 for 1.
Yeah, it's a big wicket. You take that if you're a Brno supporter, but that's a poor ball to finish the over. Just right in the wheelhouse, half volley, and he puts it away. I think the worry I have for Brno is they've got a lot of medium paces, but Afridi's their main pacer. If they had a bit more pace, I'd say they're well ahead.
True, but we also know that, with the exception of Gooch, I would describe the Blinders batting lineup as reckless. So no matter who's bowling them, they might give you chances. 49 matches since a golden ball. I guess we'll be raising the bat after this game if it's not a golden ball. But will it be a golden ball? I guess time will tell. So it's a question, is Shub out there today? Well, I've got to say we've had a bit of a shift change with the umpires. So big thanks to all the umpires. They've done such a great job so far. No, Joe Foster is done. Shub is definitely done now for the tournament. Suleiman Saeed's done.
Yeah, proper crew turnover.
Yeah. And we're lucky to have a good team. It's a little bit of a kind of transition. So we've got Asad, who was here yesterday, is here today as well.
So this is where I think that obviously Mishra is a swing bowler, a little bit wobbly, but with the deep cover and a deep third and 2 backward points, he has to have his line almost perfect. There's huge vacant space all over the leg side. I think Gooch might take an educated risk here, skip across and maybe play a clip.
Well, let's find out. Power play over for Niraj Mishra. It's definitely not out. Oh no, well, big run out chance here, lines them up.
What is Garney doing?
Garney has just basically...
He cooked him.
He's pushed Gooch off the plank. Ratul misses, but he had to throw around the big man Gooch. You can see he knows what he's doing. He takes a little hustle to the left, so I don't really think that he had a good look at the stumps, but that is kamikaze style from Garney.
He's a bit of a chaos runner. We've seen him run out already in this tournament.
Gooch probably had within his rights to just stand there, and it would have almost been a certain run at the bowler's end.
Surely they go mid-wicket back this time.
I think they're waiting for him to make a mistake. Just get it outside the off. This one will be called wide, though. Well handled by Ratul behind the stumps. So I bet you didn't think there'd be this much tension in this game after 2 overs.
I
Corey.
always knew there was.
You checked out.
I don't check out, Vinny.
You checked out.
Never checked out in my life.
If you're,
They bring me in to fizz the game
the
up.
inside of your head was like that the Simpsons.
Do, do, do.
But we're back in now. That one is going to be hit nicely over backward square leg this time. That's going to be 4. Just a little bit too short there to Ghani. Jumps all over it.
Well, I still don't get why they have a third man. Surely Ghani's going like this. If you bring him up, maybe put a mid-wicket in, and then maybe squeeze your 45. I just think that sometimes this Brno side aren't thinking enough.
I think their plan is to keep it out kind of wide hole, and then they want to have the third in there. But the problem is they haven't really bowled there yet.
Well, that's 3
You got a 6-3 field. You're trying to bowl wide. You know he likes the leg side, so you don't want to give it to him there. So don't give it to him. Don't get short. Don't get too straight. This is a nice shot though from Ghani.
These are the little things. I think he's hit 3 falls over the leg side that have all been 1 bounce. And on another day, 2 falls over the leg side and a 2. But on another day, they're catching opportunities. So the captain feeling the pressure as well. Dylan Stain thinking about all these combinations.
Got him. Well, the old 3-card trick works. He goes after one that he probably shouldn't have. Mishra hits the middle pole. And, well, let's just say it was a risky tactic to leave leg side completely blank in the outfield. But in the end, Ghani shoots a blank. He's out, bowled by Niraj Mishra. It's 18 for 2.
Oh, it's in the slot as well. No one back on the leg side, but he just plays around it. And Mishra picks up a big wicket in the context of this game. Wow, can you believe this comeback? They've won the last only, I would say, in this match, 4 overs. 2 with the bat, 2 with the ball. Just lost his shape.
But you can see why. I hear what you're saying, 100%. It comes down to whether you want to entice the shot. You could argue with Ghani, you don't have to entice the shot. He's going to play it anyway. So, unfortunately for him, he goes for 13. And Mishra having a pretty good series. Gets a big wicket, 18 for 2.
Well, Mars Baji comes out, and last night he showed a little bit of prowess. He got a little bit of luck with the drop, but then after the drop, he cashed in against this team, Vinny. So he'll be more confident. He was uber aggressive, though.
Same field. So there's only 3 on the leg side. We know Marzi loves to hit leg side. And they're dangling the carrot for him. Mishra to Mars Baji.
Oh!
Nervous little shuffle down the wicket first up.
That is a nervous shot from Mars Baji. He's gone walking in no man's land. The one thing he did do last night, which was interesting, is he went uber aggressive. He thought, I'm not going to play tiki-taka like he did on first. He tried to whack everything. So maybe if he does come off quickly, he could get his team set up.
Mr. J. Grant watching from Scotland saying Corey scrambling to piece together that betting slip he tore up.
Oh, no.
Last ball the second.
That's a good comment, that.
That's it, but not too much. End of a brilliant over from Mishra. And he goes for 6. And after 2 overs, the blinders are 18 for 2.
Yeah, 18 for 2. Question from in the chat. Who is the best medium pacer you've ever seen in ECL? Great question.
Because it's, where are you from? Church of the Ignorati.
Medium pacer. Great question.
Would you say kind of Baba's in there? Because we're basically ruling out anyone that's fast. So it's medium.
It's a very good question because we got a lot of mediums on the network.
How long have you got? Prakash Mishra, it's got to be in the
Oh,
conversation.
that's awful. That is one of the most honking calls I've ever heard.
Hello to Prakash, probably watching from Bulgaria right now. Just thinking of you.
Lack of.
Okay, you just clearly thought of the first Bulgarian. All right, Freedy, they're bowling him out here in the 3rd.
Actually, don't mind that decision. Sometimes you hold a player back and then the power play last over goes for a lot, but they've gone to a Freedy. The one thing is, though, Gooch will enjoy the pace on the ball. He does enjoy facing quicker bowlers. As you can see, he had time there to drop it into the offside. 50-50 on the supercomputer, but still a lot of work to do here for Brno. We know the blinders bat deep. Great bowling.
Yeah, I think he's a rhythm bowler, Riaz, so I don't know if it's worth the gamble to hold him back here. Did you want to get ahead in the game? Right now it's a 50-50 game.
Give me that betting slip back, Vinny. I was off him in a long way. It's just good length so far. I think Gooch, though, is ready to see a couple. I think he'll open the hands up in a moment.
top edge of Gooch, who's 0 off 6 now.
Well, Gooch is a different type of player. He won't sort of go crash bang wallop straight away. He'll give himself a couple of deliveries to get going. He'll be disappointed with that one. That's one of his more favoured shots. But he can catch up. There's only a few cricketers out there that can. He definitely can catch up.
This time he will get off the mark, and he'll get off the mark with 4 towards the end of the bat. Gooch is off the mark.
Well, that's his shot. That's the shot he really likes. He's good through the offside, and if you get it's a little bit too full, he'll punch you over mid-off. Freddie still has bowled a good over. I think the length he's bowled's been immaculate. And that might just stem the dressing room a little bit, who need a bit of confidence.
While we're here, I just want to say a big hello to Kerry Yates, and she'd like a shout out.
Hi, Kerry.
To the Bairnsdale Cricket Association, the Lucknow Magpies under 13 cricket team.
Wow.
Who tonight won the grand final.
Well, they've gone on the hit a little bit, but if you go straight away, you'll get the single.
So a special shout out to Darcy Buffer Johnson and Bo Williams. They won by 20 runs, and also winning the inaugural Andrew Gibbons Shield, named after Andrew Gibbons, a club legend, but was better known by his nickname, Ferret. So hello to everyone.
Rest in peace, the Ferret.
Saying that, award is very much alive.
Oh.
Last ball of the third. Does him. So this is game on here. Brno unbelievably favourites after 3 overs of the chase. The blinders 23 for 2.
A sensational spell from Afridi as well. He got his length 10 out of 10 that over, and Mars Bargy just fishing there, but I still think this game's very much alive, Vinny. The field will spread a little bit now, but look at that. They've really come roaring back. It was only after the 7th over they went 18, 25, 14, and then they've won over number 1, 2, 3. They've won the last 6 overs in the game.
I've got 4 words for you that I think have defined this chase. Jason van der Merwe. To get him first ball is complete game changer. Complete.
And you rode him off. You rode Brno off about 30 minutes. You were telling me this game's over.
If you just want to get an insight into who is a bit more long-term thinking versus short-term thinking out of Corey and myself, just go back to the first 2 overs of this game when you said they had no chance and they might as well pack their bags now. Anyway.
That's the coaching 101 coming out of me.
You're coaching him, you've already gotten on the bus. Mishra's back, bowling out their openers. How long can they afford to be careful? Baiji.
Oh.
Overcommits in a way.
It's one in the tush.
Hey, listen, I did tell you off air that I had some bad news for you. Would you like to hear?
Yeah, sure.
No, Istanbul KSK are coming up, the Turkish champions. Unfortunately, to be continued after this ball. Rolling cutter, and misjudged there by Riaz Afridi. Came in off the fence, and it went over his head, 6 runs.
Well, that could have been a huge moment. He came running in, but I think that bounced over the rope, and he should have probably caught it.
He rushed. He just was out of position here. Look at where he is compared to the boundary.
Oh, it's terrible. He's miles off the boundary and almost loses his ankles for his trouble. That's a big moment.
Don't need to over-attack here at the Cardamom Oval. You're only ever going to get one to you. I wonder if that's a bit of a circuit breaker as well. Anyway, to finish my bad news for you, the player affectionately known as the Sherpa, Murad Ozbek, left arm opening bowler, is not able to make the trip.
Are you kidding me?
Istanbul KSK.
He's the greatest left armer on the network.
Murad Ozbek is out of the squad.
I'm not watching.
But I can too. Actually, I've had 4 late changes, but you get used to calling some new players, and you can say hello to Habibullah Shamurandi, Hassan Yanar, Emin Kuyumku, and Razit Turkman.
Wow.
But the Sherpa not going to be a part of ACL 25. Attempted umpire clothesline there from Tyrone, but waves the arms too early. I know you'd be upset.
Heartbroken over in this corner of the box, Vinny.
Anyway, game on here. This is okay, Mars, but we'll have to settle for a single.
Yeah, interesting game on our hands. The good thing, I guess, for the Budapest Blinders, they only have to go at 13.8 and over, which we've seen at Cardamom Oval is doable. But right now, they're feeling a little bit of pressure, and credit to the bowling group. Brno have put it in the right spots more often than not.
good zone.
They've bowled a very good
Yeah.
length to Gooch. They've bowled one over pitch ball, and he ended up getting it just over a freebie, but their length has been good. And Gooch is 12 off 12, and if usually you'd be saying, oh, well, it's gone, but he is a player that likes to catch up.
But the thing is, he's got a simple mantra, I think, at this stage of the game. Block the good one and go after the bad one. Just hasn't had a lot of bad ones. And now this beats him outside the off stump, keeps a little bit low. So Mishra, what an outstanding spell from him. 1 for 13 off 2. And the blinders having to come from behind now. 31 for 2 after 4.
Well, they've got these two batters just a bit tense at the moment. They're 13 off 17 between them, and credit to the two opening bowlers. But now you're going to get into bowler number 3, bowler number 4, and bowler number 5, and that's not going to be easy. I think Baji might go and hit out here, see if he can get a big over for his team.
Yeah, it's
Funny old game,
like
this
a long
one.
way back, doesn't it? I mean, they can definitely do it. I mean, what's the required rate? It's about 15 and over.
I think it's 14's, right?
14.66.
It's definitely doable. I don't think they're it's not like point of no return. I don't think we'll ever see a point of no return in this innings. It's just this partnership. One of these two has to probably be there by the 9th.
Comes down to the fact that they're going to have to take a risk sooner or later.
I think Baji will go now. I think he's going to try and launch a couple of big ones.
Right, Matab Khan. Straight over the tram line, so that's not going to be a wide. So yeah, the importance of the 3rd and 4th bowler now following up the good work from the openers. You look at Riaz Afridi and Mishra. Afridi finished 1 for 17, Mishra 1 for 13. Matab Khan coming on here. Whoever they go to, they need to keep it up. That one big over could swing things back to the blinders. Misses spot by a little bit. I don't mind that. I think Tabaji just trying to make him fetch the ball from outside the off stump. Doesn't really like elevating over the offside. He can hit a cover drive along the ground. Right, really likes to hit his sixes to mid wicket. Just missed the mark again.
Well, this is one thing that we've just noticed. They've bowled their 4 best overs up front. So there will be a little bit of comeback to parity where you might get a few more wides now and a few more looser deliveries. They've gone, the openers 2 and 2, they've gotten ahead, but now the rest of the bowling group really has to turn up as well.
Hits this straight, hits it pretty well. That's going to be 4. It was kind of tram line, and Mars goes the old flat batter and picks up a boundary.
Well, he desperately needed that bat just for some confidence, because before that he was 1 off 5. That's now 5 off 6. But as I mentioned, as soon as the openers are out the attack at club level, usually you face things that are a little bit easier.
I also think he's on a shorter leash than he has been in the group games, as far as if he's 8 off 10 or something like that. I think they might look at making a change, especially if Gooch hasn't picked up the pace yet. Well, that's more like it though. Never mind that, says Mars. That's a brilliant shot. I just think the improvement in his game has come from the fact that he's now looking to kind of hit the line of the ball a little bit more. Earlier in the week, he was trying to hit that to mid-wicket. That was a very handsome shot. Maximal over long off.
It's a confidence-building stroke for Mars Baji, who first few balls looked a bit nervous. He was walking a lot and sort of looking more leg side. You're right, Vin. When he looks on the offside, he can definitely play the nice shots. 2
sides to every coin.
Game on.
Now he gets one that's a bit more in his zone, and he puts it away. Maximal, back to back. Or is it a Baji heater that could bring the blinders back into contention? 50-50 match.
Just takes one player to get on a heater, but Brno went top heavy with the ball. And if you go top heavy with the ball, the other players have to step up, and this is gentle medium pace. And Mars Baji, he is going to cash in now. He feels this is his opportunity to get them right back ahead in the chase.
Wow, high. Really high. It's a big moment. Outfielder coming in. Drops it. Oh, that's their own personal kind of Bermuda Triangle out there. Brno dropped a lot of catches in those positions. Nor puts him down.
Well, that has to be caught in a final. It's a sitter. Baji should be back in the sheds, and that could be match. That could be a huge moment, because we know the middle order's been struggling a little bit for the blinders. So a big drop in the context of the game.
Tried to take it fingers up, but hadn't quite got to the drop of the ball. I think he was also conscious of the infielder coming back there. Norkande. Gooch. Face the last ball of the 5th. Charges. Skies it. Another catching opportunity. This time it's taken. So it's Rahat Ali, the slot machine 777 that takes it. Gooch a big fish, uses 14 balls for 12, but doesn't get that one out of the middle. The pressure telling on the experienced Blinders batter. It's 50 for 2.
Two sides to the coin, isn't it? He likes to give himself time to get in and then play in the catch-up. But if you get out, it hurts you big time. So unfortunately, he didn't get going in this one, and this is a good game.
50 for 3, I should say, after that wicket of Gooch. So check it out. I mean, Afridi was there for moral support, but I was worried he was going to spook the fielder. Rahat Ali, in the end, Rahat takes it, and he's heard the big footsteps of Afridi charging him down. Disappointment for Gooch on this occasion. 50 for 3. Quick look into the commentary box then. Let's welcome you to the Dream Box. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. We've got Corey Ruckers with me. Special shout out to the Prague Dragons, Australian Football Club as well. I know that they're watching, and even though they're from Prague, they're supporting Brno, like I think the whole country is.
Has the footy started back home, has it?
Well, they're in Prague, so their season I don't think reflects the Australian football season. But I think it starts tonight.
There you go.
Tonight, Australian time. Hello to everyone. Looking forward to seeing you soon, and hopefully you're getting behind the boys here. Hello to all the Hungarian fans as well. I know that there'll be a lot of people watching in Budapest and outside Budapest as well, where we've had many European cricket series. I'll be hoping the Blinders can fly the flag for Hungary.
This is interesting. They're going to go to right arm off spin with a 6-3 field, Vinny. Look at this field.
Naveed Ahmed.
Wow.
So he takes on.
That's a
the
bit
leg
unlucky,
side.
actually. He finds the one person at deep mid-wicket. Yeah, interesting game. Mars Bargi's got himself ticking a bit, but I think he'll need some support. Farasat comes out. So a bit of spin. Spin's always high risk at Cardamar.
Bowling. I mean, Naveed's a very good bowler. So again, one of these people that's kind of like T20 bowler, but hates T10.
Question, would you take the trade-off? Gooch got caught, but Bargi got drops there?
Probably just on weight of runs on ECN. Maybe not, though, because he's lit that one up. Mars Bargi. Maximo launched that one over the trees.
Nice shot that time. I just think that to bring a right arm off leg side is just going to feed the wheelhouse of these two right-handers. I'm not sure of this tactic, and it's a crazy field. 3 backward points.
Yeah, you don't need that many.
It's
so
look
you
at that.
talk
You've got
about in the top left.
Short third, backward point, and another backward point.
Thing is, it's not like he ever really wants to hit it there either. Definitely drop one of them.
That's going to be a single into the hole, but yeah,
Eddie's kind of miss hit won't go for 4 over there like that. So maybe it's just trying to get him to play that shot and taking the gamble he doesn't hit it over the ropes. But you definitely could take one of those backward points. And
we'll take the one that's standing in front of the other one. Oh, missed dumping. I think that's a missed dumping, Vinny. Ratul, he had a good look at it. You're a keeper, Vin. Talk
to be
me
honest,
through.
I don't think he had that much time
He's
here.
out of his crease. He's got all the time in the world, Vin. Get off the fence. That is a missed dumping.
That's up. It's in the end. It's going to cost him straight away. Maximo saves Carreras. Yeah, going back to what you were saying there, he did feel it was one of those ones he had to rush. I think we saw it in slow motion, but because he had to kind of snatch at it, he fumbled it. And of course, next ball is pumped up and out of the ground. So this game just continues to deliver, doesn't it? That's 6 overs down at 65 for 3. The Blinders from Hungary need 54 of the last 4 overs to win this game.
A missed stumping and then a 6 the next ball always cost you. They got through a very dangerous top 3. Bargi's still there on 26. Mulder can wield the willow. I think we're going down to a last over finish in this one. It feels like it's going to be very tight indeed.
Okay, so here's Rahat who's going to bowl.
Just again, they're going with the 6-3 field. I get what they're trying to say, but I think as a batter, you just love looking at a field like this.
Maybe it's tempting Mars into leg side thoughts that are impure. But it's got to be in the right spot. If you get too straight to him, adios pelota. Rahat, experienced campaigner. He just misses his spot. But that's what he's thinking.
But even if he cuts it down, it's 1 to 1 of them. You don't need 3.
Oh yeah, I agree. I definitely agree. That I think at Rahat's pace as well, I don't think you need to go back on the boundary. To be honest, even the last over, I think it would have had the boundary rider out there. out on mid-wicket or square leg. So keeper comes up now.
Not sure on this either. The ledge now goes for 4.
I reckon he's thinking dab here. For all the people that are in that top left corner of the screen, little dab past the keeper. You beat the guy at short third, and that's 4. Low risk. Well, goes to the man that we said was completely redundant, and it saves a single. Actually, to be honest, I can think of 3 or 4 times you've been blatantly wrong this morning already. One of the bright minds of the European game.
Nah, still don't rate that. There'll be runs on the leg side that are just freebies.
It's well bowled by Rahat. That's going to be almost straight.
It's the greatest field setting in the world.
To the other guy that I said was completely redundant.
What do you think Mars should be doing? Batting miles outside off and sweeping everything.
He should be batting with his heels on off stump and daring Rahat to bowl at the stumps.
Absolutely.
Needs to take that tram line away. Remember, the line's a hard line on the offside.
So Farasat got a confidence building 6 off the previous ball that he faced.
Well, this one up in the air. Is it going? Is it going? It is maximal for Farasat. We know how hard he can hit the ball as well. I think there's a few heart attacks happening on the benches right now. 6 closer to the target for the blinders.
I just feel like that missed stumping from Ratul could be a huge moment. It should have been out. And now Farasat goes bang, bang, and with his second life, you just can't miss big opportunities in finals, Vinny.
All right, comeback ball for the slot machine. Gets a bit close to him. Now this is high. Afridi sees it late. Can't get there. Almost a wipeout. And in the end, it's not a terrible result for Brno. No one injured and conceding a single.
Yeah, just 1 to the total. When he first thought, I thought, okay, that's going to go all the way down to deep mid-on. But luckily there was no wipeout there. They almost took each other out, Vinny.
Oh, well, feel the tension.
I feel like the blinders have just steadied a bit here. 2 players are in. That's super important.
That's 6. That cracked off the bat. Kind of slot length there from Rahat Ali. Maximal, says Mars.
Well, it's gentle, isn't it? It's a slow, slow half volley. And, well, he's in now. They've given both batsmen a life, and these two are cashing in. A couple more 6s here almost kills this game off. I know there's a lot of work to do, but I just feel like if you don't take your 10 opportunities, batting teams will always chase it down.
Steady, yeah. Still work to do. Still 39 to get. Last ball of the over. And he goes for it. He skies it. Again, who wants it? Oh, it's going to fall into the hands of Rahat. Wow. What a catch. Baji, he skied one earlier, got away with it. This time the bowler ran the wrong way down a one-way street, but took it with Riaz honking his horn all the way. End of 7, 80 for 4. This game takes another turn.
Oh, pretty good catch considering the circumstances. Baji just gets a little bit over-adventurous this time and plays a bit of a slog sweep, or fetches it. Could have left it for a wide, and to be honest, I thought that was landing in no man's land. A very good catch off his own bowling.
Very, very good catch. I mean, to have two balls land between the infield and the outfield in the same over, he's so unlucky. Baji, though, hey, does his job, doesn't he? 33 of 16, scores it more than 2 a ball. Disappointed. Again, probably trying to go leg side, had it on his mind, fetched one from outside the tram line even. All right, so this is Jacob Mulder coming in. He's had a bit more of a leading role with the bat, I think.
He's been handy with the bat. Yeah. He's been really good with the bat. Still, what is it, 13 and over? Usually at 13, so back the batting side. It's a 3 or 4 6s and really kills this game off. But Brno have been plucky the whole game. They've just found ways to stick in it. Could be a big finish. What's the golden ball tingle?
I don't have a huge tingle. Summer Mahmood comes back for the Nomads against Pakai Care in the 1 versus 2. That's coming up in around about half an hour's time. Nomads bowling first. Back to the now. And his first one. Oh, it's going to get away from Naveed Ahmed. It got tattooed at him. It just faded, a bit like a drive off the tee. Never covered the line, and that's 4 runs to the blinders.
I don't think he ever wanted to stop it, to completely honest. It did fade a bit. I'll give him that, but nah. In a final, that kills you.
Just got to get Get the body behind it.
Doesn't help the
Hope for
bowler who
best.
bowls his first ball as well, goes for a
Suresh
boundary.
Ramara, the bowler. That's 6 as well. Picked up and smashed over the leg side. Maximal. Blinders in front now.
Yeah, Blinders definitely in front now, just half volleys, and they're putting him away. Farasat, who got that early life from the keeper, cashes in. 29 off 16 seems a lot easier.
And Farasat coming good at the right time for Budapest Blinders.
Farasat finding some form, and you can see it's shot back up to an 80% chance now. Those boundaries really helping.
Steadier here, Brno. Oh, that's not a great ball. Full toss. Big gap down the ground. 4 more. Not done yet, but the Blinders are on a heater. It's 25 off 15 required.
I think these boundaries here are killing it off, isn't it? 25 off 15 is pretty easy at Cardamar Oval. It's a full toss again. He just hasn't got going. But you just think about the first ball of the over. It probably should have been a single, and then a new batter on strike. Their fielding's cost them here.
Brno trying to find something. It's now or never, really. 2.5 overs left to go. Wouldn't even be in this position without late runs from Stain.
That's a better length. You just have to keep it simple and bowl a length ball. If you go half volley to players like this, they'll hit you for 6.
Biding his time at the other end.
Need a wicket, need to remove Farasat, get 2 new players, and it opens up the door. But if they don't get Farasat the way he's striking it, game over.
Got to take it down to a finish. Yeah, Brno. Run out.
Better length. Just missing it.
Just didn't come back enough, but not a bad spot to miss. Farasat goes now.
Yeah, you need a wicket, desperately.
What do they go up to? Maybe 40%? 30? Very interesting contest to start the day. Well bowled.
It's all the length.
Middle kind of length. You've seen what Farasat does. It's not a kind of natural cutter of the ball. And Morales fought back well in this over. Went 4-6-4. As I said, he's gone dot wide dot. It's perfect for him.
Huge ball, actually, in the context. This goes for 6, it's almost buried. If this is out, it's game back on. Huge ball, Vin.
Too short. Lifted up and out of here. Maximal. Just missed his length there. And that over ends up going magical. 21 off, and the 100's up as well for the Budapest Blinders, who are in the box seat now. It's 18 off the last 2 overs required. 101 for 4.
That missed stumping is going to come back and haunt them. It was an easy one. Farasat would have been out for an early wicket. And, well, the game has swung very hard to Budapest Blinders now.
You just think about it. You have your whole year, which is kind of gearing up to this moment. You win your domestic championship. You start season 2024, and then you work hard. You win your championship. You do what's required to qualify for this European Cricket League. Obviously, we did see the Blinders winning the ECS, and Brno won the T10 in Czechia. But then it all comes down to these 2 overs. So everything has come down to this. The new season doesn't start for a couple of months in both of these, or at least a month in both of these places. All right, all happens in the 9th. They're going to go to Mahtab Khan.
It's not a bad single, that. You just get the hot hand on strike.
I think it's about just trying to keep the gap between runs required and balls remaining. You can handle a 1. Obviously, love to get a dot in there.
They're going to need a wicket at some stage. Otherwise, Farasat will at least get 2 out the middle. So at some stage, if they can find a wicket, it might open the door again. But I think Budapest Blinds have just done enough here.
Feels like it. But we all know that things can take a twist. How about the Sophia Stars chase the other night?
That's true.
Kind of hit a brick wall, didn't it? Lifted up in the air. Fielder can't get it. I like the way he was attacking that Rahat as if he wanted to turn it into a catch. In the end, he just had to pull up, take it on the bounce.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Vin. If he takes that, almost it could change and shift the game. I think Mulder's got license here to have a crack as well, because 1-6 really hurts you.
It's been good hitting form, Jacob Mulder. Hawks at this, but will be called a wide.
Feels like the extras column has also started to grow a little bit too much. Have a look now. It's 3, 5, 6, 7, 8 extras in 10 overs is a lot.
In fact, it's 9 wides in there now.
It's a lot.
Including that one.
Another one. These extras kill you.
Part of it's the game plan, I think. They don't want to get too straight, but then they have gotten straight too many times when they've had to correct, so still cost them the runs. What happens in the 9th? Is there one last twist in this game? 10 deliveries remaining, 14 required for the blinders. They'll survive.
This ball. If they get the wicket, this ball. Bring a new batter out who might choke it up a little bit. Farasat hits this ball for 6, she done.
Tension around now.
This is the ball. It's 6 or out. What are you thinking, Vinny?
Just feel like Farasat's on song. And he'll get a little edge here. That's going to go for 4. So they had plenty of protection in that quarter, but nobody that fine. And the blinders surely now, they're miles in front, just 9 off 8 required.
Yeah, crazy to have that many people through backward point, but no one fine. So any bats 4. I think tactically they've been the worst team, Brno, with their fielding positions and so forth. So looking down the barrel at finishing 4th.
They'll always have game 1. Now I feel I've written them off, but all you have to do is take a wicket here, maybe sneak a dot, take it to the last over. Hit straight. Oh, Riaz has had some interesting moments down there. Only be a single that time.
I think this is another free swing here for Mulder. 6 kills the game.
I think he'll be going for it. Plenty of wickets in hand. Still good hitters to come here. Braz listed next. He's been in good form. Goes for it, slices it up in the air. Don't think it's carrying. Oh, it is carrying. That's a real turn of pace there to come in and grab that catch. Norkunde does very, very well. So it's a wicket, but probably more importantly, it's a dot for Brno. And the blinders lose Mulder for 2 with 1 over remaining. We're going to the last. It's 111 for 5.
I guess the good thing for the blinders is they've got Farasat on strike because that catch has been taken and Mulder will go back. So Farasat will have the strike. Good catch in the end. Vinny came screaming in and held it at full pace.
Yeah, I actually thought there's no way he was going to get there. But
Caught it in the inner ring.
Yeah, he's got the afterburners on. It's good anticipation and didn't have to dive. Couldn't organise it, just had to sprint and take. So Mulder not able to find the fence. Last over. I don't know. 7-7-7. Rahat coming on. If he concedes 7, it'll be a golden ball.
I think Farasat facing really helps them. If they can get him out, you make it 8 off 5. But, yeah, not easy. Definitely not easy for Brno to defend this.
One boundary kind of kills the game, doesn't it? One boundary kills the game. If we do get 7, and we've had overs go for 7, we've had overs go for none, and we are going to golden ball 72 to decide who stays and who goes.
Well, Farasat's going to try and lace a 6 here, and it could kill the game. If they get him out, game back on. Here we go.
Keeper stays up. 10th over. Goes for it, up in the air. Going, gone. And there's the boundary. Blinders surely home and hose now. Just 2 runs are required off the last 5 balls.
A terrible ball. It's a slow half volley, and Farasat munches on it. They've just dished it up in this back half of the lesser-known bowlers compared to the opens. He was batting out of his crease for that ball. That missed dumping, Vinny, probably kicks out Brno.
Yeah, I know it wasn't as easy as you think because he wasn't out for that long. Anyway, 2 to win. Wow, that could be it, you know. They go for 1. Will they go for the winning run here? They think about it. They hold up. They decide not to. The drama continues. Got to bring everyone up now. There's no more tomorrows. The scores are tied. You've just got to hope that you can keep Omar Zahid to 4 dot balls. You got to be very organised here. You got to bring the field right in. You need somebody probably at the bowler's end.
I think you keep 1 at back. You keep deep mid on because, for the catch.
Maybe.
You have to keep 1.
But then you need a short mid on as well. So, any score wins it. Zahid's got 4 chances to win the game for the blinders. And he's stumped. Well, there you go. It's almost like a running jab, and that's kind of nerves given the situation. So the old charging bunt from Zahid's going to cost him his wicket, and the scores remain deadlocked 3 balls remaining. 118, 118 with the blinders. 118 for 6.
It adds to the tension, but they're not going to mess this up, Vinny. He's got 3 balls. Any bat, if it goes anywhere, they're just running.
They got more time to get this field right. You've got to have someone covering the stumps at the bowler's end.
Hey,
That's a
teams
must.
don't do that. Teams
Why don't
It's
they?
a club.
Why
so
don't you teach them?
They don't know. But if he's trying to hit a normal shot there, he probably gets it away.
For a tool as well. He just says, all right, hit it and we win. And he didn't hit it. And, good take by Ratul as well. Just going back to the stumping, I don't want to harp on it, but I can understand. It wasn't as easy stumping as you think because he had to take it from wide of the stumps and he knew he had to kind of rush. And so that's why he dropped it. So I feel for Ratul a bit with that. I know how it's worked out. Hasn't been too great.
What about a wide to end here? Lefty comes to the crease.
Could be. All right, score's tied. Ibra to win the game now. Hits it. Oh, got to run him out. And he's hit the stumps. He's out. But it has changed the strike. Ibra's run out for a golden duck. Farasat will get the strike back. And this game continues. 2 balls to go.
Oh, you got to love it.
Now I'm searching for my betting ticket so I can try and tape it back together.
They needed 1 off 4. They now need 1 off 2, but Farasat's on strike. And good fielding. He took his time. He had a fumble, composed himself, and made sure he got it onto the stumps.
He needed the direct hit with the fumble as well. So, Farasat.
Couple of golden ducks, always
I still
interesting.
think now I kind of get you keep one floater back.
You've got to keep one back for the catch.
Pack the infield. That's the thing.
That's what they did. That's why that was run out. You always keep one back.
Rahat did really well to get back to the stump so quickly. Ibra hits, runs, has run out.
I think they could go one more on the off leg side straight. I agree, but anyway, Farasat's going to try bomber 6. Let's be honest.
Fielding practice for Brno.
This is tough as a fielder because you know it's
got
big.
A free shot to just try and bomb it.
Yeah, of course.
Here we go.
Bomb time.
Farasat to win the game and send the blinders to the second half of final day. And he will do exactly that. And that will cross the boundary. So, not sure if they completed the run or not, but I believe it's been given 4 runs. So, well, we go right to the second last ball. What a great eliminator. And don't forget, it's just the first of 4 matches today. So there's so much more coming up. You've got a feel for Brno. Gave it their best shot, but I think they'll know and be able to kind of pinpoint what was between them and going further in this tournament. Just the fielding, I think that's some of the tactics talked about, but this moment belongs to the blinders, the Hungarians, through to qualifier 2.
Yeah, good game between 2 evenly matched teams. And well, in the end, Farasat does the job for his team. He gets the runs, the captain. He brings up a 50 with that shot, so he did really well coming out when he did. Him finding some form is going to help them for the rest of the day.
This is what's coming up with the Zurich Nomads taking on Pakar Barcelona, but now we know that the loser of that game will have to take on the Budapest Blinders in qualifier 2. And of course, the winner of the next game will go all the way through to the Group D final tonight. So, yeah, pretty entertaining game there. Brno, they fall just short. But obviously, they've brought a great flavour to the competition. They've got some characters in there. And looking forward to getting over to Czechia. I know that at Brno, they have a great ground that maybe they won't be able to use after this year. So maybe it'd be a great time to have a European cricket series down in Brno again. Now, we still got a couple of slots to fill. But the Blinders, well, it certainly wasn't standard. They lost Van der Merwe for a duck. But they do recover to be the winners of the Group D Eliminator and progress to the second half of finals day.
Yeah, congratulations to them. We'll have a very quick look at the highlights, Vinny, and wrap this one up because we've got another game just around the corner. It was always going to be an interesting chase, but when Van der Merwe went very first ball, Vinny, we thought, well, Brno, could they be on here?
Yeah, it was a big moment, wasn't it? JVDM had to walk back. Garney seemed on, didn't he? They had this tactic where they just left kind of open spaces on the leg side, outfield. And he was kind of feasting on it, wasn't he? But then went for one shot too many. That one pretty much straight as a die. Crashed into middle stump. Mishra was excellent. And it was the good work of the openers, Riaz Afridi and Neeraj Mishra, that really kept Brno in this game, created an opportunity for them to get the win.
Yeah, absolutely. And, well, Brno, they tried their best. They picked up some big wickets. This was a big moment where Stefan Gooch probably should have been caught, but in the end, Afridi completely misjudged and it goes for 6.
Yeah, it's another one they probably go back and wish they had again. But yeah, Gooch and Baji, a little bit tough to get going, Gooch in particular. And Baji broke the shackles, didn't he? Actually ended up with 33 off 16. Played some really nice shots in there. I know they were very happy that he was up and going last night. They know that he didn't have the best start to the tournament. Raihat took a good catch to get Gooch for 12. And 14 balls used, so Stefan just not able to get going in that one. That's cricket, I suppose. But the Blinders, they kind of held true to their tactics. They continued to be aggressive. It just went a lot closer than I think that they were hoping. Baji found the offside. I think it's been real key to his turnaround. Then kind of went back to old habits here, dragging this one from outside the tram line to get caught down the ground. And Brno just felt that maybe they have a chance. And Farasat, he then kind of went on a bit of a heater himself. There was that misdumping, talked about it at length. But I think Brno, they got their tactics right a lot of the time. It's probably not enough to defend this, because there was the odd ball that they were able to get kind of tram line with that field, but the ones that got too straight, typically they disappeared. Budapest Blinders were closing in. Mulder had a bit of a free swing at this last ball of the night. Nice catch by Kande coming in from deep point. But when Farasat smashed that 6 off the first ball of the 10th, it was as good as done. Single tied the scores, and then it was a little bit of the old shake and bake time there, I think, as Zahid just tried to literally run the winning run without hitting it. And then we had this run out, so we had 2 wickets in 2 balls. But Farasat, he did get the strike back after that run out, and he was able to manufacture 4 off the last ball that got the Blinders the win. So congratulations to them, commiserations to Brno, of course. And the Battle of the Bees, it's the Blinders that will continue in this ECL.
And the Blinders, they have a pretty big ceiling. If they can click, they could cause some upsets this afternoon. Let's have a look at the scorecard. And well, it was Farasat, that crucial 51 off 17. Here's the difference. 11 extras is a lot when you're defending 121. And they did a good job to get through the top 3. They just couldn't get in the number 5.
Yeah, and actually brings up his 50 because it was credited 4 at the end. So the ball must have crossed the rope before they finished, completing the winning physical run. 2 for 29 for Mahtab Khan and 2 for 26 for Rahat. But the early work was done very well by Riaz Afridi and Mishra. Picked up a wicket apiece, and both of them had excellent economy rates. So commiserations, as I said, to the Czech side. For the Hungarians and they're related, they will continue to the second half. But we will continue when we're back in just about 10 minutes. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Corey Ruckus. Quick look at the teams there. Osama Mahmood coming in for the Zurich Nomads. Paco Care are batting first after getting sent in. So that game will start in around about 15 minutes. We're back in 10. So sit tight. We're only just getting started. This is Group D, Finals Day, live from Spain. You're watching the European Cricket League.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, Brno, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox.
Action continuing here at the Cardama Oval in Group D Finals Day. It's in full swing. Coming up now, we have Qualifier 1 between the two teams that finished in the top two positions in the group. It's the Zurich Nomads of Switzerland taking on Pakaiker Badalona, the former ECL champions. The Sheriff is in town, Charles Croucher. Now we'll conduct the coin toss for Qualifier 1.
Thanks, Vinny. Zurich Nomads, you're the home team. You'll toss the coin. Pakaiker, your call. Andalusia is the call. It's European cricket. Nomads won the toss. They're going to have a bowl.
So the Zurich Nomads have won the toss and elected to bowl. So the Nomads have had a really interesting couple of days really on the field. They had a little bit of a shocker in their first game. They went down to Brno, but they've recovered. They've won all their other games. They ended up actually beating Pakaiker Badalona yesterday, so they will have some confidence that they can get this done. Got a real raw team. I quite like that. There's some real experienced heads in there, but then they also have some of these kind of young guns that I think they're starting to get used to the bright lights and all the attention of the European Cricket League. Also, I think they've got some really good options with the ball. They've got left armers, right armers, they've got some spin in there. So let's see how they go against the Pakaiker Badalona team. Okay, we know they're missing one or two players that we have seen here at the Cardama Oval before, but they just know how to win, don't they? And the other thing about Pakaiker Badalona, they're bowling. You're going to get some very, very tough stuff thrown at you when you do get on the park in the second half. Wonder how Fahim Nazir's feeling. Obviously took one on the elbow last night, and of course he'll have to face up to Mohamed Kamran when it is the Nomads' turn to bat. Well, Corey Ruckers is in the commentary box. I know we've enjoyed it so far. I know you're going to enjoy this one too. And it's the Nomads to bowl first after winning the toss in Qualifier 1. So Pakaiker, maybe some bubba time with the bat. Over to you. Let's get ready for the start of this big match.
Thank you very much, Vinny Sandu. Welcome back, everyone around the world. Looking forward to this game between the Zurich Nomads taking on Pakaiker Badalona. The winner will go through to the final tonight. The loser will be playing the Budapest Blinders in the next game. There's our wonderful clock as it ticks over and gets close to 1 p.m. local time. Our officials ready for this one, and this should be a good game of cricket. I think the Zurich Nomads are on a bit of a heater. They've got momentum, they're bowling and batting well. They'll probably go into this as slight favourites. Pakaiker Badalona, we know, are very reliant on their top four this trip, and if they pick up early wickets, that sort of depth in the team will be tested. Looks like Mohamed Babar, and they've gone back to the left-handed Mohamed Yassin at the top. So expect to see Zain Naqvi listed at 3, Mohamed Kamran at 4, Bikramjeet Singh at 5. But after that, it is a bunch of youngsters that aren't known for their batting ability. If you look at the Zurich Nomads, I think there's a bit more depth there with the bat and also with the ball. It'll be a good contest. We've seen in this group that on occasion, it's not really the 150, 160 sort of group, 120 sort of plays here. Supercomputer favouring Pakaiker Badalona. They're probably going on history a little bit, but if we look at how this tournament's been going, Zurich Nomads had a pretty comprehensive victory yesterday over Pakaiker Badalona. And I still think the three teams left in this group have a genuine shot of making it through. There's Mohamed Babar. Found a little bit of touch yesterday, but he is probably the barometer for the day. If he has a good day with the bat, I think Pakaiker go through. If he doesn't, and they are a little bit thin. Mohamed Yassin's a bit more of a conventional cricketer. You won't see him slog too much, more a timer of the cricket ball. He's opening. I've really been impressed with this man. I think he bowls magnificently. Shiraz Sawari bowls a heavy length, a heavy ball, and he gets it through, and he has made it very difficult for majority of the opening batters. Big contest early. If they can get through the top 3, I think that will go a long way for them to winning this game. They did it yesterday, and that's what helped. Can they do it again? Warm welcome to all the viewers around the world. Hope you're ready. It's finals day, Group D. The Swiss taking on the Spaniards. We're almost set to go, just waiting for it to tick over 1 p.m. local time. It does. The umpire says play. Here we go. Ball number 1 of this contest. Well, it starts with the wide down the leg side. That looked like a genuine loosener. Almost everything in slow motion. Well done from Hassan Ahmed just to get a claw on it, pat it down. Sawari yesterday bowled a spell of 2 overs, 1 for none. Quite remarkable. You see there, he really gets nice lift and carry. He's a bustling sort of bowler. Comes from the chest and the shoulder, but he gets a lot of bounce. That there, very good ball. Goes fuller. Bubba watches it pretty closely and clips it into a pocket of space, but gets picked up. So that'll just be the single. The first run off the bat. That'll bring Yassine onto strike, who has made a couple of 20s in the tournament so far. I think he'd like to convert one of those 20s. He's particularly strong through mid-on, actually, and hitting straight along the ground. If you keep it back of a length, you have your best chances against him. Big contest early in this game. You can already feel a bit of tension. It's really well bowled from Sawari. He's done this all trip. I'm not too sure how the fielder missed it. Having a bit of fun with the fielding now, but it's a seriously good ball to a new batter first up. Jars in the Yorker. Almost tapped it further away. Could start again from Sawari. He's been on song this trip. That one pulled away into a pocket of space. That actually might go for 4, and it will. That's not a bad shot. Maybe not out the middle of the bat, but it'll be the first boundary in the contest. So 4 to the total. Expected score 88. It's pretty rogue, but I think anything around 120 in this group seems to be the way. Cramping in for room a little bit, but Yassine was able to get his hands through the ball and get it away for 4. Big opening partnership with Nakvi at 3 and Camran at 4. I think the Zurich Nomads know that as well. Deep fine and deep square, the 2 boundary riders now. It's pulled hard, and it is going to find deep square leg. One bounce as he taps it away, just the single. Not a bad shot, but straight to the fielder. They set the field for that. So 7 off the first. Last ball for Sawari. Good ball, really good ball. He's got some genuine pace, and Baba, well, make sure he runs it out this time as it comes off his body. It'll just be a single, so the over is complete, and the score is 8 for none. You can see that genuine pace there, hurrying up Mohamed Baba, and good opportunity to welcome back Vinny Sandhu. Vinny, you're back now. What are you thinking for this one?
Kind of think obviously Paco can't rely on their top order, but they've got a lot of experience in it. Even the younger players have had a lot of experience in the format, so that, and they're probably used to the cameras a bit more as well. Nomads, had a couple that haven't played too much on the network, but
do you think the cameras on day 3 matter though?
no, I think that they're settling a bit now. I think Nomads have won every game since that first loss to Brno.
Well, if you talk about going into finals day in form, they're the informed team,
definitely.
with bat and with ball.
But I mean, I'm wondering, Nazir facing up to Camran, is he batting metre out of his crease? And he warmed on the elbow yesterday. Dawood Zai, and he's going to start by getting one very, very close, and he's gone. I got to say, I was waiting for the sound of ball on stump there, but we'll have a good look at it. Baba's going to have to go. Got to say, I only had it kind of corner of my eye, but It did look pretty adjacent to me at first look. Let's have a look at it on the replay.
He goes for his famous flick shot. If you miss it, bad things happen. Let's have a closer look. I think it clips the back.
Yeah,
pad.
it's such a weird one. I think that's hitting the stumps.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
I don't see it missing leg. I don't see it being high. Definitely not high. You can actually see where it hits there. So then when you look at the main camera now, you can kind of just imagine that that pad's not there. Is that ball hitting the stumps? And I think it's one of those times, even though you can see middle and off, I still think that's hitting some leg stump. So I actually think it's a good call.
Hasn't got his flick shot going this trip, and that's a huge wicket in the context of the game. Bubba goes back to the sheds. It means Nakvi comes out at 3, and all, like we've been saying, there's a soft underbelly for Pakai Care this trip. 2 or 3 wickets, and this Swiss team, they'll be thinking about the final tonight.
Yeah, what a good piece of bowling from Dawood. Just didn't give him room to work with. Nakvi goes carefully.
Well, this is the thing, Finn. They lose the player that usually gets on with it in the power play for them. So Dawood picks up the big wicket. And now they do feel the pressure. Pakai Care are behind.
Yeah, well, people watching on here and all around the world. Forward at the stumps again. It takes off and gets through for a single.
The thing is with this Pakai Care team, they lose their enforcer in the power play. They don't really have too many enforcers in that lineup. So this is a dream start for Zurich Nomads. I think that was a fair enough decision, Vinny. I think that's clattering into leg stump.
Yeah, I would do that thought experiment. If you just visualize that ball without a batter. Is it hitting the stumps? I think so. I think it's getting a bit of that leg stump, probably at least half. I would say it's a big fish. You've seen, it's looked pretty good when we've seen him. He's an excellent on driver of the ball. They've got the long on back at the moment.
Yeah, he's been getting a couple of 20s. I'm sure he'd like to go bigger than that today.
Cracked, but straight to the fielder. Yassine's gone. 2 of the big fish are back in the pavilion. It's Qual with the catch. Double strike for Dawood and Pakai Care in early trouble. 9 for 2.
Well, we've been calling it, Vinny. If they lose early wickets, they're in a lot of trouble. He cracked it, but straight to cover. And cover isn't going to drop that. They had 5 men in the ring on the offside. And it's now 9 for 2. This Swiss team, Zurich Nomads, they are just on song in this tournament.
Hit it okay, but didn't try and keep it down. It was one of those, didn't really try to go over the top, didn't try and keep it on the ground either. Got to hold your catches. As Cameron gets out of his seat.
Ooh.
We'll have a very unusual look at Yassine, but there he is. Walks past the Rado clock for 5. And it's 9 for 2.
They're 1 wicket away from getting into players that aren't so well known at Cardimer Oval, at least. And they know that, Zurich Nomads. They're well ahead in this game. Cameron comes out, but he's still trying to find his batting flow.
We'll say he's pretty well known at Cardimer Oval.
Yeah, I said 1 wicket away.
Yeah.
But batting-wise, Cammy's a good batter, but I wouldn't say he's one of those players that you see making huge scores consistently. Oh.
Oh, he's going to walk at the first one, and he's going to get it over the top for 4. So Cameron is naturally gifted cricketer, isn't he? So it doesn't matter what he's doing. Just put the pressure back on the bowler there.
It's a brave shot first ball. It's a counter-attacking shot and a nice shot as he gets it over cover for 4. So a much-needed boundary, but to play a shot like that first ball, he's high risk. He gets away with it. So Pakai Care.
Time to think.
Yeah, they're on the ropes a bit here. Sawari's definitely going to be bowling the next as well, Vinny.
Yeah, it's a fun play to watch. Cameron, always fun to watch.
Shot.
Beautiful little flick away. Kind of threatened to straighten, didn't it? But never did. And he just dismissively flicks it down to fine leg for 4 more.
Well, they need the best of Cameron with the bat today. 17 for 2 after 2. 2 boundaries just steady them a little bit. But I know this Zurich Nomads team know they're a couple of wickets away from getting the youngsters out there. Nice leg glance that time.
Such a big advantage as well. Remember, whoever wins this game, they will be top seeds for the final. I don't think we'll have any rain by then. And hopefully we don't have any at all in the next 24 hours. But there is some suggestion it will come in after sunset. And so if you did have a rained out final, the winner of this game will be the qualifier for Championship Week.
Is there some rain around tonight?
They're expecting it to start probably around about just after the final ends.
Okay.
But of course,
Yeah, you don't want to run that risk, do you?
no. There's many reasons you want to win this game. That's just one of them.
Sawari, the very impressive opening bowler coming on again.
Yeah, something about Sawari, isn't there?
Yeah, he's bowled super well.
Big Hercules. Just unleashing a few thunderbolts.
Swiss god.
There he is. Over 3 last of the power play.
Shot.
Beautiful lean shot there. That's actually going to go for 4. Well, I was going to say it's going to go for 4. I think it might have actually pulled up short.
What cricket have we just watched just then, Vinny? I feel like we've just gone into proper cricket mode.
I was kind of mesmerised by that ball going across the turf, but credit to the field, never gave up on it. Let's have a look at it on the replay. Has he done this?
Well
he
done.
has, yeah.
How's the shot and the cricket and
Oh.
along the carpet and the fielding? And
Wakas Kawaja.
he just went into test match cricket professionalism.
What a great stop.
Why was the umpire looking at the ball? It didn't even go over the rope.
Maybe he got a bit of fingernail stuck in it. I'm not sure, but I think the bowler threw it to the umpire, just querying something.
Lovely shot for 2.
Wasn't it? Nakvi faces up again. Now he's got this wrong. It's up in the air. Can the fielder get there?
Oh.
He does, but he can't hold on.
Huge moment in the game. That would have been 3 down and into the soft end. And he's heartbroken. His heart is in pieces.
Oh, Qual did well to reach it. Had to track it back. These are never easy. Kind of over the shoulder.
Oh.
Just misjudged at the last moment.
That's a big moment, Vin. That's the thing with Sawari. It's difficult to pull because it hurries you up.
Kamran. Pace against pace. Oh, yeah. Bouncer down the leg side will be called wide.
So wide for down the leg side. Did he use the one for the over, Vinny?
Felt like it. Let's have a look at it.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Good take by Hassan Ahmed. He's kept really well in this series. Kamran. This is up and over the top. That's going to be 4. So Sawari is pace in, pace out. Kamran, maybe this is a chance for him to build a bit more than a cameo.
Yeah, lovely shot that time. So Cammy's gone 4 over cover. He's leg glanced to 4, and that's a nice shot over point. And he's faced 3 balls. There's another short ball, well directed. Just the one in the offside. Cammy's looked good for his 4 deliveries. Nakvi, I don't think we've seen the best of in this group stage just yet, Vinny. He's been a little bit hit and miss. I know they're reliant on him making a lot of runs, but if Nakvi can find form, they'll be okay. But he just seems a little bit late on things this trip.
Just a little bit.
Yesterday versus Mulder, and he's just not got into full flow.
Had some interesting challenges while he's been out there. We know how good he can be. Pitches up, nice looking cover drive this time. Bit more work for the outfielder. Just a single. So it's a dream power play for Nomads.
What
really.
we're seeing is because they don't have that batting depth like the old days, you're seeing shots that are a little bit more cautious, where in the past they would have tried to pump those for 6. So that dressing room's probably a little bit twitchy. A couple of big fish gone. That was a big drop though, really big drop.
Yeah. How many times out of 10 would you expect him to catch that?
6. Thought he made good ground, to be fair.
5. Down leg side, it just bounces off the keeper. Does at least stop the top of him going to the boundary. So 2 runs for free there.
Yeah. 2 free runs down the leg side.
If you're really on fire, then probably gets a little bit of glove and maybe got a caught behind opportunity there.
Boy, there's such a big moments in this game already. You want that fast track to the final.
Supercomputer's packed up for the day. Started at 88 and hasn't moved. I think it might be. Well, up in the air again. Fielder's going back with the flight. This time no one's got a play on it. Plugs. Again, Nakvi, another one that's just not out of the middle, but he gets away with it. And it's the end of the third over. Pakai Care, 31 for 2.
You know what it is? I think people are trying to pull Sawari quite straight, where actually you need to maybe get the hook shot out a bit more and go with the pace.
Well, then you have to go get your body more inside
You
the
got to
line.
be brave. Yeah, you got to be brave.
Yeah.
Anyway, good games. 8, 9 and 14. A little bit of a counter-punch from these two who have come to the wicket together. But yeah, those 2 big wickets, especially Baba, who hasn't got firing just yet. 31 for 2 after 3.
And now the expected score's gone back to 0, so it must be thinking again. So we'll wait for it to fire up another score for us.
I think that obviously they would love that 150 score, wouldn't it? But this just isn't that sort of team. I think they're a 120 team and then rely on the bowlers to do the job. Looks like the keeper's going to come up to the stumps here. Seen a bit of that today. Keeper's happy to come up to the stumps. Always good to see.
Yeah, I think it's gone out of fashion a bit at the higher levels of the game.
It actually has.
Everyone's so good at little jinks now.
Yeah, it actually has. Everyone can ramp and reverse paddle at the higher levels.
Just another dying art that I perfected that is pretty useless these days. No, it's an important skill still. I think that would really set the field. Hassan's still waving his arms around from behind the stumps. Dawodzai coming back. Remember his first over, he took 2 for 9. It was in the second. Wow, hit straight and hit very well. Solid drive from Cameron. Maximal, 6 runs.
Well, Cammy's come out and actually looked $1 million. He played a cut shot, a drive over the covers, a leg glance, and now 1 straight. So we'd said that. Obviously, he's known for his bowling, but when he is on with the bat, it is nice to watch.
I think with Cameron, it makes him a bit different to some other cricketers that we see, is that he makes very sound decisions at the crease, and he actually just plays the right shot to the ball that's bowled at him. He doesn't really have any tendencies. So that one was kind of pitched up. Can hit straight, he will. He'll hit over cover, he'll flick to leg, but only when the ball kind of dictates that. Just like that.
Shot.
Smashes it through the covers and 4 more.
Well, he looks like he's seeing it like a watermelon today, Cameron. He's hit it to Alistair Priddle, but Mr. Baywatch out there doing some roaming.
Good to know the supercomputer has been fixed, I'm told, so we can trust the numbers.
That's a beautiful cricket
Just
shot.
a standing that doesn't overcommit forward, kind of reads the length very well. Beautiful cricketing shape, finds the gap.
Yeah, making a cannon noise off that Grizzly bat as well.
This time, I have to settle for a single down the ground.
Well, Cameron's got going, but can Nakvi find his touch? Just a little bit of a counter punch from Pakai Care, but this partnership has a lot of pressure on it. This is the partnership they need to go hard. Zurich Nomads know they may be 1 wicket away from getting into that softer underbelly.
Goes up and over the top, and that's going to fly over the giant ball. Maximal, 6 for Nakvi.
Some beautiful hitting in this over from these two at the crease, just inside out over cover. Nakvi's got that potential in him. When he smokes it, it looks beautiful. That's a great cricket shot. High bat lift, snap down on the ball, just lean back a little bit to get the elevation.
Bit the Max O'Dowd in his setup. He's got a very high stationary back lift.
Pretty big compliment.
Not really like a lift, it's like a bat hold. Now, standing pull, up in the air, 2 fielders converge. They can't make the play.
He just hasn't got the pull shot going as good enough so far for Nakvi, but his driving's looked good. 49 for 2 at the moment. Last ball of the 4th. They've fixed the run rate up a bit. Look at this vid. Look at the Scorpion.
Yeah, I like
Spine cruncher.
They'll throw themselves around, this team. Last ball for Dawodzai. Middle kind of a length. This time no Scorpion required. That'll be the 50 for Pakai Care. They've had to work pretty hard for them so far. 4 overs into this qualifier 1. And Pakai Care Badalona, 50 for 2.
Good partnership growing here. They've put on 41 already in 2.2 overs. So they've done it during a high pressure moment in the game. Having a look at the Worm so far, it was a sedate start, but just going in the right direction at the moment for Pakai Care.
So Pakai Care started 65% favourites now. I think last I saw was 63. So
I actually think before the game, that's probably doing history But I just think with the way this group is, I think Zurich Nomads went in today slight favourites.
Okay.
They've played the best cricket in the group.
Yeah.
Bit of spin.
Both teams had one loss, one off performance. Just Zurich had theirs first up. Pakai Care probably had theirs against the Nomads where they got outplayed. Niasi, kind of a bit of a crossroads moment here. There's your 3 backward points to the spinner. I think 2 would do the job. Anyway, here we go. Clever bowler. Niasi, like all bowlers, he gets collected sometimes.
You know why so many teams are getting away with this 3 backward points? No one's playing a paddle sweep or a little ramp for 2 or 3, or 4. No one does it, and the teams are getting away with it.
I just think he might be thinking of that little lap. Nakvi, his eyes went there. Or he could just do this. He steps back and he puts it up. And great effort. Has he done this?
Oh, that is incredible fielding.
Have to check the feet.
I think he's done it. Brilliant fielding.
I thought that was going. Let's have a look. It's all about where he takes off from. So I don't know if we ever get the feet here.
I thought that was 6 for all she wrote. Oh, is he behind the rope? Well, we might have to have a closer look.
Come on, boys, come on!
Oh. Yeah, I think they just need to check where he took off from, but I think he got away with it. Well done. Well done.
Throws in the leggy this time. I can't believe he stopped that, pulled that back from the beyond. Anyway,
Shot.
100% effort this time. It's going to go into the gap for 4. And he can't believe it. Not meant to be a gap there. Well, sunglasses have come off, but the result's going to be 4 runs. Finals day pressure, finals day action. You're seeing it all here in European cricket.
What I've liked about this inning so far from these two, they've shown that you can play shots on the carpet at Cardamom Oval. That's a high percentage shot to not get on. He's just kept it on the ground for 4. 56 on the board now.
Yeah, he's interesting because he's just got a genuine leg spinner.
He just did it then, yeah.
Yeah, and he doesn't really disguise it, but he's like, all right, play it. Now, you could probably just genuinely bowl leg spin if you wanted. But Kamran has moved to 30 now, just 10 balls. Quicker one. Miss for Kamran.
That's his first sort of false stroke. Geez, that was such good fielding, Vinny. If that's a 6 at the start of the over, you're always playing catch-up as a bowler.
I love this comment from Pramod Yadav in the comment section. Pretty simple. Just Nakvi cross emoji. Lucky tick emoji. Well, Kamran is going to go to the skies here, but he's in trouble. He's gone. There's the 3rd wicket. Niazi chips in. The move to spin works out for the Nomads, and Pakai Care 56 for 3.
Well, big wicket in the game. He finally missed times 1. He was looking good, and a big wicket, you're right, Vinny, because it does start to open up and end a little bit. The counter-attack has been stopped. 56 for 3.
Knew exactly where to stand there to take that catch. Have a look at it on the replay. Goes and fetches it from outside off. I think it's actually a lack of pace, kind of tempts Kamran into hitting that leg side. It was pace on. That's a ball he's driving over mid-off or over cover. So he goes the hoik and pays for it. It's Abab Khan that judges it to perfection. Niazi with his first wicket. Kamran, pretty good looking 30, but he's gone too soon for Pakai Care fans. 56 for 3.
So he's out for 30, and now we get into some other players that aren't so well known at Cardamom Oval. Bikramjeet Singh at number 5 has a big job to do.
Mention him as a kind of jack of all trades. He's a very versatile cricketer, Bikram.
Bats with the sunnies on.
Yeah, it's just
Big fan.
Not a huge fan of the glare. So that's why he wears them pretty much all the time. Leg spinner. Channeling his inner Shane Warne into the foot marks first up, but it drifts down leg side for a while.
Hey, Bikramjeet missed out there, so there's only 3 on the leg side. Any bat that's running away for 4 just had to catch up, couldn't do it.
Sun does well to block the angle down the leg side. Oh, he does it. Just rocks out another leg spinner. Interesting.
It's a horrific shot. 5 overs complete, Vinny. 57 for 3.
Well, special comments there from Spanish national coach Corey Ruckers. Let's welcome you into the commentary box. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, Corey Ruckers with me. Hopefully you are enjoying the festival of cricket. That's the European Cricket League. There's no other competition like this in the world. We have 35 teams from all around Europe. They're not professional cricketers.
No.
In 99% of cases, you're looking at, kind of regular people out there doing what they love. with the team that they love playing for, and obviously in front of a global audience.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing, isn't it? It's like your local club cricketer now has 13 cameras, commentators, and the whole show, and they absolutely love it. That's why you see some of the best highlights, some of the more comical highlights as well.
See it all here. Brno will be in the second half of the day for Corey. He's going to enjoy the second half of his day, I'm sure. Here's Fahim Nazir staying with the keeper up. I think there's a little bit of the psychological about having the keeper up at this level sometimes. So it's just kind of, it's a bit intangible, but it makes batters feel a bit uncomfortable, like you're in their space.
It's a pretty good take as well.
A little bit claustrophobic. So obviously you've always got the chance of the stumping as well. That goes wide hole, but he's going to pay the price. That's going to be 4. Just overcooks it a touch in his ear. I know he's battling that elbow yesterday. Took a real nasty one. If you've ever taken the ball in the end of the elbow, it's no laughing matter, even though it hits your funny bone. But that's a nice shot by Naqvi. Get that high back lift. Just gets under it. Gets 4 runs. Up in the air. Flying away for 6 more. Maximo for Naqvi, starting to get into his work. Fahim Nazir has the ball back in his court.
I think they've just misread the room here to Naqvi. Naqvi's played 3 or 4 cross bat shots and hasn't timed any of them, but when it's been on the drive, he's actually batted quite beautifully. Maybe it doesn't go in the direction he would have liked, but that flies away for 6. He's got to bring that sort of length back a bit.
Closer to where he's going for there, Nazir. Went for a magical half and over, 10 in his first 3. Can claw it back though.
To be fair, it's a good recovery from Pack. Okay, they were 9 for 2 of 10 deliveries. We saw that dropped catch. Fielding wins games on finals day. They've come back pretty strongly so far.
So it's kind of in the slot, but he gets away with it. One thing about Nomads, they've got that kind of that bubbling enthusiasm, don't they, as a side. They've worked really hard to get here. They actually won the first ever European Cricket Series we held in Switzerland, which is going all the way back to, I think, June 2020.
Wow.
Won it in slightly greasy conditions. Hassan Ahmed took a very important catch late in the piece. Alton won every game and then lost that final. But we didn't see them win the ECS when we were there in 2023. Great take, that late tail, but swings for a wide. So yeah, they wanted this shot. They've got this shot. They're going to make it count.
Yeah, absolutely. Good keeping there. Went away late. Just got his hand down on it.
Getting some compliments for your peacock shirt as well, Corey.
Yeah.
Good today.
Thank you. Again, a lot of compliments lately. Look what a budget can do.
All right, that's it. And that one's going to go all the way. Maximo. Seismas. Oh.
That's 6 runs. Nice. In the end, he gets another splice drive. And, well, if you're going to bowl outside the off stump, you always run that risk. So that's now 76 for 3 after 6.
Yeah, swings hard. No one back here. Going, and flying over the boundary for 6 carreras. That will be at the end of the 6th over. It's 76 for 3.
Just think they missed a trick there to Naqvi. They're bowling wide of off stump, and they knew he can smack those drives, and it's really sort of broken the shackles a little bit for him. They've gotten through 3 of the top 4. There's one more they got to get through.
Yeah,
It's not that Abbas and Moksham and Bikramjit can't hold a bat, but it's just not as heavy as it used to be for Pack.
Yeah, it's not quite as intimidating, I suppose. Hassan Abbas in there, for example, does have an ECN century. So they'll know what they need to do, Pack Care. Back to Niazi now. He's going to bowl over number 7. And he's going to get met first ball up into the jungle. Maximo, first one for Bikramjit Singh.
Well, the dressing room still looks quite calm. Just a little round of applause for Bikramjit Singh, who gets that one out the middle of the blade.
Already thinking ahead, we're going to have a great contest between the top order of the Nomads and the opening bowlers of Pack Care.
Well, yesterday they subdued the Pack Care bowlers by just seeing them off for 8 or 9 off and over, and then they capitalised later.
Nazir had no problems with Kamran, but couldn't handle the power. He wore one on the elbow against the Assassin's pacement. But yeah, so, I guess the Nomads love the confidence. They were able to win this game yesterday. Doesn't look like Pack Care are going to bat him out of it here.
I don't think any team's been batting anyone out of it in this group at all.
Leg spinner. Nope. It's the regulation, and it's going to be out of the ground. Maximo, 6 more to Nakvi.
Well, Nakvi's found form at the right time for that dressing room. They needed someone in the top 4 to go bigger, and he might be the player to do it. He's 38 off 15 now, and that's the most convincing short ball that he's played so far.
Yeah, watch that one flying through the cardamom sky. A lot of people are tracking various weather apps saying that there really should be rain here, but we just keep getting the cardamom oval halo.
In the last 3 days, we've been so lucky.
We're actually quite bright here at the moment. There's the leggy. Goes for it, and he gets it pretty well. Is it enough? Maybe, maybe not.
Oh, it's not out. Oh, they're going to run here. They should run 2. Well, unbelievable. And now there could be a run out, and he's going to be run out. So we have to look at the 6 first, and then we're going to have to look at the run out. Poor running from Bikramjeet Singh, who might have blown his shoulder apart.
Well,
we have to look at the 6 first.
Yeah, we will. I think it's clean. I'm positive he got it off before the boundary.
Where did he come from, though? Because he was running outside the boundary for a while.
I don't know if he did. I think his last couple of steps were in. I think, to be honest, I think this is run out. What a mess.
What a mess. Oh, that's pretty... Well, I think that's good. Just have... So they'll have another look just to make sure where he took off from. But look at this poor running between the wickets. And then they start running and they realise there's 2, but unfortunately it's too late. That's going to be run out easily. Poor cricket. Great fielding again in the end.
And there's it's out. Wow. So in the end, it was a panicked throw to his teammate that the teammate couldn't handle. But that elicited another run, which ended up being a run out. So that's a crazy bit of cricket, really. And in the end, it wasn't Nakvi who got essentially dropped, but it was Bikram that is going to pay the price. It's going to be 90 for 4.
Tell you what, Wakas Khawaja has saved 9 runs out there on the rope. He tapped back one that was 5, and then he saved there. So it's really good fielding. And another wicket goes. I think when it came off the bat, they just assumed it was 6, but not there. Anyway, Bikramjeet Singh goes for being lazy between the crease. Always run, kids. You never know what will happen.
All right, so 90 for 4. What a bizarre piece of cricket. Very ECN, that dismissal, wasn't it?
They just thought it was 6.
Crazy. All right. Missed the leggy. And well fielded, despite the influence of Asad Abbas, who's come to the crease as non-striker. Well, that's the first ever ECN marriage.
Give me a Palinka in Hungary anytime. That's a shot. Now, this is a shot that doesn't happen enough. No teams have 45. Thank you, Universe, for one team finally playing a shot in this gap. Teams keep having 3 backward points. Just get down on your knee and sweep it. 4 runs. Finally.
Also, he kind of bowled it into that zone as well, didn't he?
Teams are getting away with no fielder there. You've just got to... If you get it there, it's guaranteed runs. Handy boundary, but... tired of seeing 3 backward points. We have a look at the previous editions, Vinny, and it all started in 2019, and I've got a little story. When we won that VOC Rotterdam Champions League trophy, we went out and celebrated in our full kit in Lamunga, and I'm holding the Champions League trophy, and I ran into Kenny Dalglish.
Oh, did you really?
King Kenny, I've got the photo. It's in the yearbook, and said, King Kenny, I've also won a Champions League as well.
Oh,
and he got a photo with me and said, stop annoying me, bugger off.
I've got a story about when you won that night, because back in the days when that was it for the year, I went out and I actually swapped my shirt, which was just a regular polo shirt I'd gone out with, for Peter Saylor. So I still have it, number 8 shirt from the first ever ECL final, one of my prized possessions. How is Pete going? Is he still able to walk?
Funnily enough, he messaged me 2 days ago and just to say how you're doing, and yeah, he's good. He's a good man, Source. On his day, he was a serious cricketer.
Clip this and send it to him. Give him a free afternoon. All right, Asad Abbas comes on and gets it past the bowler, Qual, who does some sort of calisthenics manoeuvre. Can't stop it.
Nakvi's wicket here can be the difference between a 135 and a 115. It really can. He's 43 off 18. Still don't think he's been at his fluent best, but he's doing a good job.
just missing. Umpire has a good look at it. Really good look. I think it's a good decision.
He had a long look at it, but just maybe felt like it was sliding.
It's on the full. I think you'll just continue on that
Yeah, with
angle of the
you can already
ball.
see the angle. That's missing leg. Look where the ball's released from.
Missing by a stump.
You always see where the keeper ends up as well, gives you a little indicator.
Little indication, but remember the keeper's taking the ball a lot further back than the line of the stumps. Nutby moves to 43. Abbas has a crack at this, but have to settle for a single.
Just one more to the total. Good start to this over for the Nomads.
I had a question. I know there was a lot going on with that last run-out dismissal, but it wasn't a catch. There's Charles.
Oh, wow.
The sheriff's in town.
uh-oh.
You better watch out. You better not cry. This one, little edge, and it's gone. Nakvi out for 43, caught behind by Hassan Ahmed. Qual, well, get his man in the end. Heavy kind of length. Nakvi basically tried to muscle this one up down the ground, gets a feather, and the simplest of catches behind the sticks. So Pakake have lost a 5th wicket now in the 8th over. They're 97 for 5.
Yeah, poor head position, tried to overhit it, loses his balance, and he has to go. So Nomads have broken through that dangerous top order now. They're going to be bowling to maybe lesser-known batters at Carter Oval, as it looks like Mochim coming out. So this is an opportunity for the Nomads to dry it up.
Yeah, disappointment for Nutvi, who will depart for 43. Still hanging in the game though. Pakake probably still favourites if you look at the predictor. It's 97 for 5. I like the use of the term cricketainment, which is something we like to use here in ECN circles. And yeah, they were saying that kind of catch to run out was pure cricketainment.
Brilliant fielding.
Edged and another one. 2 balls, 2 nicks. Kamal's on a hat trick.
Well,
a golden duck for Mochim, 97 for 6.
Well, we've talked about it, and right now Nomads come roaring back. They burst through the top eventually, 97 for 6. It's a really big 13 balls come up, and Camwell's going to be on a hat trick.
Yeah, and what are the odds? I mean, quite often you might just swing and miss at this. He's back deep in his crease. That was a bigger edge actually than Nutvi's, and a fairly easy decision. You can see back and across, looks like maybe a cross seamer. And Hassan can't believe his luck. Another one easy as pie.
So, hat-trick delivery. Motion goes for a gold, and Rabani comes out. And Rabani, look, he has the ability, but he's a young man. Just goes to show this group has been so important about the top 4. For every team, it's very top 4 heavy.
Looking for odds here.
I think hat-trick's on here.
All right, you feeling it?
Feeling it.
All right, hat-trick ball for Cumwell. Worth an appeal because it's a hat-trick ball, but definitely not out.
What an over. He takes 2 for 2. He swings this game back to the Nomads. And you can see with that shot there, Rabani's a lower order batter, but he's going to be batting at 7 or 8 in this.
Yeah, just gets done for pace there, doesn't he? You can see when the bat came through, the ball already cannoned into his pad. 97 for 6 then after 8.
Just goes to show that you pick up wickets regularly. You then end the last few overs bowling to players that aren't so recognised.
Yeah, depth is something, obviously, that really comes into the equation. Teams that go deep in these tournaments, and of course we've seen the Western Shield now, where we had the World 11 and the Asia 11, Europe.
At ECC, you see depth. You see a gun batter coming out at 8, and it changes the game. Whereas here we're seeing top 4 heavy, and then it does fall away.
I actually, yeah, the dynamics of the game, I kind of like it here because it does really reward you for taking those wickets more than just somebody else coming out and
I saw
continuing.
in the Team Europe versus British and Irish Knights, I thought, oh, we've got him on the ropes, 6 for 115, and then Kevin O'Brien came out at 8. So, okay.
British and Irish Knights, of course.
I think Julia Samawira was batting at 9 in one game.
Congratulations to the British and Irish 11 for winning the Western Shield, defending their shield actually. Okay, well now we're going to have Osama Mahmood having 1 over.
They're through, Vin. They are through to that brittle middle order.
Let's just go back to Cumwell. Well, there was a leg behind that over. His figures were 2 for 2, and he's still got an over to come. So he'll bowl the 10th, I'm sure about that.
Those wickets. Oh, just got to be careful as a keeper there. These gloves are very close to the stumps. I might have a little look at this one just to make sure, because Mahmood bowls a wide there. Let's have a look again. Just make sure he's not impeding here. Can't tell on that one. Previous angle did look pretty tight.
Anyway, Abbas. Can he get going? Is there a late flurry here for Pakai Care? He goes for it, but doesn't really get it. Fielder comes around, holds on to the catch. Well taken. Azim Nazir, the captain. Well, I'm going to tell you his age in a moment. You won't believe it. I called him Jonty Rhodes after his direct hit one stump run out on day one. But this is a very athletic piece of work to capture Asad Abbas for two. And Pakai Care now 98 for 7.
Well, the collapse is on. It's what we've been saying for the last couple of days, and the Nomads know it. They've done such a good job at picking up wickets at regular intervals. And right now, Pakai Care that we're looking at maybe a 130, 140. Might be lucky to get to 115. So another wicket goes in, and that's... Now they've lost 4 wickets for 7 runs.
Oh, yeah.
Who's the player in this lower order for Pakai Care today that can get going if they do lose the top 4? Who's the one that stands out? Is it going to be a Tiff?
It's hard to say. I mean, maybe.
He's coming.
They're all kind of equally capable. I've got a question. How old are you, Corey?
33.
Azim Nazir is 46 years old, and he made that look easy, that catch. Very good work. You hung up the boots long ago.
Smart man. Latif, the Fizz, batting.
The Fizz at 9. This is Hassan. He's kept really well up to the stumps.
They are through, and they know it. Clever bowling. You've got some tail enders at the crease.
It's great keeping because you just got to forget the batter, forget everything else, just track the ball. He does it really well there despite the distractions. Gets his body behind it, takes it in front of his chest. Very good keeping. Oh, well, the Fizz goes skywards, but Midoff's up in the circle, camps under it and takes the catch. Another duck, and the collapse continues. Corey, it's 98 for 8.
Well, big collapse on. They got through the top 4, and now it's time to capitalise as a bowling unit. And as soon as Nakvi went, we just knew this could happen, and it is happening. Pakai Care aren't as scary as previous years. They still need, I think, 20 runs in the next 8 balls.
Yeah, running out of cattle as well, aren't they?
Well, what I think the top 4 need to start recognising for Pakai Care, they don't need to go at every ball. They actually need one of them to be batting by the 10th. If they're not all batting by the 10th, like Nakvi getting out there, he actually can play some shots on the ground for a while. I don't think they're the 160 team anymore. Fizz goes for a duck.
He's not alone, is he? The last 3 batters have all gone for ducks. Latif gets the second ball. We'll see him, no doubt, with the bat. With the ball, I should say. All right, Jaffa Raza, batting 10.
Jaffa. Out.
And gone. Well, another hat-trick opportunity has Osama Mahmood. Kind of see you in a race here to Qual, who took 2 for 2 the previous over. Mahmood's got 2 for 1. The one was a wide. And Pakai Care down to their last man at 98 for 9. There's still 7 balls on the table.
Is it fair to say their tail starts at 5? Mahmood's got 3 for 1. Another hat-trick ball. Jaffa Raza, 17 years young, believed he could smack one out the Carter Oval. Never going to happen. And right now, the collapse is on. I've got that as 5 wickets for 1 run, 6 wickets for 8 runs.
6 wickets for 8 runs is what I was going to say. And that has happened in 14 balls. But yeah, you're right also.
Well, who's batting at
about
11?
5 wicket for 1. Khalil Ahmed is coming out at 11. And we've got a hat-trick opportunity here. We haven't had one since Group A, actually.
Jeez, get it full and straight. Just get it full and straight.
All right. Mahmood for the Hattie. Oh, he tries to kill him instead, and he's going to get away from Hassan, who has finger issues. That got him right on the end of the fingers. Wait for the signal. There isn't a signal, so must have been an edge.
Right. So has he dropped the hat-trick then? Because I thought that was buys.
Let's have a look.
Pretty sure that's buys.
I don't think he hit it, but let's have a look. Did you pick an edge?
I don't think the umpire's just conferring.
I think he's saying that he thought there was an edge.
Well, it doesn't matter. It's going to be 1 to the total no matter what. So, in the end, maybe they gave it some runs. I think they did. So technically, that's a drop catch off the hat-trick ball.
But I think the noise was the ball hitting the gloves. So if he caught it, it only would have been given out. Anyway, hey, that's the way the cookie crumbles.
Oh, what's not good here is I think the keeper, your man, Ahmed's actually
Oh, no.
maybe hurt a finger here, so we're going to have the medics run on. Oh, new medic. Vinny.
Let's have a look.
Oh,
Yeah.
No rush.
She saw her this morning. I think she's just covering Magic Spray Valentina and Sophia. She looked like she didn't really know where to go. It must be first day on the job. But she knows basically that 90% of the role is unloading a can of Magic Spray wherever it's desired.
I heard that some of our crew did the first aid course yesterday. I said, what did you learn? They said, you get the magic spray, you spray it everywhere, and everyone's good. So 99 for 9
Just confirming.
after 9.
Upon further review, it was given a bye.
Finn, look at all the 9s. Have we ever had that?
So there you go. It was given a bye. Have a look at those last 10 balls.
Well,
Five
hold on,
wickets.
let me try this.
One would
Well, this team, if Budapest Blinders are watching this closely, they got to fancy their chances if they pick up 3 early wickets. They don't have it this trip.
Well, so it was a 2 for
3 for 1 over.
3 for 1 over. Thank you. All right. That's not a bad shot. Only get a single. Bring up the 100 though for Pakai Care.
Do you think that the Pakai Care Brains Trust need to be saying, okay, if we've lost two or three of the big fish, the 4th person has to make sure they're there at the 10th? Because that's a huge drop-off.
Depends. I think they just grip and rip. It's how they play. They'll still feel this is defendable with their bowling. Early Corey right off.
Yeah, but you
coming.
don't. So you don't think they should have any cricket education? You just think grip it and rip it and keep getting rolled.
Nah,
That's not very smart, Vinny.
I think that's how they got to gamble a little bit. Look, I hear what you're saying. So you're talking specifically about the top 4?
I think
feel
that
there's a top 4.
There's a top 4, and then it's sort of like falling off a cliff.
Oh. Or you can just do that. Going, and gone. Rabani off the mark with 6. Maximal.
Oh, little Rabani gets 1 out the screws. I just think in the next... Look, they're still going to be in the comp if they win or lose this. I think in the next game, let's say they're a 3 for 50 and you've got one of the big wigs there. That big wig has to understand he needs to be there at the 10th. You can hit 4s. You don't have to go at every ball for 6.
Yeah.
Because the fall off the cliff's huge.
It's such split-second decision-making, though. Goes upstairs here.
Yeah, well bowled. Good short ball to the lower order batter.
Good call. All right, to get one more. That will be the one bouncer for the over. Can't bowl another one. Otherwise, it'll be called a no ball. Come on. Goes ultra full up in the air. Clark Fielder comes around. Great effort there. Couldn't quite find the drop zone. They'll hustle back for 2 and they'll get it.
Good running from the youth at the crease. You've got to take every run here you can. That gets them to 108. Can Rabani find the rope one more time?
Look at that. Gave himself every opportunity to pull that off. If this was an AFL match, you know, the Australian Football Saturday, would it be the West Coast Eagles versus Port Adelaide?
Oh, what a terrible game of footy that is.
Have a look at the colours.
Ah. Last ball time, Vin. Oh!
Pretty good one. That's going to go out of the ground.
Oh.
Maximo Rabani. Con dos máximos in el último over. And just like that, it's 114 for 9 off the 10. Probably not what they wanted, but it's what they got. And Pakai Care will feel they can defend it.
Oh, Rabani. He hits 2 6s in the last over out of nowhere. The last wicket partnership puts on 16. Will that be crucial, Vinny? Credit to the Nomads, though. I think they've played a very good 10 overs.
If you offered them 115 to chase in the first place, for sure, they are saying, yeah, we back ourselves to do that, even with the talented Pakai Care lineup. In the time they played each other in the group stage, Pakai Care made 120 batting first. Nomads got there with 10 balls to spare, so that will give them some confidence. The Nomads, their first trip to the Carter Oval for an ECL, and despite an early blip, they've won their 3 games since, including one against Pakai Care. Baba just had that flick his back pad. Umpire judge that was going on the hit seemed like the right call. But this was the problem, wasn't it? Just losing that top order, even though Nakvi stuck around for a while, Kamran stuck around for a while. But the fact that they lost him well before the end of the innings just meant they had to scramble for every run in the end.
Yeah, the early wickets really hurt them. And, well, we've been impressed with this Nomad side, but I was really impressed with their intent in the field. Mohamed Cameron came out, played some beautiful shots, to be fair, over the top of point, through the covers, leg glances, had it all until he was dismissed by the spin. I think the dressing room started to feel pretty comfortable, but this was before one of the bigger collapses we've seen at the ground.
Yeah, it was 5 for 1 collapse, 6 for 8. That's where the Nomads, I suppose, have kept this down below that kind of 130 or so. They held the catches pretty well. I know that there was that one. It was quite a tough one for Qual running back with the flight. But, yeah, just Pack Care having a graft. I still think that this is very much winnable for both teams. Pack Care, you know you're going to get 2 overs of Cameron, who's ultra quick. You've got the awkwardness of facing Mohamed Latif. You've got the very expert variations of Rabbani in there as well. So that's 6 top-class overs. This is crazy, where they thought it was 6, and well, maybe they did, maybe they didn't. In the end, it resulted in a run-out and a total wipeout. What an extraordinary bit of cricket. And yeah, Wakas, he saved a bunch of runs. That Superman kind of stop, and that time, even though he flicked it past his teammate, they recovered for the run-out. Then Qual came on. He took 2 wickets in the 8th over. Just nixing consecutive balls there. Not to be outdone, Osama Mahmood came on. He took 3 wickets in the 9th over, so it was a complete disintegration of the middle and lower order. And a couple of 6s from Rabbani in the last, just bringing things back a touch. But Pack Care, again, they're going to have to bowl and field very, very well against the Nomad side, who fancy themselves, I think, to chase these 115. It's less than what they chased last time. And if they do, they'll be straight into the final.
Yeah, if they do, they will get that progression through to the final. And you'd have to say at the halfway stage, they believe that little flick 6, very interesting. Will that prove to be crucial? The last wicket, 16-run partnership. We saw it in the Drew versus Darmstadt game. The last wicket partnership made it a game.
True. They were 98 for 9. They ended up getting to 114 for 9. 15 runs off that last over. 43 for Zayn Naqvi batting 3. He was the top scorer of the innings, but very un-Pack Care. Only 8 maximos in that 10 overs, so under par. 30 for Cameron looked good while he was there. Just got out at an inopportune moment. Rabbani with the late bang bang. At least got them past the 102, at 114 in the end. How about Osama Mahmood? Only bowled the 9th, so he could only bowl the 1 over. Took 3 for 1. Apart from that, Qual had a very good over, took 2 for 2 first over. Last one went for 15. And Dawood Zaid, let's not forget his early strikes, took 2 for 28. Niazi, the other wicket taker, the spinner, taking 1 for 25. Shout out to our boy Shiraz Sawari as well, who delivered another good spell, none for 22 for him. We'll take a break, back in just a few minutes. 115 required for the Swiss side, Nomads, to go straight into the decider tonight. Or can Pack Care use all of their skill and class to defend this moderate score? Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Koi Ruckers. We'll take a quick break and see you the other side of it live from Spain. You're watching the European Cricket League.
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, Brno, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to the European Cricket League live from the Andalusia region. Just a reminder to support our official charity partner, the United Nations World Food Project. They do great work trying to get to those that are unfortunate enough to suffer from starvation around the world. So right now we're looking at qualifier 1 between the former champions of the ECL, Pack Barcelona of Spain versus Zurich Nomads of Switzerland. And the story so far is that Pack have made 114 off their 10 overs. The Nomads will need 115 if they are to secure the first spot in the final tonight. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, welcoming you back to the broadcast, no matter where you're watching from around the world. Good challenge, I think, for Pack because it isn't a particularly imposing total, but certainly I think it's enough if they're able to take early wickets and do a bit of a number on this Nomads batting lineup. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, joining me, of course, for the second innings, his last innings of the day, is Corey Ruggers.
Yeah, good to be back. Look, these first 3 overs, they're going to tell the tale, I think. If they don't get those early wickets, this Swiss team's got enough to make them chase these runs. It's under par score. It really does feel like the first 3 overs might determine this game. They need early wickets. If they don't get it, we saw yesterday, Zurich Nomads, they chased down a score in the 120s versus Pack only 1 down, Vinny. So early wickets is the key. Nazir and Mahmood are good players, and what actually helps them a lot, they've got 2 left-handers facing left-arm bowlers. It's a really good matchup for Zurich Nomads.
Yeah, true. Nazir copped a nasty one on the elbow.
Back in the crease now.
Yeah, let's see how he takes on Mohamed Kamran, who, really, as far as the continental European bowlers, I think he's the fastest that we've seen. So
Still fast enough?
he certainly is. 115 to win for the Swiss. First one down the leg side. He is called wide.
Well, it cramped him for a little bit of room, and it almost got Nakvi, the keeper, as well.
Yeah, almost a strangle there. Just could easily just flick the glove on the way down the leg side. Luckily for the batter, he doesn't catch up with it.
A big contest early in the context of this game, the day, everything really, because I don't think the Nomads want to play another game versus Budapest Blinders.
Another one down the leg side. So really the lefty line just not happening for Mohamed Kamran.
It suits them having lefties at the top. It really does. Really, really does. A couple of lefties at the top.
Mohamed Kamran with a slightly different look compared to when we last saw him on ECN. Took a bit of a time out of the game. Got married, I think he said.
Might need a profile picture redo.
He'd
be keen for one.
Probably just use Photoshop and add in what you need to add in. Better. A lot better. That one nibbles away and almost takes the outside edge.
Yeah, a little bit of movement this time.
What are you happy with off Kamran if you're
8.
Zurich Nomads? So 16 off 2 overs?
16 off his 2 overs. Because they haven't made 130, you could go that. But I think they'll still find boundaries naturally because he's got that pace. And if you get a bit of bat on it, it usually flies away.
He did play well yesterday when they chased down 120. That's exactly what he does, Nazir. Very intelligent. Just guides it up and over the top. It flies for 4.
Well, nice shot. Just uses the pace. And that's what you got to do. You don't really try and bang him over his head. Just use that pace and the ball will fly away. That's the right recipe for success. Use it. It's very tough to catch that. And I don't know why he was in off the ring. He was 2 meters in. Just crazy.
Fahim opening for the Nomads. The Swiss team really missed him, actually, last year at the Euros of Cricket.
Nazir's perfect to sort of foil Kamran here. He's got a good technique. That's exactly what you do. And I think all the teams have been quite successful at just, look, don't attack him, just use the pace and defend the good ball.
I don't think it's been his zippiest over either. It's a little bit of the old morning 3, I think, for Kamran. It just seems kind of 80% of his pace so far.
I think he said he's not too comfortable with his foot landing and he doesn't feel like he's at his top pace. Maybe trying to get more swing than anything.
It's getting a little bit. That one actually holds its line. Like maybe an attempted cutter again, a signing. He's going right into the bag of tricks.
Yeah, I think he's realised maybe not got the foot grip that he likes, so he's actually changing it up a bit. And gee, on another day, that could have been a little edge. But this is a good start from the Nomads. If they can go a single and a single, you take that.
Do you think they are opening with a tiff or Baba?
I don't think they should go a tiff. I think you go Baba. Well played.
Pace on it. Happy to keep it out. We've had a few of these little battles, haven't we?
We have, and this is very good from the Nomads. This is just good match awareness. Nullify Kamran's 2 overs. Target the weaker bowlers. Your game on.
Yeah, so if you need 12 and over, you can probably settle for 8 or 9 off the, let's say, the 6 overs that are, I'd say, premium overs. And then the others you can go after. You back yourself to get kind of 14, 15 and over and catch up.
So it looks like a little bit of byplay. Brings fine leg in, moves square leg back. Maybe saying you might get the next one up high.
Last ball, the over.
Great batting.
Yeah, no look, little flick from Nazir. Knew the fine leg was up, got enough on it, so Kamran goes for 10 in the first. It's 10 without loss.
Such good batting from Nazir. He read the room and just got a little touch on it. All the boundaries of Kamran in this tournament have been behind the wicket. But that's really clever batting because it was a well-directed sort of cutter into the pitch. Just use that pace.
50 matches since Golden Ball. Time to raise the bat. Had one on opening day of the ECL. Very, very good way to start the series. And Peel and St John's were the team that found themselves on the wrong side of it. Even though they seem to be all over Darmstadt CC. They just fell away towards the end. That's what pressure can do. Mohamed Babar does get the second over, as you suspected. Going to wobble a few around. Mahmood takes strike. Push and run. It was a tight one. I think that would have been out. It was a full force throw that whistled in. Nasir, I think, would have been run out.
High risk single. I'm not too sure it was on. And Rabani charged in. He got the throw away. Let's have a closer look. Oh, he would have been gone for all money. That would have been a gift.
It's actually a real forceful throw from Rabani. But Nazir survives. Steve has a slightly different approach, maybe a slightly more aggressive approach against Mohamed Babar. Good cut, straight to the fielder. They don't run.
Oh,
and loose throw, probably maybe have been a run there. But no, Babar's the master of length, isn't he? He teases you a little bit. This is kind of length. You feel like you want to drive. It's actually not there. Not an easy ball to get a full-blooded pull or cut shot away either.
I think Nazir wants to try and cash in here, though. He'll fancy this pace. He'll fancy this matchup.
Power plays in session. And he's going to get some runs here. He'll get it going all the way. Maximo. Well, third was up in the circle. Babar got the full teapot going on as Nazir takes 6 runs.
As a bowler, it's always the one that kills you the most. You get the false stroke, but it goes for the Maximo. 6 handy runs.
Yeah, Jeff Araza, the youngster, just bemused as he Signal 6 to the umpire.
Playing some good cricket, the Nomads. They're educated with what their decision making is. They're bowling well.
You'll appreciate that Babar's taken a lot of wickets historically because he's had Kamran bowling at the other end, figuratively speaking, for Spain and Pakai Care. And sometimes batters will take more risks off him than they will against Kamran. A bit more conscious of losing their wicket. Ball might have gone under the tower, but I think they've got it back now. Nomad 63% in this chase.
I think the Nomads also have, out of all the teams, been very, very lucky. Well, not lucky, sorry, very, very blessed that they've got their number 5, 6 and 7 hitting runs as well. Zabibullah as well coming in at number 4, looks in good form. So they've got probably the most men in form going into today.
That's good length there. Right on the popping crease. So Babar, good comeback from him.
Yeah, good comeback, a little bit full at that time.
But you think of bowling in partnerships as well, not just batting in partnerships. Babar's got a good partnership with Kamran for a number of years now.
Well, I just think that as this one skewed away for an easy single, you can't go a Tiff the second with 2 left-handers. You nullify him then. So when they did it yesterday, I tuned in and thought it's the wrong sort of matchup. The left-handers at the top of the Nomads lineup, the 3 left-handers, actually hurt Pakai Care a lot because Cammy and a Tiff want to bowl to righties. So just working out well here for the Nomads.
Osama Mahmood made the switch to the Nomads from power. Winterthur. Early walk. Gets just enough to get it over mid-off. Might not even go for 4 here. Necessary dive from Yassine, but does the job. Tipped his hand really early there. Took a step before the bowler had actually released the ball. That'll take us to the end of the over. So get a long single off that, in fact. And at the end of 2, it's 19 without loss.
I'd actually be tempted here, and I don't often say this, I'd hold Cammy back 1 in this occasion just because he's bowling to 2 lefties. This is how the tournament has panned out in Group D, 11 and 11, these 2 teams.
Not too much between these 2, just net run rate. Nomad secured top spot with a quick chase against the Assassins in their final group match yesterday. We've already said goodbye to the Assassins, of course, in 5th place, although they were still in pretty good spirits, registering their first ACL win yesterday.
I'd go Rabani now and maybe hold Cammy in the middle and hope that you've picked up a wicket or 2, but they're going to back the spearhead. I just think Mahmood and Nazir don't mind it. It's a good look.
All right, Kamran is bowling out though. And that was an opportunity. Wasn't hit back as hard as Kamran thought, perhaps. It runs away for 4.
Well, it was hit back pretty hard, Finn. It's gone for 4. And I thought he got in a good position to maybe catch it, actually, but it still races away.
It was hit softly, but I've seen harder hit balls. He does get his hands there. It just wasn't quite the right position. Just instinct there from Kamran.
It's a good shot.
Yeah, I'll take it. The result's 4 runs. Yeah, I mentioned also this morning we have to say goodbye to Brno, who lost the eliminator, but again, they picked up their first win in the ECL during this tournament. Looks like he's going back to pace on here, just taking his chances. Well, that would have been out. Oh, could have a 5. Don't think they'll run again, but it should be stopped. Unfortunately, actually hit the batter as he was running through there, Mahmood.
Oh, Ben Stokes, 2019 World Cup, where England cheated their way to the victory.
Controversial, but it's an opinion. That was a proper wipeout, guys. Remember,
I think both batters have wiped themselves out getting into the crease.
He's got dirt in his eyes. Look at that. Bang. Hits him. You've got to get it off the bat. They fly a bit further. I think that came off the body of Osama Mahmood. They were never going to take an overthrow, even though he wasn't in position to do it as it was. He was flat out. Would have been out, though, with a good throw hitting the stumps.
Nazir back on strike. It's really well bowled.
He's gone back to just, you know what? I'm just going to try and let him fly. And that's what I'm here to do. And he does beat Nazir for pace, all ends up.
That's just one of those ones you wish it was an edge. That flew through. Bent his back this time. Just kisses the wicket and cuts him in half. Seriously good ball.
Should stumps be taller?
No.
You should get rewarded for a ball like that.
Yeah, it's a very good ball.
Okay, they made the stumps bigger, around 1930. They used to be smaller.
Really?
High scores. They said I've enough's enough. Tries the shortest one, taking on another specious single. I'll get there. Yeah, so actually there were a couple of first-class scores, I think in Australia, of over 1,000. And I think Victoria got 1,100 one game. So they changed the laws. They made the ball smaller. They made the stumps bigger. True story. We used to play with a real bouncy ball in the backyard, and we would actually have the stumps on a waste paper basket to make them that much taller, just for fun. Looks like Osama just, maybe he's put a hole in his glove in that dive, so I think that's why he's making the switch.
In the context of this game, though, this is a dream start for the Nomads. They have not lost the wicket. Cameron's trying to go a bit straighter and hit the timber this over. A couple plays of misses, but they're just doing what they need to do. I think a couple of more balls in the spell. See it off. Take your none for 18 if you can. Maybe none for 20 if you get another boundary in, and walk away.
Yeah, you said you'd be happy with 16 off camera, and that's
I
what
would.
they've got. So these are kind of no pressure deliveries, except the pressure of staying there. Or you could just try and go after him. And not a bad shot at all from Mahmood. Have to settle for a single. A few things being yelled around the field at the moment.
Well, they would have hoped, they would have talked when they came out, said, let's get an early wicket or two. But the two left-handers are nullifying the left-armers.
Hare's holding up so far after a couple of days of play.
Just looks like he's coming off a shorter run here. Sometimes when he comes off the shorter run, actually somehow it's quicker and it can fox the batsman a bit. But that's a much shorter run this time.
Mixing it up a little bit. All right, last ball for Cameron. Shoving down the ground. They will take a single at the end of the 3-over power play. Pakake yet to find the breakthrough. Nomads, 27 without loss.
Not a bad spell from Cameron. He only goes for 18 in the power play, 2 overs. You take that any time, but they'll just be disappointed he couldn't find the wicket. I think it was smart cricket. They got the cut shot and the little flick shot for 4 and then took a couple of singles.
How tempted would you be to maybe try and ramp him if he's not quite hitting full pace?
Always. Just any, like even if he is full pace, if you get any bat, it's just 6.
10 wickets in hand.
I'll be surprised if it'd be interesting to see who they go to here. If they go to Rabani or Atif. Now, Atif's running up to bowl, but I would be tempted to go to the right-handed bowler here. I think they're going to go to Atif, who's currently on 199 wickets.
Yes, he is on 199 wickets. So this is a chance for him to pick up his 200th and be the first ECN cricketer to achieve that. Of course, he's the leading wicket taker on the network.
Yeah, so 199 ECN wickets, which is pretty incredible. He's had an amazing month, has Atif, with the ball. Been a good again so far in this tournament. And it'll be a special moment for one of the nice guys on the network if he does pick up his 200th here.
Yes, for sure.
So, contest coming on, and here we go. Bit of byplay.
Oh, the old going round the wicket, going over the wicket. My coach used to tell me to do that. I said, is it such a great tactic? He said, it confuses them. Anyway, he'll go left arm over to Nazir. Just jabs him down in the infield for 1.
Well, throw comes in. Oh, it's hit the stumps, and there's a big appeal. Well, they'll get an extra run, but this might be close because Nazir stopped running. Oh, wow. Big appeal. Let's have a closer look. He just started ambling through, and Baba let it fly. He's just going to be home. Good bit of fielding, though. I've seen that a bit too much, don't you think, Vinny, of players stopping running? Watch this from Nazir. Oh, I'm in. Whoop.
Yeah, good throw, though.
Jeez, there's too much of that. There are too many players just walking the
Not
first.
that far to run. It's basically 20 yards from popping crease to popping crease.
I like this Nazir. I like how he goes about. Not the running, but nice little setup on him.
He's back slightly out of his crease. Got given that LBW yesterday. Despite making that change, but that is up. It's out of the ground. The Fears gets met, and that's over the 10. Maximal, 6 runs.
Perfect matchup for the Nomads. He goes the cutter, but the cutter's less effective against left-handed batters. And a beautiful shot from Nazir. Nomads in complete control. So a good start.
Yeah, I was just wondering with the awkward bounce he gets, whether that is a good tactic or not. I think Atif was obviously good enough to adjust his length slightly Now he's just going to use the bounce to his advantage. Nazir up and ticking. Maximal, say smash.
Beautiful batting from Nazir, just reading the room, and I really think they should have gone to Rabani. You nullify what a Tiff has by making him bowl to the left-handers, because that cutter doesn't work as much. But Nazir's looked really good, looked composed, and that's a great shot.
Yeah, just got the perfect kind of line to play it as well. Got the kind of bounce that helped the shot over the fence. Atif, like all bowlers, occasionally does find it quite tough in his format. But he's got a very good temperament. I think that's something we've seen plenty of times. That if he goes for runs, he's not too bothered. He'll stick to what he's doing. Yeah, stand deliver shot or two at one end.
Oh, wrong end.
They go to the wrong end.
Oh, geez, just no composure. That's a bust there at point. Just had to look to the bowler's end. That was definitely going to be a run out.
Yeah, let's have a look at this. You get the bird's eye view. Kind of takes off and then changes his mind. And you can see, look where the other batter's standing. He's halfway down the pitch. There's Sama Mahmood. That's a good view of where Fahim Nazir is standing. It's a good step out of his crease. Atif. See if he bowls full pace or maybe rolls his finger. The thumbless ball. Well, that one's up, and that's over the top. Maximal, Sace Mas. They did have third back. It was right on that line, but Jafar Raza couldn't get up and pull it down in time. 6 more. Nomads taking control in this chase.
It's a small thing, but that's actually a catching zone, and they've got quite a small fielder there. And that's a genuine edge. And let's have a close. How look Jafar Raza got to it. It's a small thing, but the higher levels you go, that's a very important fielding position.
Well, they've got Bikram, who's got a good pair of hands, and he's on the edge of the circle. Maybe if they swapped him, that might be the play. Last ball of the fourth, and it's kind of clunked out. They'll take an easy single, so that over went magical for the Nomads. 21 off it, and at the end of 4, it's 48 without loss. That's the over where they go from behind the rate to in front of the rate. So you've absorbed 2 overs of camera, and obviously the over from Atif turned out brilliantly for the Nomads. Looks like Rabani is getting ready to bowl over number 5.
Yeah, Rabani coming into the attack, and they're having a very good game, the Nomads. I thought they bowled well, they fielded well, they had that big finish with the ball, and now they've done what they needed to do with the bat. And it's just a bit of a match-up thing at the moment. The 3 left-handers at the top do nullify what Pack I Care have with 3 left-armers, so Rabani might be more key as the day goes on.
Got to kill a slow ball, Rabani. Nazir, 38. Oh, it's shocker first up. It's miles too high. It's a pretty good stop by Zain Naqvi behind the stumps.
Gets that one all wrong. You know, as a batter, when you miss one of these, you're spewing, because if you get any bat, that's going to fly.
Yeah, but it's a good look at Rabani. He just goes pace on. It's probably chest high.
The thing is with Rabani, he's a talent, but he's still raw. He's a very raw bowler.
Cross seam here. Free hit. Oh, gee, that's not great either.
I reckon they're going to have to check that. That looked high to me.
Yeah, that was lower, but is it high?
Oh, yeah, I reckon that's a no ball if you ask me.
It is a no ball. That means he's on his last warning as well. So now we're talking. Yeah, so no ball.
Well, if he accidentally bowls another Noe, I reckon that's game, set, match, because then they do not have another bowler that can bowl.
Yeah, he doesn't like it. It was actually pretty clear. It wasn't even marginal there. Yes, it was half the height of the one before. So now Rabani's going to have to deliver another free hit. And if he bowls one more of those, then it's curtain to him. They're going to have to find a bowler to replace him.
Well, they're in trouble and they know it. And the thing is, when he bowls that back of the hand slow ball, sometimes he gets that wrong and it can be an air ball. So there's a lot of pressure.
50's up. Where those 2 noes. Free hit. No ball for
front foot. Well, Rabani, here the exuberance of youth is melting down.
It's not the kind of hat trick that you want. Let's have a look at his bowling stride here.
Oh, well, that's not a no ball. That should be reversed. That has to be reversed. Well, hold on. I think they're going to use technology here. That was not even close to a no ball.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, we got the footage there. His foot was well behind, so that's good. Good work from the officials because his foot was well behind, and you don't want to make the wrong decision. So still a free hit. No, it's not. Sorry, it's not a free hit because that was obviously now just a dot ball.
Yeah. So just being clear to the batter that that's a legal ball, so it's not a free hit anymore.
So we went no ball, dot ball.
Yeah.
Correct.
There you go. You heard it there nice and loud.
A good use of the technology just to make sure we get the right call.
Good slow ball there. So what a weird start to an over.
Well, he is under the pump now, Rabani, because if he gets anything wrong, he's going to be out of the attack. Good slow ball that time, but I've seen when he does this slow ball, every now and then it can be the air ball.
Air ball.
And if he does one air ball, see you later.
Air ball.
I think people are just realising this isn't the Pack Care of old. This team's a lot more vulnerable.
It's an opportunity, though, for the next generation to step up for them.
They have brought some youngsters. It is an opportunity for the youngsters.
Over 70 cricket teams there.
Or bold.
I think it doesn't have a clue against the slow balls. It just thinks that charging wildly and swinging for the fences.
I just think Mahmood just needs to take a breath here. They're in control. They've gone through Cami. They both suit Tiff. So if they can focus on Jafar Raza, the youngster that has to bowl, Big Muhammad Baba has another over. They just need to take a breath, but they're in a good position still. Oh, bold.
The thing is,
well, he could be run out here. He didn't. Did he get his foot back? An appeal has gone up. He was just a little bit sort of lazy at the crease, and Naqvi throws the stumps down.
Surely he's not out here. He's fine. That's a real...
Seen a bit of that in the last few weeks.
It's
in club cricket.
Get the kit bag, get the kerosene on and throw on a match. If you get out that way, time to give it up. So anyway, what a weird... Not out, by the way, just saying one to come. What a weird over. It's a no ball, another no ball, but they got a single off it. And then we've had 4 dots. It's actually 2 to come. We had a fake no ball.
Plenty going on.
Oh, yeah, faster.
Good punt. To be honest, a lot of credit to young Rabani here. He goes no ball, no ball. You're probably thinking, oh no, am I yipping up? And he's come back with 5 dots, hasn't he? Because it wasn't there a no ball 1.
Yeah.
So he's come 5 dots back. Well done, young man. And that's good to see that he's been able to compose himself. He'll probably bowl a no ball now, but...
Yeah, well, hopefully not, because that'll be the last 20 balls if it's for height. All right, Mahmood finding it tough going. Gets a bat, take a single. What a good comeback from Rabani. So 4 off the over in total, a bit of a strange one. This game takes another turn. It's 52 without loss after 5. Hey, let's welcome you into the commentary box. Happy Peacock Friday. What you packing today?
Just a bit of a flowery number.
Get a better look at the pattern there. Would you like to just
look at
advance
yours as
on
well,
the camera?
Kenny.
This is one of my new ones. So
that's nice, that.
They've even got kind of peacock lining as well of the old jacket. Big thank you to everyone that gets behind Peacock Friday. I know a lot of our viewers do. I get lots of pictures people send me, and I'm watching in my Peacock Friday shirt. So keep up the good work. And if you're not doing it, that's okay. We'll give you this week off. But next Friday, get on board. Pretty interesting game here, though, with Pack Care just kind of storming back into the game. And it looks like we got a retired out here.
Oh, I'm not sure about that. That's an interesting call.
Maybe that's situational, but I think it just really struggled with one specific bowler, Rabani. So I think maybe I would have kept him.
What was it? What was
the
mood on? 9 off 11. Yeah, okay. The only thing
he had Rabaniitis.
The only thing I would say with the 9 off 11, now they're 1 wicket away from getting a right-hander out there. So I'm not too sure.
I think I would have let him have another over, but if he hadn't got going and Rabani was coming back to him, I just think Rabani had him in his pocket in that over.
Interesting. So it's a wicket.
It's a wicket, 52 for 1 then after 5. Retired out, of course. You can do it in any cricket.
Oh, look, fair enough. The brains trust think it's the right move. But I tell you what, if they pick up another lefty here and get a righty at the crease, I'm not 100% sure. I just think the lefties were the right matchup. Anyway, Atif's going to come back, and he's got to come around the wicket. This isn't something you see him do to left-handers too often.
Hassan Ahmed, new batter. Misses the mark. First up to Zatif. Yeah, I think I might have given him another over.
I do like seeing club teams get inventive.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
It's a risk-reward scenario. The other thing is, the rate. They were ahead of it after 4, and then they were behind it after 5. So they probably felt things were tracking in the wrong direction. You've got Nazir there, who now has been kept away from the strike for the last 7 balls now. This is well bowled by the Fizz.
I think he's thinking, you're not going to see an off-cutter here. I think you're thinking around the wicket, leg stump Yorkers, fire him in there. And he got that one pretty well. The field's interesting as well. They've got cover and mid-off up, back on the leg side. So, yeah, just trying to jam it in there. And it's high risk because if you miss your zone, this could go a long way.
He's not really known for hitting over the offside, Hassan Ahmed. So they haven't got protection at deep cover, deep mid-off, as you said. Nope. Pitching outside the leg stump. Remember, Teef takes a wicket. Today, he'll become the first ever ECN cricketer to reach 200 ECN wickets. Recently, he's a player we've watched blossom on the network.
I'm not too sure this tactic works versus Nazir. I could be wrong, but if you don't get the Yorker here, it's almost a freebie. He's not going to get an LBW from the angle he's coming out. It's almost always pitching outside leg.
He's looking to flick.
Oh, 100.
If you flick, fine legs up in the circle.
Deep in the box and flick it over the leg side.
Teef, with expert coaching, he's probably thinking 3 steps ahead. He's going to get him. He's going to get him. He angles across, and it's wicket number 200 for Mohammad Atif. What a great moment for the young man. And so it's going to be a gamble that backfires for the Zurich Nomads. There's Mohammad Atif. Congratulations to him. The first ECN cricketer to 200 wickets. What a fantastic moment for the young man.
Oh, well done. I remember meeting him a couple of years ago. He was pretty green, and to take 200 wickets on the network, well done. And out of all of his 200 wickets, I guarantee it's the first bowling around the wicket to a left-hander, because I reckon 199 of them were right-handers going across, but he came up with a plan. He's a great young guy. Well done, Mohammad Atif.
That's a big one as well, because Nazir was up and ticking. He's out for 39. That ball could have flown to the boundary, but Bikram Singh hauled in a good catch. It's 54 for 2.
Vinny, when we started this network, did you get 200 wickets on a network? It is crazy, isn't it?
It is crazy, but it's a crazy world we live in. But the thing is, if he had that tactic, he had to make sure he got it outside off stump, and that's exactly what he did.
Well, he didn't go block hole to Nazir. He said, I'm going to go across you, and it worked. So now he gets to bowl to Zabiullah, a right-hander, and this is the matchup that Atif wanted. So it goes back to that retired out. I think it was actually slightly high risk. I know he's 8 off 11, but it exposed the righty. To be fair, though, Zabiullah has been batting well.
He has. Loves the long handle. Gets a cutter first up. Just run seems to have dried up here for Zurich Nomads. Hey, here's some numbers on Atif.
Send me the graphic, by the way.
Yeah, I will. But he's basically bowled 376 overs. He's bowled in 205 of the 210 matches he's played. And he's taken roughly 200 wickets for 4,000 runs at an average of 20.
How good.
And an economy of under 11. Which I think in this format, considering the level of cricket he's played, a lot of internationals, even playing for Europe against teams like the World 11, it's an outstanding.
Well, he's played for Spain for years, and we made it pretty deep. Every championship week that I've been involved with him, he's bowled to some of the best in Europe, Netherlands, England, Ireland, Scotland, and he plays in Barcelona where the ball literally flies.
It does, it does.
So, well done to Atif. He's come back well. His first over went for 21, I believe, so last ball for him. Can he pick up one more and get to 201?
Well, that is pulled, and well, no sense of sentiment for Zabiullah, who puts him up and into the jungle. Maximo, bit of a steadier for the Nomad. 6 overs down, they're 60 for 2.
I just needed a steadier. He goes short. Poor decision from Atif. Still learning his craft, but that had to be the slow ball cutter. Anyway, 6 runs to the total. Oh, do we have a game on 55 of 24? I just feel, Vinny, with what's left in the bowling tank with Baba and Jafar Raza, I think that the batting unit, Zurich Nomads, are still the favourites.
Yeah, well, it's touch and go. There's Atif. I think that's back
nice
from
graphic,
the ECL in 2022 when he's playing for Paco Care. That was when they won it. Of course, we've seen him in a Spain shirt. You've obviously put a bit of investment in him in the national setup as well.
He did 2 years of touring with us and only played 2 T20Is, but he trained, he stayed around the boys, and just that helped his growth immensely. And then probably in the last 12 months, he's been playing as a genuine regular in all our formats. So he bided his time, and in all honesty, away from the cricket, Tiff's one of the absolute beauts. He is
He's a great ambassador for Spanish cricket, speaks fluent Spanish.
Yep.
You know, he talks to the media when there's opportunities.
Works with juniors. He's a great kid, so well done to a Tiff.
What's the difference between him as a bowler now then and him as a bowler
Just
4 years ago?
Education. His run-up's a little bit stronger, and he's grown up into a man. Rabbani's back.
Oh, good first over.
Oh!
Got him. Well, there's another left-hander that he gets the better of. Rabbani is storming Pakakare back into this game. Hassan, it was full. It was pretty straight. He never moved his feet. He'll have to step aside at 60 for 3.
Well, let's just talk about this youngster, Rabbani. His first ball was a no ball. His second ball was a no ball +1, and he has come roaring back. That is an unbelievable back of the hand slower ball. Couldn't have landed it any better.
Here we go. Look at the hand here. Right over the top. It's got overspin. Seam position's perfect. And Hassan, again, doesn't really move the feet too much. Rabbani, much better start to this over than the last one. Hassan out for just a single, and the Nomads find themselves in a bit of a tough spot all of a sudden at 60 for 3.
What a player. He's also one to look out for. He was so under pressure at the start of this spell, but he's come roaring back. Maybe we have a good game on our hands.
Well, you know what? You're going to get Cowboys coming out, and the Cowboys stay on the horse, then the Nomads will win this. And if the horse bucks them, the Cowboys could go down. Barney.
You know, the one thing though, Pakakare have done tactically something that I expected them to. They've gone top heavy. They've bowled their best 7 overs. They've held Jaffaraza back. Jaffaraza's 17 years old and got a lot of work to do here at the end. So they've gone top heavy. Zurich Nomads probably need to realise that and not panic just yet, because the next 3 overs might be easier for them.
Oh, lucky one. They won't get a run. I just feel Pakakare have gotten well ahead in the last couple of overs. No credit to Rabbani, because he had that shocker of a start.
Oh, great comeback from the young fella.
Skating on thin ice. Can't afford to bowl another high full toss, but he's feeling it. Oh, gee, that looks pretty close as well, and he's gone. I think that's dead. I think it hits him in line. He tried to clear the front leg. He got hit in front of off stump, and Rabbani has done it again. What a sensational effort from the young Spanish
bowler.
I'm trying to describe him. I don't want to call him a fast bowler, but he's just got so many tricks. But I can tell you, that's a wicket. And it's 61 for 4.
What a comeback from Rabbani. And Pakakare all of a sudden truly believe it's been a Rabbani show. After he sort of started with a no ball and a no ball, all the pressure were on his shoulders, and he's come roaring back. Let's have a close look. He skips across. It's the slower ball. That is plum. It doesn't get any plumber than that. So he's got 2 in the over. Oh, Rabbani, just incredible. Vinny, after he went no ball, he's gone ... 1,
yeah.
wicket wide ... wicket.
Yep.
Incredible spell.
Unbelievable, really. And this is another. It's been a game of 2 collapses, really. All right. There goes the full one. His accuracy's been really good since that early issue.
So he had none for 3 off 0, right? So it's a huge comeback, because if he did bowl another no ball, he was gone.
Yeah.
And I still think there's a twist in this game, because Pakakare, as I mentioned, haven't used the 5th bowler. Mohamed Babar's also got 1 over to go.
Yeah. So they bowled 6, I call them premium overs.
Correct.
This is the end of it now, after this over. Zabiullah takes him on and gets him. Maximo didn't quite get the Yorker that time, Rabbani, and he's lifted up into the jungle.
Yeah, it doesn't get it right. And Zabiullah, that's a beautiful shot. This game has still got a couple more twists in the tail. He went pace on there. I reckon if he had his time back, he would have gone the slower ball.
Zabiullah, imagine he'd eat up the pace. I'm bad at guessing Rabani. It'd be a nightmare for me if I'm always guessing wrong. This has to be a slow ball. Surely Zabula, who wants pace in.
I think now you have to just.
But then he knows that the batter thinks that, and then he does the opposite.
Don't overcomplicate it.
All right, here we go. Last ball. He does go pace on.
Oh, fielding.
Oh, well, hello.
Oh, I'll tell you what, this might be one of the great runouts. Bikramjeet Singh turns into prime Ricky Ponting at backward point. Wowee, that is seriously good fielding.
Well, he just took a long time to get going. Sawari's only faced one ball.
How was the dive?
I've got this as gone, live. The third umpire will have to make the adjudication, but what a great stop first up.
Oh, he just didn't get going. There he goes, the dive, throws it off the ground.
Takes his hat off.
Oh! He's just in. I think he's just home, maybe. Wow. Oh. Bat's down there.
Yeah, I think that the first frame that the bail's removed, he's just in. So I think you gotta give it in. It's wow. I could just see it was a bit of a plonk, but he plonked it just enough. That's a really good shot. The bail's only just out of the groove.
Well, here's
a piece of fielding.
Well, here's an interesting move. They're going to go to Muhammad Baba, so that means they're going to have to find a sixth bowler.
Fifth and a sixth bowler.
To finish.
So maybe it's something they've thought about already. You've got Jafar Raza, you've got Bikramjeet Singh.
I think they realise this is a key moment and they don't want to show Jaffa just yet, but I'm not sure on that. Who's going to bowl the last?
Because what if Jaffa comes and bowls a brilliant over? You can't re-bowl him. Okay, that's a look at what's to come. Meanwhile, this ball isn't coming, it's going. Zabula goes maximal and puts it out of the park.
Well, what's happened to the leg stump there? The leg stump's off and the bail's off. Don't know if it's the wind or he hasn't touched it with his bat, has he, Vinny? Well, the bail's off.
I assume that this just might be... I don't think there's any evidence.
Did you see that? Where's the bail?
Yeah.
Oh.
And he's out.
How good are my eyes?
That's a very good spot. I think...
That was it. Yeah, I was wondering, has he accidentally swung his bat all the way back?
He's created such air velocity that, the stump war has just displaced.
I think this is a small misstep. I know Jaffa is young, but now that you have to end with a fifth and sixth bowler, that's hard to do, And I don't know who their sixth bowler is. What, you think it's going to be Bikramjeet Singh?
Let's have a look.
Motion? Can he?
Could be Motion. Could be Khalil Ahmed. It's just, I know Bikram's been used in that role in ECS cricket, so I would have thought that might be what they'd go for. That one's hit as well, and it's going to fly. Maximo! That's what I meant about the Cowboys being out there for the Nomads. They're going to swing for the fences. They hit the ball very cleanly. And there's a couple of bombs from Zabula.
Well, Zabiula's playing a seriously good knock here. That's a lovely shot. He's gone bang, bang, and all the pressure goes back to Pakai Care. So, match on. I still think, because of what we know is to come, the Nomads are ahead in this. 34 off 16, wickets in hand, and a fifth and sixth bowler to come on next.
And he wants more. Oh, throws the bat this time. That's going to bounce just inside. Cuatro carreras. Zabula is on a heater. Well, Baba to his knees in frustration. The run's flowing now for the Nomads.
It's a catching spot, Vinny. You don't need deep cover. You might as well have him there because that would have been a wicket. So these 3-ball cameoed at the start of this over has now shifted things well back to the Nomads. Zabula, he's on a tearer.
What an interesting group we've had here in Group D.
It has been quite interesting, hasn't it?
Zabula, he only knows one way. Oh, gets a Yorker.
Oh, the young fella.
Tries to put up the stop sign, Zabula, but with the fumble, there's always a single there.
It's not a bad single. Get him off strike for a little bit.
Like you walk him, like when Barry Bonds used to come up and you used to say, nope, don't really want to bowl at you. But here's the thing, Sawari, who was centimetres from being run out moments ago, get another opportunity. He's only faced the one ball so far.
What a low-scoring group this has been. It's Very interesting group dynamic.
Throwback group.
Yeah, it is a bit. It really is.
Babar, 2 balls to bowl. It's hit pretty hard. Sets a task with the fielders. They're not going to get there. Bisects the long on and long off. No Southern Star in place, and cuatro carreras más.
Good shot, really good shot. Just smacking it straight, and he's going to get 4 for his trouble. Splits the 2 fielders perfectly, splits the umpire and the opposite batter perfectly. And I think with this over, knowing with what's to come, Nomads have taken control.
The stumps blowing over reminded me of an incident in Malta where they had the stumps on the base, and they blew over as the batter missed the ball, and hence he wasn't bowled. We've played in all kinds of conditions. Right, last ball of the 9th here, or the 8th, I should say. That's hit very hard. That's a flat 6. I think that's gone all the way. And they love it. As I've got that as 6. We'll make the adjudication. It has been given 6, in fact. It's 96 for 4 after 8.
I reckon that just carried the rope so flat and like a bullet. Yeah, that's rope.
She hits the rope. Yeah, you can actually see the rope move. So 96 for 4 after 8. 12 balls left. They need 19. Have to fall over to lose. Babar bowling the 8th, backfires. He goes for 27, and now you've boxed yourself into a corner. You need to bowl 2 bowls that haven't bowled yet. Jafar Raza, the 17-year-old left armour, born in Spain, played all his cricket in Spain. Can he deliver a miracle over to keep his team in the contest? Maybe. Starts well. This is where you need one of these overs, just going for 4 or 5, like a tragical over.
1 wicket as well. You're not going to win if you don't get one of these 2 out. So you need a wicket somewhere. If they can get Zabiula to sky one, but then the last over, good luck. Whoever's going to come on a bowl, it's going to be someone they don't have.
It might be someone we haven't seen bowl in the series so far.
Yeah, potentially.
Jaffa. Going nowhere.
Well, they made a huge mistake because now Jaffa can't bowl the last, so they're in a corner.
Babar is the captain. He's the one who decided he wanted to bowl himself in the 8th.
So, yeah, just looking, it's going to have to be Bikramjeet Singh, but that's pretty gentle mediums, I think. And this is the thing with Pakakare. In the previous years, they had 7 or 8 bowlers, 7 or 8 bats. It's not really there this year.
You've got to give Jaffa an opportunity to go well and then re-bowl him. They've taken that away. They've kind of shut that door on themselves. Pakakare.
Oh,
wow, that is smashed. Absolutely smashed up the hill. And thanks for coming. Maximo gets the Nomads 6 closer.
Zabiula, when he hits it, it stays. He's played a pretty masterful innings. He's 36 off 12, and I reckon he chipped that.
You know, there's a bit of love coming from the viewers for Wakas Kawacha of the Nomads in the first innings. Remember all those runs that he saved on the boundary? The 6 he saved, and then the other 6 he saved that turned out to be a run out. Every run's been precious. That one's going to fly as well. Straight to the fielder. That's gone.
Oh.
Well, Zabiula's 6 and out. There's a good field placing there. Khalil Ahmed will take the catch. May have a dislocated finger, but it'll be worth it. He's going to be changed over, but it is a wicket. It's 102 for 4.
Well, they needed that. A new man to the crease. You could get a dot ball, but
that's actually hit the end of his finger, and you can see a little bit of blood there. So he's going to jog straight off. But more importantly, I suppose, for his team, he takes the catch. So he does get Zabiula and get Jaffa. He's only got 2 more balls to bowl in this game. They're going to have to make a change. Uncomfortable catch, to say the least. But hey, Zabiula, he's a real kind of renegade, isn't he, with the bat? He'll go for 36 off 13, 5 Maximos and a 4 in his knock. As he departs, it's 102 for 5.
Yeah, good innings, though. If they go on to win, that might be the innings that sort of stole it back from Pakakare. So a wicket goes, subfielder on in a hot spot, the young man.
Kuram Shazad. Pakakare have played the same 11 in every game in this tournament.
Yeah, they're thin, Bin.
All right. Nazir, the captain, comes out. He's a very classy player. It's a guy you'd normally expect about at number 3 or 4 for them.
Big ball this. If he can get away with this, Jaffa, well done. But it does mean they could leave maybe 10 plus for the last. But they've messed up the bowling order here. They're going to have someone that's cold and hasn't bowled barely in the tournament to bowl the last. Big mistake.
No way around saying it. It is a big mistake. Jaffa love to bowl again. You can't bowl 2 overs in a row. One of the
You can in the 100.
in the 100 you can. Are they quintets, not overs though? Last ball of the 9th. Up and out of here. Maximo. Well, as it is, maybe it won't matter because that makes it just 6 required off the last 6. What a shot that is from Sawari. Maybe it was millimetres from run out.
Well, are they stuck? Oh,
They're lodged.
Well, they've somehow gotten a little bit of a cheeky kiss and got stuck.
I've never seen 2 batters have their helmets get stuck. Oh, first let's have a look at the shot. Sawari hammers it. And then the old, this is where
Oh, hello.
it's like one of those puzzles. Actually got stuck in each other. Well, Lionel Richie would be humming Stuck on You, but really I think that the Pakai Care side is stuck now. Who are they going to go to? They are going to Bikramjit Singh. If there are only 5 off this over, seems a bit far-fetched, but this is ECN cricket. And we will go to a golden ball and have a 1-ball tiebreaker.
I would be surprised. They've got this now.
1 hit away. They're 1 hit away. Nazir, the captain, I wonder if he will just kind of be happy to take the 1 unless it's really asking for it. Well, maybe you can finish it off because that's the Nomads through to the Group D final. Maximo for Azim Nazir. Pakai Care will have to go the hard way. Bikram only bowls 1 ball. It never lands. It's the end of the match. And Nomads now 2-0 against the 2022 champions, the Swiss team, through to their first ECL Group Final.
They are playing the better cricket in this group at the moment, Vinny, and well deserved. They go through to the final. Pakai Care, they fought hard in those middle overs. It was Rabbani really brought it back, and Atif who picked up his 200th wicket, but they couldn't get through the last few overs without conceding too many. And Zurich Nomads, Vinny, tonight when they go into the final, they will be favourites.
Yeah, the thing with the Nomads as well, they'll obviously have to conquer their demons under lights. I guess we'll see who they're playing. But hey, what a shot from Nazir. He, like I said, doesn't look like a guy that's in his mid-40s. He comes out there. He's been brilliant in the field. Obviously, that little kiss worked. The grills got intertwined. And we have a look at what's coming up then with the Zurich Nomads to play the winner of Pakai Care Badalona versus the Budapest Blinders. The next game's coming up. Starts in about 1 hour and 10 minutes, so we're back in about 1 hour and 5. Set your alarm. Whatever you have to do, make sure you come back and join us because we're 2 matches away from having another team decided in this ECL Championship week. Credit to the Nomads. I think they were put to the test. I think they did the job with the ball in the first place. With the bat, you know, they had to weather the early storm, didn't they? And they managed to do that. They were able to get a magical over off Atif. Speaking of Atif, though, congratulations to him with his 200th wicket on ECM. But I know it'll be a little bit bittersweet because it comes in a loss for Pakai Care. But it does create another opportunity for him to get out there and show what he can do. So yeah, just confirming to everyone that it will be the Pakai Care Badalona side of Spain to take on the Budapest Blinders of Hungary in qualifier 2. And Nomads, well, they can sit tight, they can rest, and may have a few weary bodies at this stage, but yeah, the Swiss feeling sweet after this qualifier 1. Let's have a look at some of the highlights. Nazir, early on, he had to kind of deal with Mohamed Kamran. No one really enjoys that, but Kamran, to be fair, probably didn't quite find the kind of pace, the zip that we've seen from him on many occasions here at the Cartermore Oval. It just was selective, I think. I like the way they used the pace against him at times. That was a nice drive. Maybe a quarter chance, if that, to Kamran in his follow-through. Now, some of the mood, of course, he opened the batting, and let's not forget, they had to make a hard call. They decided to retire him out after he didn't really deal with Rabbani too well in his first over. And it looked like the collapse was on. But the Nomads, they had faith in their other players. And I think if you want to go a long way in this competition, then you need to be able to have that kind of confidence in your teammates. I mean, it's a tough one for Mahmood to swallow, I know that. But as it was, they were able to get the result in the end. That was a big moment for Mohamed Atif. His 200th wicket on the European Cricket Network, the first player to ever achieve that milestone. But really, Zabiullah, he was a real key here, wasn't he? In the end, he will take the player of the match, and you can totally understand that. because there were wickets falling all around him. And this one, I think it was a good decision, hitting in line and going on to hit the stumps. That's that overspinning back of the hand slower ball from Asad Rabbani. End of Qual, dangerous hitter in his own right. But Katil Zabiullah will just continue doing what he wanted to do, which was hit big. And this was almost an outstanding run out. Look at the quick release. He was only just in there. That was Sawari who was at risk. It got a little bit tight, maybe a bit close for comfort for the Nomads, but that was a flat 6. Again, the tactical misstep we thought it was to bowl Babar out in the 8th. It meant that Jafar Raza was limited to just the 1 over. He was able to pick up that wicket, but also there were a couple of crucial maximos in the 9th. It did all happen in the 9th. Then we had the little kiss where the helmets got intertwined. Well, it worked for Nazir because it was a kiss of death on Pakai Care, who will have to go the hard way through qualifier 2. Azim Nazir pumped the only ball of the 10th over out of the ground to bring up the win. And the Nomads have secured the first spot in the Group D final tonight. 39 for Fahim Nazir. Got out at a kind of a crucial time. Faced 22 balls, but he played some very good shots and weathered the early storm. 36 for Zabiullah off just 13 balls. He was adjudicated man of the match, and I can totally understand why, because that was a clutch innings from the big all-rounder. Asad Rabbani was brilliant after a real weird start. A couple of balls that fought gravity. 2 for 13, his final figures. Wickets also to Atif, his 200th in ECN cricket, and 1 for Jafar Raza in there as well, who could only bowl the 1 over. But yeah, the Nomads, they have managed to secure that first spot in the group final. Pakai Care will have to go through the blinders. That's the next match coming up, starting in about an hour's time. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, for European cricket, along with Corey Ruckers. Big thanks to him. He'll be back tomorrow. Andrew Ryan, though, will be my commentary partner for the second half of finals day when we return to the Cartama Oval in the beautiful Andalusia region of Spain for more European Cricket League.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, Brno, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox.
Hello, cricket lovers. Welcome back to the Cartama Oval. We're halfway through Group D finals day. So already we've seen Brno bow out of the competition. The Budapest Blinders knocked them out in the eliminator first game of the day, and then qualifier won. The Zurich Nomads, the top seeds, won their way through to the final at the expense of Pac Care. So qualifier 2 becomes Pac Care Barcelona of Spain, taking on the Budapest Blinders of Hungary for the chance to make it to the big dance. A little while ago, we had the Sheriff, Charles Croucher, with the two captains. Let's see what happened at the coin toss.
Thanks, Vinny. Pac Care, you'll toss. You're the home team. Blinders, your call.
Rado.
Righto's the call. European cricket.
Bowling first.
Pac Care won the toss. I'll have a bowl.
Thanks very much, Charles. So you heard it there first with Pac Care deciding that they want to have a bowl first. That way they will be on the chase. So they had a bit of a struggle batting first in the last game. Just lost some of those key wickets. And I think that obviously they're a very competitive team, but not quite the same kind of depth that we saw when they won the European trophy here in 2022. Let's have a look at the two teams. Kurum Shazad has come into that lineup, and it's actually the first change that they've made, and I think it had to do with that injury we saw late in the piece. And Osama Kajla comes in for the Blinders. Both these teams 3-2 record. And look, for the Blinders, Jason van der Merwe went first ball in the last game. Had a few kind of white knuckle moments, didn't they? But they ended up getting the job done in the end. Yeah, so Kurum Shazad comes in for Pac Care. Khalil took a catch late in the piece, but damaged his finger. That's why he's out of the side. For the Blinders, Kajla comes in, and Ikram is left out. So 2 times out of 3. Pac Care win according to the supercomputer. And you can see a few new faces in the crew as well. Looking forward to this one. Pac Care been a bit of a fixture in Championship Week in the Cartama Oval era. They have made it all 3 times that they have played at the European Cricket League, but this has to be their biggest challenge yet, I think. They're going to have to get over 2 very good teams, the Blinders, Jason van der Merwe at the top of the order, Abbas Ghani, and then they're going to have to get over the Nomads. They haven't beaten so far in 2 attempts. Well, welcome back to all of our viewers watching on our YouTube channel as well, ECN European Cricket Network. Great to have you with us. What's your analysis here? We see the Blinders with a blinding performance. Sends them through to their first ever group final in their first ever ECL. Hope you all enjoyed your extended break. It's showtime here at the Cartama Oval. Of course, Group D is almost complete. Group E starts tomorrow, and with the forecasters to be believed, it could be for a lot of rain that could affect that group. Hopefully not. The Cartama Halo is held firm so far. So it's been a good day for the Swiss so far, with the Zurich Nomads getting through. And one very interested observers joining me as my co-commentator for the rest of this Group D finals day. It's none other than Cosine Firebrand and pundit Andrew Ryan. Welcome back, Rhino.
Many talents, Vinny, but on show just in the commentary box today. Lovely to be with you all, though, and what a day in store for Swiss cricket. Zurich Nomads, first team through to the Group D final, and they've relegated Pac Care to having to come through this contest against the Budapest Blinders, coming off a last start win. I'll tell you what, Vinny, there's going to be some fireworks here. Mohammed Kamran steaming in. Lofted shot, beats the fielder down there at third man. Excellent start for the Blinders. Gandhi has found a little bit of form with the bat. Gandhi might be on their side as well.
Found some inner peace as well, perhaps. But here's the thing with Gandhi. Played Cameron really well yesterday. Cameron hasn't really had his usual zip today. Seems to be having some issues with the landing. He's not the only one, I'm sure. But Gandhi ran himself out in this contest during the group stage. Atif got him with a brilliant direct hit. That was after he did hit Cameron for a large 6-over deep mid-wicket. Cameron with a comeback ball.
Oh, takes out his off stump. What exceptional pace bowling from big Mohammed Cameron. Recovers from that 4 on the first delivery and shoots out the Blinders opener. The Blinders 4 for 1.
Yeah, it breaks a bit of a wicket drought for Cameron. That is his go-to, isn't it? It's that Yorker. It's so spicy. It swings in just a touch, goes stump to stump. Hitman 2.0 back in business.
I think the Hitman's just beat him with pure pace here. Been here a little bit of tail in, but just pure velocity.
Yeah, just wasn't technically able to deal with that. Look, butter wouldn't melt in his mouth either. Not even a hint of a smile from the Hitman. Ghani goes 4 and out. And the score 4 for 1.
Disappointing end to Ghani's innings. Over before it really got started. Brings big Stefan Gooch to the crease. He's been pretty solid throughout Group D to date. And has a very, very good technique against the pacemen. So he'll be well equipped to deal with Cameron. We've seen Zurich Nomads the last couple of times they've played Pack Air, really just trying to blunt Cameron more than anything. I think the Blinders might adopt some of that tactic here with the early wicket.
I think they will. I think Ghani was the one that was probably sent out there that might have taken him on, but I do think you'll see a bit more caution. Thing is, if you hit the ball, it flies. So you don't really have to go looking for a big shot. Stefan Gooch played Cammy pretty well yesterday. Let's see how he goes here. Racing his first ball. Down to leg side to get a wide.
A little bit of waywardness from Cammy. Good news for the Blinders, though, in that first game today, Vinny, that Mars Barji continued his form resurgence, and the skipper Ali Farasat hit a much-needed half-century to take them home.
Loose it down the leg side. It's been a bit of an issue for Cameron bowling to left-handers today. He's had a few to bowl at.
So had more left-handers than he probably cares to see in an entire season. Peppering here in Group D. Certainly prefer to have the righties and being able to bring the ball back into the stumps from just outside off stump.
A few questions. I think Faisal was asking why no Isan in this lineup.
The ball just worked away. Didn't really get up that delivery, and Gooch takes the single.
Yeah, just so with Isan, he's actually kind of travelled overseas for a family wedding, and so that's why he's not available for the group stage. Obviously, with it being a 3-day affair, so that's why there's no Isan here. They've got Zain Nakvian, who's a capable replacement for him behind the stumps, also combating the top order, as we know.
Pretty fair replacement to bring in, both behind the sticks and with the bat.
Well earlier. Van der Merwe to face his first ball.
Another one down the leg side. Well, a Cammy radar all over the place in this opening over. It's been a succession of wides. And the left-right combination not keeping the big man happy.
Yeah, but if he gets angry, he normally gets faster. We saw him do a few different things. We saw him first over last time, maybe not really going full pace, maybe trying to a couple of variations. We saw him cut his run towards the very end of his spell. It's a very short run for Cameron.
Oh, he's cleaned up off stump again. It's deja vu. Twice in the opening over, and Van der Merwe goes for a duck. A huge spell of bowling so far from the big man.
Well, you bring in your wild card, Jason Van der Merwe. He goes for a king pair on finals day. This one is another carbon copy Yorker. Cameron again, still no sense of a cheeky little grin. But for the second time in the first 4 legal balls this game, the off stump goes flying.
Beautiful piece of bowling. Plays a similar shot to the direction of Ghani's bat. They haven't played for the in-swing and shatters that off stump out of the Cardamom pitch. Lovely piece of bowling from Mohammed Cameron. So it's been a wayward over from him, but The last couple of games where he hasn't taken early wickets, Pakai has struggled to keep the opposition in check. 2 wickets in the opening spell here, and Mars Bargie's still got 2 balls here to face from the fired up Cameron.
Wow. How about this opening? We've had Mars Bargie now.
Oh, the hitman, he's got his radar on now. Tailed in, but Bargie's got a really good solid technique. Enjoys playing the pace bowling. Dealt with it well. Just have a look at this on the replay. Just a little bit straighter with his technique than his 2 openers.
Didn't really swing, did it, that one? That one kind of held its line.
One man who won't get flustered out there in the middle, Stefan Gooch, an experienced cricketer. There's some rebuilding to do. Short ball, edge over the top. And that's much needed boundary for the Blinders. So a challenging first over, but as far as the runs go, 13 off it. Not a bad outcome, but losing 2 top order wickets. The less good news.
Yeah, it sounded like it almost broke the fence, actually. For all the brunt of it. But yeah, that's the thing. You get a bit of bat on it, it flies. You don't have to necessarily go looking for the big shots. This is where we're at on finals day with Pakai taking on the Blinders for the right to meet the Nomads in the final. And I know you must have caught some of that game earlier, Rhino. You must be happy for your countrymen there.
Well, as objective as we stay within the commentary box, really great for Swiss cricket to have the Nomads through to the final, and well deserved after a first up blip here. They've been the most consistent team in the tournament, but it wasn't without a fight. That victory this morning.
Babar gets the second over.
Oh, Bargie has lofted him over mid-wicket. What a sweet strike. And Babar, welcome to the crease.
Well, that was absolutely hammered. Just kind of a typical Babar line and length dibbly-dobbler. And then got smushed into the trees.
Hasn't the Bargie volcano started to erupt in the last few games? Couldn't buy a run in the majority of this Group D, but got a few clean swings of the bat last night. Played very well earlier this morning in the elimination game. It starts here with a Maximo. Touch shorter from Babar, swung to the leg.
I just noticed Conrad Greenshield's in the comment section. Hi, Conrad. Hopefully you're well. Conrad sometimes goes by his commentary nickname, Whispering Red. It's Conrad, obviously keen viewer. I suppose Mars is someone that we know very well as part of the Blue Crew. But he's got the pads on and he's trying to deal with Mohamed Baba.
Full of ball, Bargie. Oh, it's a good catch. Almost timed it too well. Half-hearted shot. Asad Abbas comes in well from the wide cover position. And the 3rd wicket down for the Blinders with only 19 on the board.
What a good catch. Just didn't keep it down, didn't go after it either, Mars. He probably had his careful trousers on here. He just strokes it. It's not a bad shot really, but what a fantastic bit of fielding. You see there, just leaves it up long enough. Great catch taken by Asad Abbas in the covers. Takes it, rolls, throws it away, and that's 3 wickets in the blink of an eye for the Blinders. Promising start for Bargie. Does whack a big 6, but he's gone for 7. It's 19 for 3.
Yeah, real trouble for the Blinders here now. They've got somewhat of a salvage job to do. Some batsmen still there, and Farasat coming to the crease. He was excellent this morning, and obviously Gooch, the steady hand at the non-strikers innings, but halfway through the second over, 3 wickets down.
Lee Farasat, the captain, comes in. He scored 50 in the successful chase earlier on against Brno.
Oh, he won't be scoring a half-ton today. He is knocked over, and Babar has 2 in 2. The Blinders 19 for 4.
Wow, the off stump's going to need some trauma counselling. I think that's the 3rd time in the first 10 balls of this game that it has been surgically removed from its foundations. Farasat, you know, the line between aggression and insanity isn't always a clearly delineated one, but I think this is the other side of it. He just goes for a big horn over mid-wicket. Adios, a little bit of inseam from Babar, and he's on a hat-trick. The score's 19 for 4.
Halfway through the 9th over, that's just good intent. I think when you're 3 wickets down in the first over and a half, that's just not a very smart shot. And Tell you what, if you'd said to Jacob Mulder that he was going to be at the batting crease in the second over, I'm not sure he would have believed you, but that's how things roll. And we do have a hat-trick opportunity for Big Babar.
See Mohammed Atif's on there, but Baba actually has a hat-trick as well in the ECL. Took it against Punjab Lions Nicosia, and that was back in their group final. Right, hat-trick ball.
Oh, play and miss, nervy shot from Mulder. Doesn't get the outside edge, but pretty decent hat-trick ball from Babar.
Yeah, this really is about as close as you can get to taking a hat-trick without actually taking one.
Ball didn't really do much. Mulder's just played across to the leg. The wrong line, so Babar figures at 2 for 6, still one ball left. Charges down the deck, hits it straight into the pitch, and they will scamper through for 1. So Mulder comes back on strike for the start of the third. And the Blinders in some trouble, 20 for 4.
Yeah, 4 wickets in the first 10 balls of the match. Quick look at what's coming up around the grounds. I know Conrad's watching at the moment. He's watching from Portugal, who will host an ECS at the Santarém ground starting on the 22nd of March. Also some international men's and women's. First time we've seen Portugal women's team in action. And then some T20Is, both men's and women's. Madrid's a great new location on the calendar that we'll be going to for a week from the 7th of April. And then Bologna, back to Bologna for the first time in a while. Looking forward to that. And France and Malta and plenty more. All right, well, here we go with Cameron coming back. Probably can't be that aggressive to him. Probably wouldn't have been anyway. See Atif as well. He's still got 2 overs to bowl. Took his 200th ECN wicket earlier in the day as well.
This is the complete opposite tactically to what the Nomads have successfully done in the last couple of games against Pack I Care. They've been solid in the power play and then attacked more towards the end. Blinders, on the other hand, they're almost 5 wickets down, just past the outstretched hand of first slip. That's Asada Rabani in there. Not the tallest man in the Pack I Care team. Not often you have a first slip, or probably more second slip.
Gets a finger on it though, doesn't he, Rabani? And then you can see that from there, it's pretty much 1 bounce 4. It was a rocket. And it was still on the way up. It's not Rabani, pardon me. That's Bikramjit Singh there in that position.
Much needed runs for the Blinders. 24 for 4. Just bowling a good spell, Cameron. Swing across the line. No contact. Really, Mulder's got to be there to support Gooch. He can just get the big man on strike. He can up his scoring rate and take calculated risks, but at the moment, Mulder's going very aggressively.
3 balls left for Cameron.
Short one, pulls it nicely too. Didn't try to overhit that ball, just used the pace of Cameron. Much needed boundary, and the Blinders 28 for 4.
Yeah, Mulder, I mean, don't really see him batting too much when you see him playing for CLYMS, but he's smart. He stays back in his crease, doesn't try and hit too hard, just eases it away. Of course, with the pace of Cameron, flies. 1 bounce, 4 more.
Cameron decided to come around the wicket after being dispatched to the boundary. Mulder tries to give himself room, doesn't end up playing a shot.
Squarely umpire had to back off a touch there with the early back away movement from Mulder. I don't know if that's the tactic. Leaving your stumps open.
You could say it's a batting tactic. I suspect it's probably a little bit more of self-preservation, expecting the short ball from the hitman. 1 ball left. I think Mulder has got to do the smart thing here. Make sure he keeps his wicket intact. There's easier bowlers to face.
Gooch at the other end, so only faced 2 balls. Mulder's faced 7.
That's well played from Mulder. He did the sensible thing, just jammed the Yorker out. Wide of leg stump. So that's the end of an eventful power play for the Budapest Blinders. 28 for 4. And Pack I Care, on the other hand, would be very, very happy with the way that their opening bowlers have started.
Yeah, no doubt about that. So, yeah, Cameron ends up 2 for 21. So there's 2 wickets, pretty important. Jason van der Merwe just not able to deal with a Yorker. Going very, very first ball. 28 for 4. Baba's going to come back and bowl out here in the 4th.
That's a good move for Weezer. I just thought, if you're going to bowl Baba, give him the newish ball, give him the opportunity to swing it. Just manipulating his field, obviously. The fielding restrictions over from the power play, so 5 fielders allowed outside the circle.
Okie dokie.
Short ball, just jammed Gooch a touch. He picked it up early and fended it down for 1. Plenty of activity in the YouTube chat today, Vinny.
Just keeping an eye on it. Again, I think I addressed the E-Sun issue why he's not here. Of course he can play. Plays for Pakai Care. But the issue was he had a family commitment, and I suppose, you know, the schedule's so packed now. He was just kind of hoping, I think, that Pakai Care get through, and I imagine he'd return for Championship week. Few changes here. Do we have just a change of position?
Maybe a few players just getting their step count up as Baba marshalling his troops. And he's still going.
Well, we're out of the power play now, so you can have 5 outfielders. That's what they've got. 94 expected. Seems a long way off.
Got him cold, waiting to face up. Cuts, but boundary rider out. Coming from point, we'll keep it to a single.
Yeah, so hello to Thomas Martinez in there. And so yeah, he's not available for this part of the tournament. I'll be hoping he gets through, no doubt. A few people were probably a bit shocked by the sound of stumps flying, but maybe shouldn't be when you know what Pakai Care have done over the years.
Short ball, Gooch pulls well, but got 2 defensive fielders on the boundary.
Quick hello to Diego. Diego as well is watching from Portugal. Hello to you. Great to have you with us. And, Phil G. Again, very happy birthday for during the week, Phil G. We're doing a bit of that Portugal series, actually, so you can introduce yourself to Diego. I'm sure you know Conrad pretty well already from your time in Portugal.
Full ball. Gee, that's just missed the leg stump. Mulder, he's in the, not the year of living dangerously, more the hour of living dangerously at the moment. He's backed away again. Tried to hit this through the offside. It's just missed the leg peg.
When you miss one like that, the next down you expect to hear is ball on stump again. But Mulder survives to fight.
That one was more in the slot. He's driven it, and it hasn't quite got the distance, and it's comfortably caught down at long on. Baba raises his arms in triumph, and that's the 5th wicket down for the Blinders with 31 on the board.
Yeah, just a slight miss hit. Mohammed Kamran takes catch. Can't keep that guy out of the game. Yeah, it's kind of there, isn't it? But he just didn't get the middle of the bat on it. Cammy takes the catch so good that we couldn't quite show you all of it, but it will be the end of Mulder for 10. Batting in the number 6 position. As he steps aside, it's 31 for 5.
It was the right ball to go after for Mulder. It was in his slot. Probably it feels like the breeze coming from that direction is not helping the batters today.
Usama Kajla, the new batter for the Blinders.
31 for 5. Not looking good for the Hungarian champions. He takes a huge swing. It's a massive appeal. I didn't pick up any noise coming past stump Mike, but that ball must have almost shaved leg stump. As it is, end of the 4th over, 31 for 5.
Yeah, I wasn't convinced. Let's have a look on the replay. Big swing. It was actually pretty close to the back leg, so maybe it just flicked the back pad or the back leg. I'll have a closer look at it here. Maybe it hit nothing. But anyway, end of the 4th, 31 for 5. A long way back for the Blinders from here.
Incredibly lucky not to hit his stumps. As much as Blinders have lost 5 wickets already, they have been close to being clean bowled on a number of other occasions. And things not likely to get any easier here, Vinny, with Mohammed Atif coming to the bowling crease.
Yeah, Atif is certainly having a pretty good year with the ball. Includes last year as well. Got noticed playing for the European 11. There's all sorts of talk about where he might train, where he might play. It's a real success story. Gooch faces up to him here over number 5.
One's in the slot, beautifully played by Stefan Gooch. That's a proper cricket shot. Driven wide of mid-off. Rare ball in the slot from Atif.
Yeah, it's a really good shot. I think with the Paco Care batting, it's been a little bit brittle at times. Had a mega collapse. I think it was 5 for 1 earlier on in the day. 6 for 8. So, yeah, Atif, there you go. Nice little something that's been put together to commemorate his 200th wicket on ECN.
Wicket bowling wide, full tosses, particularly not against a batter of the class of Stefan Gooch. So 2 boundaries in succession, just keeping the Budapest Blinders breathing in this contest. Still need a fair bit more than this to challenge Pakai Care, but as long as Gooch is out there and can take the majority of the strike, they're still in the hunt.
Yeah, just playing him in orthodox fashion. Kept the cover up. He's found the gap twice.
On the leg side, gifted them a couple of extras during the course of this innings already. And Cameron lose his line on a few occasions in the first over, and now Atif just pushing one down the leg side. He must be infuriated that he's got to bowl to another left-hander. It's like he's immediately switching around the wicket.
Yeah, Gooch found it really tough to get going in that last game, but he started pretty well here. Atif's going to try it around the wicket. It's a bit annoyed there, Gooch, I think. Gets bat on that, flies. If he misses, it's probably a wide. Instead he has to settle for a leg bite.
Fine legs up inside the circle as well. Only needed a tickle on that ball. Would have run away for the 3rd boundary of the over. So quick reset here. A couple of balls before the halfway point of the innings. Kajla about to face his 2nd delivery. He's come into the team recently. Sort of score if they're probably resetting now to look at 100, 105, particularly if Gooch can stay in there for the next 3 to 4 overs. There's an outside edge, fumbled by the keeper, but he's parried it. And Shazad coming in from 3rd man.
Yeah, so a question from Ian in the comment section. A team's allowed to change their wild cards for Championship Week if they qualify. Not actually sure about that. I think it might be subject to approval. I think the idea is meant to have 2 for the whole tournament, but I suppose if there was an injury that was picked up in a game or something like that, then perhaps. I don't really know. I think it's case by case.
Short ball, Gooch cuts. Can't beat the fielder at backward point.
It's actually how Atif got his 200th wicket. I think it was in his ear. Got kind of going across the left-hander. Got cut to the fielder.
Not a bad 200th wicket to pick up.
Yeah, I was just thinking. Channeled the old Shane Warne 700 at the MCG. Last ball, the 5th.
Well, he does get a little tickle on that one. Beats Shazad at fine leg. And it's nicely played. 3-4s in the over from Gooch. 46 for 5.
Yeah, and it's course 46 for 5. It will come in, and it's Peacock Friday. Now, I know that you've seen what I've been wearing. You see what Corey's been wearing. Rico's known for having quite an adventurous sense of fashion as well, but it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Andrew Ryan. And talk us through what you've got on here today, Rhino. Look magnificent.
I thought resplendent was the word you were going to come out with. So it's a traditional subcontinental kurta. So I was actually in Mumbai for a wedding about a month ago, so I had to buy quite a collection of gear for the 4 days of the wedding. So great to be there to celebrate with Rohan and Vidi for their nuptials, and just I was looking for an excuse to pull this back out.
Love the colours. So it's a different take on Peacock Friday. I'm sure a lot of our viewers in the subcontinent, they'll appreciate Rhino wearing. I wish you could get the whole length of Rhino.
Maybe we'll have to do a vertical video of it at some point. But it's actually incredibly comfortable to wear, and the viewers would have seen what's been christened the
shoes and everything. Got the trousers underneath.
The Modi jacket, which I've renamed the Rhino jacket after going out and seeing all the fans in India. But it is genuinely so comfortable to wear. almost pulled it out for wearing to the office before. It's a decent change of pace from Rabani, not for the first time in this tournament.
So anyway, if you're in the comment section, why don't you let us know how you think he's wearing it? I think he's wearing it very, very well.
Just trying my best.
How many outfits did you buy? I know that these Indian weddings are like.
Well, so 4 different outfits for the wedding. I've got another one here, which I might pull out in a couple of days. That is cut high. Somehow it lands in between the two fielders. What has happened there, Vinny? They'll scoot for at least
3.
2.
They'll get 3. You watch. Oh, boy. Oh, the throw was wide. Just could run about 5 there.
We've seen the occasional bit of ordinary fielding this week. That will go pretty close to the top of the list.
Yeah. First he got done by the mother of all Tortugas here. And Atif comes back.
Lucky he didn't jam his knee into that turf, which he didn't slide well over the top of. Assuming all those teams pursuing Atif probably don't want to see that highlight video. 50 for 5. It's nicely driven by Gooch for 1.
Saved only 1 run in the end. There's a few people that think you might have stolen Rico's wardrobe, because we have seen Rico in that kind of dress before.
Maybe Rico and I can turn up at on the same day.
Resisting the urge for a who wore it better poll.
That's a big swing across the line. But no contact. Big appeal from Rabani. The stumps have been dislodged.
I think he's all right here. But one thing with Kajla, he's got a swing batter kind of approach ever since he's come. Kind of like attacks the best form of defense.
He's got one of those axe-like techniques, doesn't he, in the way he holds and swings the bat. A bit of work from the keeper, but safely back in his ground. A lot of off stump,
dead ball
big
called.
Swing.
I don't know what that's for. Maybe that someone was moving. It was an early call from the umpire to kill the play. Yeah, so I don't know what it was exactly, but nice early call. At least everyone knew that ball wouldn't count, so we'll have a redo.
Chuck, I'm going to ask you a question on that in a moment, Vinny, as Barney steams in for the 5th ball of the over. Same result in that one, dot ball. So we saw a no ball call overturned in the last game thanks to the intervention of the video umpire. Umpires called the no ball during live play. If there was a dismissal from that ball, would it be overturned?
I think then the ball is dead. There's a few scenarios with uncalling no balls. It's a bit of a quagmire. Gets more of it this time, but not too much. Kajla is finding it hard going. 6 overs down. The Blinders are 51 for 5. I think if you get dismissed and the ball's a no ball isn't just a signal, but it's a verbal call that gives the batter the cue, whether they hear it or otherwise, that they can't be dismissed off the delivery except for certain ways, like run out. So I think if it had been a dismissal, then the ball would have been re-bowled. It would have been a dead ball. But yeah, it's rare. That's why umpires, even you'll see with height ones where they suspect they might not actually make a physical call, they'll say, look, I think this is no ball, but if we can check it, that way you haven't risked affecting the play. Very good question.
Certainly one that piped up. We'll see it when Rabani comes on that next over, Vinny. You get to see part of the benefit of him bowling almost incessant slower balls. It allows them to keep both fine leg and third man up inside the circle, because much less of a threat of flying delivery. But even with Atif now, they've got men behind the wicket inside the circle, despite having a very, very fine third man as well.
It's a very good piece of bowling. It's the thumbless ball, I think. Takes the thumb off. There you go. Thumb comes off. And just have a look. Just kind of rolls out. Take it a little bit slower and very close, taking the top of the stumps. Great camera work there from 2 circles.
It's a glorious slow motion visual, isn't it?
Ever thought of taking your thumb off it?
I've tried to bowl it and it's come out horrendously. I would never do it in a match. I think I'll stick to the old split finger and wrong finger on the seam. What off stump. Gooch has got a reasonable hold of it, and bottom hand came into play, so he actually managed to drag it wide of long off, but doesn't really matter anyway because it's carried the boundary for a Maximo.
He tried to double thumb him, but Gooch was ready for it this time. might have not been quite so sure how he was doing it, but he knew the pace of the ball that he missed last time, made the adjustment, gets it out of the ground for 6.
Keeping them in this, Stefan Gooch. 57 for 5. 22 balls to go. Short, cuts into the pitch.
It's a clever bowler, isn't he? Bowls it again, just says, all right, got me once, but I still have confidence this is the ball that's going to be a little bit difficult for you to get away. Yeah, the reviews are in, Rhino, and I think the viewers are pretty happy with what they see. Ian says, suits you, Sir Rhino.
Oh,
Conrad says, looking dapper.
You've gone to the top of my favourite YouTube chatters after that.
John Gray also very impressed. Don't look like something from Rico, but says thanks for the explanation. And May Webb saying, you look so handsome.
I mean, people have been missing Rico, so I'm
Easy
glad
on everybody.
being able to to just reinvigorate the minds and think of the great man while he's
I'm with
taking
you with
a few days off.
I've enjoyed going to a couple of Indian weddings.
Oh, great
And also,
great
I don't really
experience.
stand out at Indian weddings because everyone's wearing crazy colours. All right, 2 to come for a Teef.
Pulled. His timing is pretty good. Athletic piece of work from Rabani, patrolling the boundary. He should probably be slightly annoyed he was on that short ball early, but those 2 fielders out there on the leg side, reasonably close together.
Hit it hard. It's well fielded, athletic bit of work. There's Diana Orris looking.
Then Zurich
Is
Nomads
that a
top that
Nomads
she's
top?
wearing.
Yeah, I was going to say.
She's set a
13.
stall out for the evening.
Last ball of the 7th.
Big swing. Ah, it's a top edge. He's got enough meat on the ball, and it's flown away for a Maximo Atif. Hands on hips, not too impressed, but that's a very, very helpful Maximo, and Blinders up to 64 for 5.
Genuine Aximo, accidental. But it's all the bat speed. He's throwing the kitchen sink at it. Watch this. Just releases, and it couldn't have been more backwards, really. But anyway, 6 runs to the total end of the 7th. The Blinders are 64 for 5.
You've seen him more than me. I don't get the impression that Cartel does anything other than throw the kitchen sink at the ball.
Not really a nudger. This is what's coming up with Group E. F&G still to be played. We have a big day tomorrow with the Lisbon, Vorberg, Ariana, Empire, and Strikers group. Bit of a northern flavour in there. I know you don't mind a little bit of the north. With Sweden, Finland, and Estonia in there. Also the Dutch and the Irish too. Pretty established cricketing nations. Jaffaraza's going to come on. They made a bit of a tactical misstep, I think, in the last game where they bowled 4 bowlers out in the first 8. Jaffaraza had bowled the 9th. Bowled a pretty good 9th. And then they went to a 6-bowler, Bikram, in the 10th, who got hit for 6th first ball. The game was over.
It was an interesting call, wasn't it? Speaking of interesting calls, Stefan Gooch has refused the single there to a completely open leg side. I suspect he's targeting Raza as the bowler that he thinks he can have a crack at.
Must think now's the time.
And he does prove that that's a good decision. Cuts it well, lofts over the boundary for a Maximo.
Yeah, we'll strap on the foot symbols for the one-man band here because I think that's what is going to be required to get the Blinders back into this contest. So there's the spectator view or the bench view. They like it. The hands get clapped, and with good reason. Nice shot.
Certainly a lot happier than they were about 20 minutes ago, the Budapest Blinders. And he's a good young bowler, Jaffaraza, but I think the top-tier bats in this group feel that he gives you just a nice bit of pace and bounce to work with. Spears it back into the pad, and Gooch does take a 1-run and offer.
It's a really good example of some of the... I actually call it reverse swing. It's not the way you'd expect him to swing the ball, but look at it go late. A little bit of right to left here. It is, I suppose, it seems going that way. And that is an area where Steph does like to stay a bit leg side of the ball. It's heading a long way down the leg side, but...
It's funny, that swings almost feels like it's caused by his wrist snap. He's got quite a prominent snap at the end, and it's almost a teeth-like, just pushing it in that direction. A big swing.
I think you got to pull him.
Kajla.
I just don't think Kajla's looked that comfortable. He's got the 6 accidentally. You got Ibra to come in next. I think you got to look at getting Ibra out there because you're behind by a long way. It's worth trying. You've only got 2 overs left after this.
Every ball that Kudla faces is one less that Gooch has the opportunity to play as well. 2 left in the over. Steps across, makes pretty underwhelming contact, and he saves the captain having to make a decision of yanking him off the field. Caught and bowled. Good comeback from Raza after being smoked from Maximo earlier in the over, and the Budapest Blinders 71 for 6.
Yeah, you can't really blame Kudla's approach, and he's trying to be aggressive, and I think that you had better options in the shed, given on how it's gone. So Jafar Raza takes catch in his follow through. He'll pick up the wicket. Doesn't get the Maximo to Susama, but he'll go for 10, and the score now is 71 for 6.
Still not out of this, the Blinders, though. As I said, as long as Gooch is there, he'll be targeting 30-odd.
Well, it's almost
the last
like
2 overs.
It's almost like the Blinders are Brno from the first innings of the day, which was against the Blinders. A couple of big overs, and you get up to kind of 110, something like that. Have someone carry you to a score that's something to bowl at. Here's Zahid who comes in.
Basically a free hit for him here. And he does swing hard. It's pretty reasonable contact, and it carries for a Maximo. Well, that dismissal of Kudla has worked out pretty well. Zahid's got the free hit on the last ball of the over because they wanted Gooch on strike for the start of the 8th. That Maximo takes him up to 77 for 6.
Yeah, and I think now you look at the fact that you let Kudla stay and swing like a rusty gate for so long. I mean, the number 6 and 7 bats for the Blinders scored 20 off 21 balls. And now Zahid, I mean, maybe it's a flash in the pan, maybe it's not, but I bet he'd love it. At least a couple more overs maybe if he does get on a heater. End of the 8th over. Walking sticks, 77 for 6.
At least that pan is sizzling, not just in preheat mode like it seemed that it had been for most of Kudla's innings. Anyway, Gooch on strike.
Rabani.
That's well bowled by Rabani. Gooch drives down the ground, rotates the strike.
It's such a strange start, Rabani, to his spell. He bowled 2 big beamers in his first 2 balls, but then he came back with 5 dot balls, including the free hit. First one was a fake no ball. But then, yeah, put on a bit of a masterclass. And he's so good at hitting that full length where the batter's second guessing the pace of the ball that's coming at him. He's got that brilliant back of the hand slower ball, over spinner. I think he'll bowl it to these kind of batters that just want to swing hard.
It's a nice piece of bowling, that. Zahid looked somewhat less fluent facing that delivery than his first.
Have a look. I love this delivery that he bowls. Just have a look. You see completely, you'll see all the wide of the ball when it comes over. Overspin, almost comes out sometimes as a bit of a wrong end. Takes an edge but doesn't carry.
It's incredible flexibility, isn't it?
It's one of those things, you know, if the keeper knew it was a slow ball, he'd probably stand a bit closer and maybe reach that in full. Maybe not.
Big swing. That was the quicker one and kicked off the Kardama deck. So nice over here from Rabani. He's only gone for 1 off the first 3.
So once the slow ball's in your head, I suppose you almost got to expect one or the other as a bat, because if you're expecting in the middle and kind of hedging your bets, you're probably not going to nail anything. But Zahid certainly was very late on that one.
He's not express, but he's quick enough to
Good slow ball
ratchet
balls.
it up.
The quicker one seems quicker.
Well, there is the slower one. He's drilled it, but straight into the safe hands of the hitman, Mohammed Cameron, down there at long on. Exuberant celebration from the big paceman. Isn't he excited? And the Budapest Blinders 78 for 7.
The Riaz Afridi school of celebrating from Mohammed Cameron. Looks mildly bored. Has decided to go hatless here in qualifier 2.
I said this. I think he plays better hatless.
There he is. And he says, yeah, I'm inside the boundary. Good coverage.
Probably wasn't the safest catch you'll ever take. There was a fair bit of that grizzly showing at the top of the big mitts.
Zahid does get 1-6 away, but that's all. 7th to fall, 78 for 7.
Gooch stuck down the non-striker's end. Remarkably, he's only faced 19 balls in this innings, despite coming out in the first over.
Yeah, so he's faced 19 balls out of the 50 that have been bowled, so 38%.
Short of a length, but can't make contact. And it's another dot for Abani, so inevitably this ball, he's just got to go hard again and ensure that Gooch is on strike for the start of the 10th.
Yeah, so they've managed their bowlers better this time as well. by bowling. Jaffaraza in the 8th. They can bring him back. Time running out for the Blinders.
Oh, beautiful stuff from Rabani. What a way to finish off an excellent spell from him. 2 for 6 of his 2, and the Budapest Blinders now in a massive hole, 78 for 8.
Trying to count the bold dismissals. It's the 4th one we've seen, and they've all been pretty comprehensive. You can see he just loses his shape, loses his head. Rabani, star of the future, star of the now maybe. But, yeah, big swing and a miss from Ibra. So Blinders running out of time, running out of wickets, 9 overs down, 78 for 8.
They're leaving an awful lot for their bowling attack to do, the Budapest Blinders. Suspect that Gooch will probably just stay at the striker's end for this over. 78 on the board. He's got 6 balls coming from the young left armour, Jaffaraza. And if he can stand there and maybe hit 3 boundaries in this over, will he squeeze their way up to 90 plus? First ball struck down. He might look for the second.
Oh, don't know if you can go, especially with 8 down.
What would you do there, Maximo? Would you change the strike when you've got the number 10?
I think I would have not taken. You got to think if there's a kind of 3/4 or better chance of getting back for 2, you go for it. But he was flat-footed. Kamran was alert to it, and they were always going to gun down the keeper's end. So let's see if Ahmed Khan can get one out of the screws.
Well, does make pretty decent contact. Swings it away to mid-wicket and just be the single.
I actually think if I was Stefan here, if I hit it straight to an outfielder fast, I'm not running. If it's not straight to an outfielder, then maybe I am running and trying to get back for 2. But the thing is, a run out here with any balls left on the table, you're down to number 11 and limits your ability to attack the bowling in the first place.
And Khan has got to be alive, backing up well. And he's not even moving at the non-striker's end, so he's going to have a difficult job pushing back for the second.
Go. Oh, well, they went to the wrong end. I think it's going to be run out, but they do get Gooch back on strike, so it's not a bad trade-off. So unselfish stuff by Ahmed Khan. He'll be run out for a golden 1. But yeah, I think you've got to know the situation there if you're Paco Care, that your side on the throws about the same distance. Any sort of throw to the keeper had him struggling. But Raza gets back and runs out Ahmed Khan. What it does do, though...
Khan was only out by 2/3 of a metre there. I was watching him at the non-strikers end as that ball was bowled. He was stationary. He's essentially been run out there because he did not back up properly.
I think he's run out because Paco Care threw to the wrong end. I think always going to the keeper there. Anyway, nice throw from Mochim, because he did decide to go that way. Now I don't know if you're running. Mahandas comes, not a bad batter. Oh, bowled. Really well bowled. Raza hitting his spots. He's grown into this tournament.
Get a bit of confidence, I think, from this 2-over spell too, Vinny.
Yeah, makes it all more mind-boggling that saw him restricted to 1 over earlier on. So Mahandas isn't a bad bat at all. Hit the winning runs for Hungary in the T20 recently. And pressure cooker game.
It's another decent ball, but it's thrashed to the offside. Excellent strike. Beautiful wrist work from Stefan Gooch. Takes himself up to 41 and the Blinders to 85 for 9.
Yeah, well, they've survived the 10 overs essentially. Just 1 more ball to go here. Nice shot by Gooch. Just kind of opened the blade a little bit there. Made good contact. 6%, better than nothing.
It's been a gutsy night from the big man in difficult circumstances. Oh, that was in the slot for him. It's hit the pad and I'll scoot through for 1. He's not happy. There's an opportunity to add a Maximo before closing the innings, but as it is, that's a fairly disappointing display from the Blinders. 86 for 9, and not surprising after losing a collection of wickets in the opening couple of overs. They're already 4 wickets down before the end of the second, but that is well below what they would have targeted, Vinny.
Yeah, well, Gooch, yeah, he's annoyed because he just mistimed his little flick. And you can see that kind of bubbling over a little bit. But Paco Care, I mean, they are former champions. I know maybe they're not quite as star-studded as we've seen before, but I mean, there's a lot of guys in there with a lot of experience. Even the young players play a lot of cricket in this format, a lot of cricket on ECN. And I think they're pretty comfortable walking back with just 87 to get. But we know the Blinders, they won't go quietly. They'll throw everything they've got at the 2022 champions. But I need a minor miracle if the Hungarians are going to survive to the final. Pakai Care came out, and it was a promising start for Ghani, wasn't it? But the sound of ball on timber would ring around the ground no less than 4 times in this innings.
Yep, great opening spell by Mohammed Cameron. He really found his Yorker after a couple of wides early on. Took out the off stump on a couple of occasions, and ultimately this innings just went down the drain pipe by the end of the second over. 4 wickets down by that stage, and given the credentials of the Budapest Blinders top order, that was simply not good enough. Mars Barger, he'd found a bit of form in the last 2 games, went a little bit hard at the ball, that just wasn't there. And then a tragic shot from Ali Farasat, swinging for the fences first ball. And by that stage, the Budapest Blinders were 19 for 4. Somehow, Mulder survived the hat-trick opportunity. Hands in the head from Babar. Won't be the first or last hat-trick he would ever take in his life. That one was a bit fortunate, parried by the man in the slip position that ended up going down for 4. And finally, Mulder was the man to find the boundary. Tried to repeat the dose. Mohammed Cameron's big mitts down there at long off. Safely pouched the catch, and he was the 5th man down with the score on 31. From that point, Stefan Gooch took over. Big left-hander who's been the rock of many of the Budapest Blinders innings, not just in this tournament, but over the last couple of years, showed his class. And he played a really intelligent knock, given the fact that his teams were falling all around him. Gajlat caught and bowled, nice piece of bowling, and his innings was a relatively torturous stay. Had a couple of partners who came in towards the end. Zahid struck a nice Maximo first ball, but really couldn't get it done again. And he was yet another victim holing out to Mohammed Cameron, who really didn't get particularly excited about that catch. There was more excitement at the bowling crease, though, when the big Ahmad, the left-arm paceman, put the most off-balance shot we've seen this week into the books and was cleaned up. Gooch eventually was trying to just get himself back onto strike here, and he's had to sacrifice his partner, Khan, who was run out after a nice piece of fielding from Mosham, but did give the opportunity for Gooch face a couple of balls towards the end of the innings. Didn't put the last one away, but knocked it 4 before we closed the 10 overs. And that was all she wrote for the Budapest Blinders batting lineup. An excellent display of bowling and fielding for the most part by the powerful Pakai Care lineup, and they've put themselves in prime position to qualify for the final tonight. But it's certainly not all over. The Blinders, they have got the runs on the board, and they've got a pretty good bowling attack. Certainly with the leg spin of Jacob Mulder, if he can whip out a bat to the middle order, then they might have something to play with, but it's a sorry-looking batting card outside of Gooch. Only 2 other players making double figures, both Mulder and Kajla hitting 10 each, but Ghani, Vandermerve and Bargi only 11 between them off 7 balls, and then Farasat, who was so good this morning, first ball duck, and he will not want to watch that replay again. Pretty solid stuff all round from Pakai Care Badalona. They'll be pleased to see Babar find a bit of form and a little bit of extra zip at the bowling crease. He took 3 for 10, 2 wickets early on from Cameron. Excellent pace bowling from him. Teef, slightly expensive, but that was offset by 2 for 6 for Rabani as he ripped through the middle and lower order of the Blinders. So this is quite a challenge for the boys from Hungary to try to defend this total of 86 for 9. So Pakai Care Badalona, they will need 87 off their 10 overs in order to make their way through to the final. It's Ed Ryan here with Vinny Sandhu on the European Cricket Network. Please join us back for the concluding stages of this Group D game from ECL 2025 in just a couple of minutes.
Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, Rado, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox.
European Cricket Groupies, thank you for joining us here on the European Cricket Network. We are into the second half of this game between the Budapest Blinders and former ECL champions Pack Eye Care. It is qualifier 2 with the winner of this game going into the final later this evening to take on the Swiss champions, the Zurich Nomads. And certainly after the opening stanza here, Pack Eye Care is in the box seat. They managed to restrict the Budapest Blinders to 86 for 9 in their innings, and it was only after a fighting innings of 41 undefeated by Stefan Gooch that kept the Blinders in the hunt whatsoever. And only 2 other batters reaching double figures during the course of that innings, but they're a positive team. They've got some weapons with the ball, and we have seen this Pack Eye Care batting lineup look fragile from time to time. They can get through the top 4, then there is certainly game on here at Cardimer Oval. But there's a few solid units that they have to get through before that. Mohamed Babar taking his usual position to face the first ball of the innings, and accompanied by long-time teammate Mohamed Yassine. These two, as usual, will go hard at the opening bowling. They'll be looking to break the back of this total within the power play. See if they can really put the pressure on the Budapest Blinders bowlers. Looks like Sandeep Mohandas, the man who had to wait until position number 11 to get out in the middle, is going to take the new ball. He can certainly swing the ball prodigiously when he's in form. He's gotten better with the ball as this Group D has gone on. Swung into leg. Babar knew what was coming. Beautifully flicked off his toes, and that's a boundary. First ball. So mirroring what happened in the Blinders first innings as Abbas Ghani managed to get a 4 down to third man against the bowling of Mohammed Cameron. Just so easy with his technique when he hits the leg side. Babar rarely ever tries to overhit the ball. Combination of innate power and timing. Floated up by Mohandas. A little bit more on off stump though on that occasion. More Yorker lane. Bar just this time straight back to the bowler. It's only key. Early wickets for the Blinders. Another one that just drifts inside and beautifully flicked. This time for a Maximo, and Babar, he's in one of his moods in this game. Seen him do this so many times at Cardimer Oval. Before you know it, after 3 overs, the majority of the total's already been chased down. And I know he's opened the bowling for them for the last couple of games, Mohandas, but I'm not sure light in swing is the best method here, as that ball is held up in the deck and just popped over the stumps. A nice return delivery, but just feel if you're asking Mohamed Babar precisely what he wants to face, then this is the type of bowling he would love to see with the new ball. Swung away, and with great power and tremendous timing. It's another Maximo for Babar, and 16 on the board. And we're yet to complete the first over, and I just don't think Mohandas has the weapons to trouble the rampaging Mohamed Babar at this stage. Still plenty of support from the Budapest Blinders infield, but I know this first over won't help. Tries to go wide of off stump, but the ball doesn't come back enough, as it has a tendency to do for in-swing bowlers when they're trying to push the ball or start it too wide. They just don't get the same zip back in. That one's on target. Babar's lofted it. It's going to take some catching. Would have been a tremendous grab, but unfortunately Ahmed Khan not only drops the catch, but he parries the ball to the boundary, and that finishes the first over, and Pakai Care 21 for none. Really would have been catch of the group almost certainly if Khan had have been able to hold it, but fortunately, despite having a lot of time, he wasn't able to make enough ground to get into a comfortable position. 51 matches since our last golden ball. Get the feeling that this game is probably not going to be the one that breaks that streak. I like this though. Mulder being brought on second over. They have bowled him early in quite a few games throughout the tournament. In fact, I would have been even tempted to give him the first over, particularly knowing that the right-hander was going to be facing. So he's going to start the second, bowling to the lefty, Yasin. Short, Yasin cuts, but straight to Van der Merwe at cover. Really did get him off to a great start, Babar in over one. Flighted, Yasin drives nicely, that's an ordinary piece of fielding. Well, things just falling apart here for the Blinders. Mohandas really only need to take a couple of steps to his right. That ball wasn't travelling at great speed, but he's just allowed it through the gate. And when you're defending a low par total, then you cannot afford to give away those sorts of runs. Nicely flighted leg break. It's in. The run rate it is at the moment, they don't need to go on a particularly attacking approach to Mulder. 21 runs off the first over has ensured that they're well ahead of the asking rate. Nicely floated leg spinner again, and it's just driven down to mid-off, where Mohandas thankfully fields more cleanly on this occasion. I have to imagine the big wrong-uns coming out here. Yeah, it is the leg spinner again. It's cut, and it's an astounding catch from Jason Van der Merwe. If ever a piece of brilliance was needed from the Blinders wild card, it's here and now, and Mulder and Van der Merwe have combined to send Yasin back to the pavilion, and Pakai Care 25 for one. That's an absolutely brilliant snare from Van der Merwe. Goes up with his right hand. The extra overspin meant that Yasin didn't stay under full control, and at full stretch, diving. That's a wonderful grab and incredible athleticism from the big man. Could that be the moment of inspiration that the Blinders need? Yasin goes for 4 off 5. Mulder takes a wicket, and so he'll have a single ball at the new batter. It's just unbelievable fielding from Van der Merwe. He's had a tough time with the bat today, making up for it in the field. Short ball, and Nakvi just pokes it out to the leg side. Conservative approach to see off the rest of the Mulder over. So it's pretty good over from the wrist spinner. 1 for 4. Pakai Care 25 for 1. Suggest the big left armour. Ahmad will come to the bowling crease now. Give Babar something very different to have a look at than the angle from Mohandas. Having a look forward to Championship Week, well, we'll know one more participant by the end of this evening. Zurich Nomads already in the final. These two fighting it out to see who will join them. Have a look at this. That was Air Van der Merwe. Unbelievable catch. Expect that's going to be one of the plays of the day on the European Cricket Instagram account later tonight. That's Babar facing up to the big left armour. Ahmad. He almost gets coat hangered by umpire Tyrone down there, standing in this all-important contest. Field just being rearranged again as left armour goes back to the top of his mark. They managed to pull back the runs after that expensive first over. It's going to be hard for them to keep scoreboard pressure on. It's more about taking wickets. And a full toss. It's probably not going to do it. Probably safely not in the waist-high no ball category, and Bar doesn't put it away. If you're going to make an error though, better off pushing that ball to the offside rather than giving Babar something on middle and leg. Absolutely feasts on bowling that side of the wicket. Do you have the fielder down here at third man for the flying edge? Oh, huge swing. Didn't come off the bat beautifully. And Ahmad has been punished. Second ball by Babar. That's a wonderful Maximo. He races along to 26 off 8. And if you're the Zurich Nomads team watching there, out at around long off, you'd be saying to the blinders, please do not get this man back into form because he's so dangerous. And if he goes on a rampage, continuing in this innings and perhaps later tonight in the final, and Pakai Care will have some momentum that they've struggled to find in the last day or so of this Group D. A lot of discussions going on with Ahmad. Oh, not a bad ball, but it's been spanked and spanked for a Maximo. The bottom hand comes through so cleanly, and Babar is seeing it like a beach ball at the moment. Just such a hard batter to bowl to when he's in this mood. Zayn Naqvi doing a bit of shadow batting at the non-strikers end, but I expect Babar will be just looking at him, just saying, just leave it to me, young man. Babar's here, everything's under control. 32 off 9, so he's almost going at a strike rate of 400. Pakai Care needing only 50 off the last 45 balls to win this game. The boys from Hungary desperately needing a wicket here. Turn to their quickest bowler, and would have thought that that angle pushing across Babar with the left-hander might have caused him some more problems, but as it is, he's just yanked Ahmad for 2 Maximos already. Goes over the offside this time, and it's a 3rd consecutive Maximo. Wasn't really a bad piece of bowling from Ahmad on that occasion. Put it wide of off stump. The bar had to stretch for it, but just look at that whip of the bottom hand coming through. Didn't even make great contact, and it's carried the boundary. So he races along to 38 off 10. Only 5 other runs that haven't been off the Babar bat. At the moment, he is a one-man wrecking ball and taking Pakai Care Badalona to the final later tonight, unless there is a drastic change in circumstances. Well, this could be it. The ball's gone up. It's hit the high part of the bat, but by virtue of all the fielders being right back on the 30-metre circle, Merv unable to come in and affect the catch. Nice piece of bowling from Ahmad, though. Got that one to react off the deck. Certainly cramped the bar up a touch. You can see it with the power this man has. Each of those fielders standing right back on the 30-metre circle. It's all about defence at the moment. Short ball, Babar. Rocks on the back foot again. It's a high ball. This must be taken. And it is. To finish the power play, it's a big wicket. Pretty good comeback from the young man, Ahmad. Really had Babar struggling those last two deliveries, and good reward for him. And if the Blinders are to have a chance in this game, they needed to see the back of the big man. Pakai Care 43 for 2 after the power play. And a good time to welcome Maximo back to the commentary box.
Yeah, what a power play. Pakai Care halfway there. Blinders living on a prayer, really. And we know that they are a bit of a collapse risk. Pakai Care, we saw that earlier, but surely not in this position when they know exactly what they need to do. Baba cracks 5 sixes in his 38. Ibrahim picks him up. Well caught by Farasat off the high ball. 43 for 2.
Impressive stuff from the young paceman there, Vinny. Got some tap early in the over. Wasn't really bad bowling, to be honest. But
you'll
he stayed with
appreciate
it.
this. Corey drifted off when I got 5 or 6 seconds into this, but Ibra was batting 11 for the Blinders in the ECS final against the Royal Tigers back in 2024. Came in basically late in the 8th over, and they were 90, I think 92 for 9 or 89 for 9 with the last over. He took 33 off the last over, and then he bowled his team to victory with 2 wickets. So he's that kind of a player. I mean, that was something else.
Mulder coming on for his second. Nicely flighted, but it's well driven. Nafi, pretty good player of spin despite playing at the top order. He's been joined out there by Mohammed Cameron. They desperately need a wicket from Mulder this over.
Crack top 4, you've only got half of them.
Good use of the wrist. Can't tell you what, Cameron not that far away. I think he's home. It was a nice piece of fielding. Big man had to get the revs going towards the end there. It's good cricket all round.
Check it out. Quick work.
He's lucky that bat didn't plug Cameron. He's driving it into the
He's just in his
dirt surface. All looks pretty good, and the hitman makes it home safely.
Babaji took it kind of one motion, whipped those bails off. Direct hit would have been gone. We know that.
It's quite a big matchup here, isn't it, Vinny? Cameron prefers playing the pace.
2 very good bowlers going head to head. Cameron, one of our comments on him with his batting is he's a bit different to a lot of, I suppose, yeah, he's a genuine all-rounder, but I always think of him as a bowler that bats. But he doesn't really premeditate. He's just he plays the right shot to the right ball. Yeah, both sides of the wicket.
As he does there. See, his approach suggests that he's played a lot of 50-over cricket.
Yeah.
And just used to milking the singles and the
can.
shot straight down the ground.
It's revolutionary, but it's radical, his approach. He will attack, but he doesn't really have any tendencies. He just kind of plays the ball on its merits.
So flighted leg spinner, but that's an exceptional shot from Naqvi. Swept very cleanly. Manages to beat the despairing dive of Omar Zahid.
Remember yesterday, Naqvi really struggled against Mulder. Eventually pulled out the sweep and was able to get a couple away. If he misses this, gone. And he's right in front of middle stump. He backs himself to hit the ball. Mulder can't believe he's got bat on it. And the result's 4 runs.
Nice looking sweep shot.
Probably protect the sweep a bit more because that's all Naqvi's trying to do.
A little bit shorter in length. Naqvi plays it intelligently. Just good. If you Pakai Care, you're sitting there thinking, just get through this over, boys.
A few sly words between Mulder and Cameron there. Oh, good fun.
A little bit slow, but it zips off the deck, comes back. Naqvi plays it very nicely. And the end of 4 overs, Pakai Care, 49 for 2.
Power of the videotape, Rhino. I think that Naqvi's gone back. He knows that he didn't play Mulder too well yesterday. So he's gone back and he's analysed, and he's kind of determined not to miss out on the cut. He's not trying to hit it too hard. Mars Baji's another one. I think he would have looked at his play from early in the tournament, realised he was really trying to go 2-leg side, and we've seen him playing a bit more offside, having more success. So yeah, in the moment, it's very hard to have that objective perspective of your own play. Very good players will be able to do it, and greats to be able to do it, but nothing like seeing yourself become your best coach in that sense as well.
Getting a few constructional tips from Max Moja in the commentary as well, which is always helpful.
So, picture says 1,000 words. Anyway, here we
Time
go
comes
with
on.
over number 5, and it's going to start with a boundary. Gets past the fielder, so 50's up for Pakai Care. They've got it down below a runner ball. It's hard to see any other outcome to them cruising into the final.
Very intelligent batting from Cameron. We mentioned a few times. Doesn't try to overhit the ball, just picks the right shot at the right time. Knew he only had one fielder to beat. Square of the wicket. Intelligent cricket from the hit man. Not the length that Khan should be bowling. One's tailed away, called wide though. A little bit of late movement.
50-50 call, I think. Seemed to be on the tram line for a while, but that's not late movement. Tyrone Peters feels it's just missing.
Great to see the friendly face of Tyrone up there.
Yeah, Tyrone.
The umpiring
First
spot.
day of the tournament for him.
Short ball. Cameron tries to pull.
We
It's
can get
skied.
this.
And unfortunately, fielder going back. Ibra just never looked comfortable. The ball probably carried a touch further than initially anticipated.
Well, that's just one of those moments where I think even if you then knock it for 4 or 6, you've got to go at it. You don't know if there's going to be another chance in the tournament for you. Ibra lets it hit the turf. Just love to see him having a dive at that, even if he misses it. Cameron survives.
Might have thought he'd been able to send the hitman back to the pavilion. As it is, able to face Zayn Nakvi, who's looked pretty comfortable so far. Drop short, another top edge. Flying not too far away from the commentary box area, but not great bowling from Khan, I've got to say. He's much more effective when he gets the ball there or thereabouts into the block hole. Too easy for a batter of Nakvi's class to pull him.
Yeah, well played. Just lift it up, use the pace well. And now just 26 required for victory.
Really did the hard work with the ball. Pakai Care, they took their catches, gave themselves what is an easier chase than they might have otherwise had. It's on the outside edge, and finally Khan gets it on a reasonable length. Nakvi, lack of footwork, thrashing through the offside, and well, it might not be enough for the blinders, but at least they're keeping themselves in with a chance.
Credit to the bowler there. Created one, got a half chance. Ibra couldn't reel it in. It gets a thick outside edge. Nakvi a little bit flat-footed, just tries to muscle it through the offside. Asbaji takes a good catch. That one did fly. Expect him to take it 10 times out of 10. Baji doesn't make a mistake. Let's have a look at it on the replay. See a big edge here.
Flies quickly off the Cardamom turf, though. Good footwork from Mars.
He has been moving his feet really well. Yeah, that's a good little skip step there. Even some of the balls down leg side. There was one that he definitely couldn't reach Marzi earlier in the tournament, but good signs there. Nakvi out for 11 off 8. So now you've got the top 3 at 61 for 3.
Oh, that's just beaten the outside edge. In fact, I heard a little noise as that went past stump Mike.
All right. I mean, he's an old slinger from way back, isn't he, Ahmed Khan? But just past the outside edge.
So close.
Last ball in the 5th.
It's hit the pad. I don't think there's a huge amount of interest from the umpire. I'll keep it to just the 1. So Budapest Blinders keeping themselves in this. Pakai Care 62 for 3 after 5.
Yeah, so 25 required for victory. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with you. And Andrew Ryan looking magnificent on Peacock Friday. And it kind of reminds us as well, we've got viewers from all around the world. No European cricket, but it's such a melting pot of cultures within our player group as well. Those who have been born in the country obviously make up some of the players. A lot of the players have emigrated, and that's why they've brought cricket and boosted cricket playing numbers in these countries. So it's a real celebration of the game we love, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly was. We saw that with the Zagreb Assassins having a number of, as you referred to them, indigenous players within their squad.
Yeah.
And each of those players actually contributed, whether in the field with the ball, occasional time with the bat, and brought a lot to the tournament, and just their enthusiasm and love for a game that's not one that's naturally played within their country. Fantastic to see, and that's really what the ECL is all about.
Yeah, quick look actually what's coming up with the final to be played between the Zurich Nomads and whoever wins this game. The final starting in about what is that, an hour and a half from now. So let's see how this pans out.
Good move to bring back Ahmad here. They do need another wicket. Now they'd love to have another over of Mulder's leg spin if they can get through to the middle order. Kunjit Singh, who's out there with Mohammed Kamran, he's replaced Zayn Nakvi.
Yeah, Bra, he's the one that performed for them in that final, as I mentioned. They've gone to him now in the 6th.
Nice ball, but it's driven cleanly. He's just got such a solid technique, Cameron, doesn't he? Unless he ends up having to force a shot, he's just calm. He works the singles.
Seems to have a lot of time as well when he bats, doesn't he? Ironic that he rushes many players when he's bowling. Kind of last roll of the dice. You need a big choke, basically, from Pakai Care here. I mean, even if they lose 2-3 wickets, they still should be winning this easily. Only 5 and over required.
Wide, but shot at the stumps. Good work from Mars Baji. They're actually taking a run.
Throw.
Felt like an unnecessary risk, but either way, made it home safely.
Yeah. Just trying to make something out of nothing there. Very smart to go for the run as well. You see, safely home.
Mohammed Kamran, pretty keen to get back on strike. There's still 3 balls to go for Ibrahim Ahmad. Get the feeling that the blinders, they're going to take this down to the wire. They need a wicket this over.
Tough situation. You have to keep creating and taking chances.
22 off 27 though, it's not impossible.
With what happened before, they did lose 6 for 8 before. We'll say that. You've got to get Kamran. You've got to get him very soon.
Slightly off-speed ball and just driven. No run.
We'll just see what bowling they've got to go as well.
What would you be doing if you were skipper to Cameron here, Vinny? Maybe bring an extra player in off the boundary, see if you can actually
I honestly just think you're trying to bowl the ball. You're just waiting for him to make a mistake. And it's going to be hard to blast through him. But you're just maybe trying to frustrate him a little bit, just like that. You know, created a dot. Probably shouldn't have been a dot. It was a full toss. But no, I think you just don't want to make it too easy for him. That's probably what I would say. I don't think you can gamble too much with the field.
He rocks onto the back foot, plays that very nicely, just drops inside the boundary rope and signalled for. So Pakai Care only 18 short now with 4 overs and 1 ball to go. And a great delivery from Ahmed, just dropping onto the hip.
Yeah, well, that's kind of the one that Cammy was after. Just an easy put away ball. Doesn't try to hit too hard. It's a cool head. Slightly warmer head now in these kind of situations.
Do you think he's had to invest in a new helmet?
Maybe.
Get the main under control. Another short ball from Ahmed, pulled straight to the fielder at fine leg, and that concludes the over, and probably the last time we'll see Big Ibra Ahmed with the bowling crease, save for a bit of a miracle in these final 4 overs. 69 for 3 after 6.
Quick look at the card then. 38. So Baba got them off to a flyer, didn't he? And yeah, despite no one else really doing too much damage on the scoreboard, miles ahead in this game. 18 required off the last 4 overs. Yeah, but they haven't gone to a 5th bowler yet.
Tell you what, Stefan Gooch is doing an excellent audition down there at long off. He's just dropped out of camera now. He's been warming up for about the last 5 minutes, trying to get the attention of skipper Ali Farasat, but he is going back to Khan.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. He bowled a decent over, created 2 chances, 1 was taken. All right.
18 required, 4 overs to go. Good full ball, but it's driven quite nicely. That man Gooch Stumbles into the ball somewhat. I don't think he's enjoyed jamming the knee on the turf.
Yeah, fell heavily, didn't he? Didn't get a nice slide. I think he's plugged. The old knee plug. He's all right. Does well.
He's had a tough week, hasn't he? Hasn't he?
But he still was, even though that isn't really how he meant to go, he just jumped. He just kept the ball in front of him.
Good range from Khan. That's really where he's got to be aiming, just a touch outside off stump. Let's see if he can get a bit of movement away.
It's funny here. He kind of shapes to throw and then realised he was considering throwing the ball back at it. Khan with a quick apology.
Sorry, Hitman.
Come around, never he turned around to go back into his crease. He said, hey, you're not throwing.
Oh, that's a lovely cricket shot from Mohamed Kamran. That field all up on the offside, and he's lofted it cleanly for a 4.
Yeah, so this is why it's hard to gamble with the field by bringing some up. So that's why I said I'd probably keep him back and just wait for a mistake. And they have only got 4 infielders, which means they've got 5 outfielders, which is the maximum. It's just hard to see any way that Cameron's going to give this away.
Cameron doesn't get a great hold of that one, but
stop.
Gooch does very well with his left hand. I think he's kept it in play, and they'll scoot through for a second. One of those tough ones that's tailing away from a long off fielder. And the foot's up. Yep, clean bit of work from Gooch down there at long off.
Cameron looking at goods, isn't he?
Composed at the crease. His experience has been invaluable. Flashed down the red side and called wide. So Pakai Badalona, only 10 required off the last 20 balls. They are marching to victory here in qualifier 2. And Zurich Nomads sitting down there behind long off. You know by now who they're going to be playing in the final. That's the pad, not coming back enough to worry the umpire. Okay, 78 for 3. Probably wasn't that far away from Khan. Not the worst appeal we've seen here in Group D. Final ball coming up for him. Figures of 1 for 20. Hasn't been a bad spell. And it's nicely played. Bikramjit Singh showing he's capable with the bat as well. Just eases it backward of point. And that leaves Pakai 82 for 3 after the end of the 7th over. Only 5 runs required now for victory.
Yeah, it seems a matter of time, doesn't it? It's, Budapest Blinders, I mean, they're obviously a team we love to watch on the network. And like I said, the reigning ECS champions, and we'll see them again, I'm sure, when we get some ECS cricket in Hungary. But it's after tonight, we'll have over half the program sorted for Championship Week. Darmstadt CC from Group A. What we have had is we've had 3 really good finals. I hope we have another one tonight. Hornchurch obviously had to fight for their win against Northern CC, their English rival. Skanderborg with a pretty spirited victory in the Group C final as well.
Downey comes on. That's nicely driven by Cameron. And despite the despairing dive, that dive pretty much sums up the Blinders' performance here in qualifier 2. Just not quite enough. Timing not there. And this is...
It's another... shows me the field might be drying out a little bit, actually, because it expects to get a bit more of a slide, ends up kind of bouncing more than sliding. Watch this. So, I mean, you can't criticise the effort because he's going for it. But now the scores are all tied up, and any score will take Pakai into this Group D final.
The field's up. Let's go, Cameron. A big finish. Oh, and he hits it straight to the fielder. And that's a tragic end for what's been a pretty good innings from Mohamed Cameron. He goes for 21 off 13. Ghani picks up a wicket, and this ball, the game is extended 1 ball longer. Pakai 86 for 4.
Sometimes these moments are nice as a fielding team in this position because, I mean, you know you're going out, but you can at least get together one last time and say, look, come on, let's stay together. Let's be a team. You know, the Blinders are a really close-knit organisation ever since they were founded, and they're thrilled to be here. So let's enjoy this. We've got maybe 1 minute left on the field, 2 minutes left on the field. It's a long time between drinks. I mean, you never know, if you'll be back. You have to qualify again.
Treasure every moment.
Yeah, exactly. So that's a nice little consolation wicket. And I got a feeling this game could be done. Mochim.
Oh, well, what a way to end it. There was a wicket the previous ball. Ghani sprays down the leg side, and that is all she wrote for qualifier 2. Bit of a limp end to the Budapest Blinders campaign here at ECL 2025. But in the end, Pack I Care, much deserved winners. They bowled and fielded excellently in the first half of this game, and they have chased this total with ease and find their way through to yet another group stage final here at the European Cricket League, Vinny, and it was a pretty comfortable win in the end from the boys from Spain.
Yeah, it was. I mean, the Blinders, they gave themselves a shot, didn't they? They gave themselves a shot, and, just I'll be disappointed. Obviously, it doesn't get much worse than having your big batting wild card make 2 golden ducks on finals day, but that's the kind of game that it is. So we can confirm now Zurich Nomads will play the Pack I Care Badalona side in the final. The first ball is about an hour and 20 minutes away. Make sure you tune a little bit earlier than the start time, because you will get to hear the anthem, see the teams line up. No, it's a big production every time we have a group final. There's Pack I Care. They have made every single championship week that they have qualified for the European Cricket League. So they don't want to miss out now, but they're running into a Nomad side that they haven't beaten yet. And I just think it'll be a really captivating final. The other thing is, just with the Nomads, first time they've played under lights at night. They've played the Twilight game a couple of times, but it's a little bit different under lights. The Swiss team against English 11 qualified straight and then kind of it disintegrated under the Cardamom Rover lights.
Well, the Nomads have enjoyed chasing in this tournament too. It'll be interesting to see if they win the toss, if they stick with that approach, or if they try to avoid being the last team to bat here tonight.
I think they will try and chase, and I think Pack I Care will want to chase as well. So I think coin toss coming up. Let's have a look at this highlights package, and that was a brilliant catch. I mean, there's your play of the day. Bang, from Jason van der Merwe. Just went up into the heavens to snatch that one from the gods. But the problem was, Bubba was still there. He hit 38 next to no time at all, and just like that, the runs were fading away.
Yeah, they certainly were, and it was the Babar show for the power play, as he's done so many times before at Cardamom Oval, basically taking the game out of his opposition's hands within the first 3 overs. He was dismissed eventually, though, but not before ripping through a fair chunk of this total. Mulder bowled a couple of good overs. There was almost a run out here after a nifty bit of work for Ibra, but they managed to subdue Mulder. He didn't do too much damage, and once he got through his 2 overs, you felt like the Pack I Care team were completely in control. Zayn Nakvi flashing outside off stump. That was a bad bit of bowling from Khan, who put together a couple of decent overs here today, and he's been a good player for the Blinders throughout this Group D tournament. But Mohammed Cameron, he's experienced, he's got class, whether it's with bat or ball, and he gets the job done. Vikramjit Singh joined him for the later stages, hit a couple of boundaries of his own. Cameron played through the offside, played through the leg side, and despite some despairing dives and some gutsy efforts in the field, it just wasn't enough from the Blinders. They managed to take one final scalp, with Cameron getting to watch the winning run from the sheds, but it was a spray down leg side, and that sparked the end of the Budapest Blinders campaign. The Hungarian champions, they've been very good over the last few days, played the game in good spirit, matching the good vibes that their club was founded on, but it wasn't enough against Pack I Care today.
Yeah, let's have a look at the scorecard then. Baba put pretty much half the runs up in no time at all. 38 off 12. 5 big maximos for the Spanish pair. And apart from that, Nakvi was able to get 11. Cameron with 21, though. Steady influence towards the end, wasn't he? Just made sure they weren't going to blow it from such a great position. Wickets for Mulder, Ibra, as well as Ahmed Khan and Abbas Ghani. But I think Mulder, obviously a class bowler, but I think in that situation when you're not chasing too many, you can't afford to be a little bit careful against him, and I think that's what Pack I Care did. So, hey, we will have Pack I Care in the final once again, but the Nomads 2-0 against the ECL 22 champs. Can they make it a 3rd time? And if they do, they'll be the first Swiss club through to Championship Week. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, sharing the box with the Rhino tonight. Andrew Ryan, and we'll both be back in around about an hour and 10 minutes, take you through all the pomp and circumstance of the Group D final. This is European cricket. You're watching the European Cricket League.
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, Rado, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox.
Good evening to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to the Group D final of the European Cricket League. Great crowd behind us tonight, and once again we'll be putting a team through to Championship Week 4. So it's been a really interesting group. Hey, shout out for some of the eliminated teams, some of them behind me as well. Zagreb Assassins finishing in 5th place. Got a few of the Assassins here who are enjoying the night, hopefully, so far. Also, Brno Cricket Club from Czechia. I know, they finally got their jerseys. Look at them. Might be seeing those jerseys in week 4. And also, of course, the Budapest Blinders of Hungary. I know they just got eliminated, but they were a fantastic addition to the European Cricket League. So, we do go down to the last 2 teams. Zurich Nomads from Switzerland to take on Pack I Care Badalona in this Group D final. A little bit earlier, we had the Sheriff, Charles Croucher, with the 2 captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Zurich Nomads, you're the home team. Pack I Care, your call.
Dream 11.
Dream 11's the call. It's European cricket. Zurich Nomads have won the toss and they're having a bowl.
So it is Pack I Care Badalona that won the toss, elected to bowl. It felt like both teams probably wanted to bowl first, just kind of my feeling. But in the end, I suppose both teams are going to play in similar conditions. One thing with the Nomads, though, they were the team that didn't get a chance to play under lights. So this will be a bit of a new experience for some of them. Some of them have experience with Switzerland playing under lights, so in a group final. But, I mean, the European Cricket League is pretty special, isn't it? Because you get to come with your club mates. You know, it's something very, very different. We've got in 99.9% of cases, amateur cricketers here in a professional environment. So we certainly love the ability to bring those pictures to you all around the world. My analysis of this game is very hard to predict. Obviously, when these 2 teams have met so far, the Nomads have been able to kind of withstand the Pack I Care pressure and have won 2 games out of the 2 they've played. But this is the one that counts. And let's be honest, Pack I Care Badalona, they're not quite the same looking team that we saw win in 2022, but they have a lot of players that have been there. They've done it before. They've won these group finals, and they've never come to an ECL and not made it to Championship Week. Of course, Mohamed Babar at the top. He's such a big threat, isn't he, for Pack I Care? And with Zain Naqvi in there at 3. Yassine's a very, very classy left-hander. There's your kind of top 3. And Mohamed Kamran, well, the return of the prodigal son. He's been absolutely magnificent so far, not only with the ball, but with the bat as well, just kind of holding down that number 4 position. For Zurich Nomads, well, Fahim Nazir, he's been able to kind of blunt the attack early on. Asad Mahmood, I think, will get another chance here for the Nomads as well, and I'm sure he would love a few runs. So, look, I've been really impressed with the Nomads, particularly some of their young talent, which has kind of grown into the moment. I think they've got some real kind of raw, fast bowling. They've got some 6 hitters in that middle order. So it's almost time to welcome the teams onto the field. What do you guys think? Who do you think is going to go through? Any ideas? Assassins? Maybe. Good luck. Hope to see you back here at the ECL as well. Good luck with qualifying again. But let's get ready, because it's almost time to welcome our Group D finalists onto the field.
Take a ball, take a bat, smash it hard as far as you can. Dream along, aim for the stars.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Group D final of the European Cricket League 2025. Welcome our 2 umpires on the field, Tyrone Peters and Asad Ali, followed by the 2 teams, the Zurich Nomads of Switzerland and Pack I Care Badalona of Spain.
Let your heart pound with the cheer of the crashes on. Take your chance, claim the throne, 'cause this
Welcome again, one and all, to this Group D final in the European Cricket League 2025, the Champions League of European Cricket. We have the Zurich Nomads of Switzerland taking on Pack Barcelona of Spain. If you can now, please rise for the national anthem of Switzerland. Switzerland represented by the Zurich Nomads here in their first trip to the ECL, captained by Azim Nazir. Please now remain standing if you can for the national anthem of Spain. Pack Barcelona, the ECL champions in 2022, led by their captain, Mohamed Baba. Just clarifying the toss, it will be Pack Barcelona, who are batting first, are being sent in by the Nomads. Andrew Ryan's in the commentary box. Rhino, you and I, we've called a good Group D final or two. Let's have another one. Let's get ready for the start of this match with one team to return for Championship Week. Rhino, it's all yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maximo, taking us through the formalities and a proud moment for both of these teams representing Switzerland and Spain to hear their national anthems out on the field before entering this cauldron at Cardimer Oval to do battle for the right to go through to the European Cricket League 2025 at the finals week. It's a place that Pack Barcelona have gotten very used to reaching over the last few years. On the other hand, for the team in shot there, the Zurich Nomads, they would be the first Swiss team to reach the hallowed turf of finals week. And they come into this game on a pretty good run. They lost their first game to Brno from Czechia on the opening game of this Group D. But after that, they have looked very, very solid with both bat and ball. In particular, Solari, the opening bowler, has really ripped through a lot of teams so far, and they've had enough backup with the bat between Fahim Nazir, Hassan Ahmed, who's done a great job with the gloves, and in particular, Katil Zabiola. Having a look at the teams as selected for the previous games. So, Nomads and Pack both with settled teams. Big question mark for Pack Can that batting lineup fire? They have struggled in the last couple of contests against the Swiss champions. In particular, they've managed to blunt the impact of Babar. Nakvi hasn't gotten going. And the support cast of Yassin and Mohamed Cameron just really haven't made much of a dent. You know, Babar is a big game player though. Started to find some form in that previous game, winning qualifier 2 up against the Blinders. It was his innings at the top of the order. Really took things away from the Hungarian representatives. Babar's just checking all is in order. And we're just about ready to get underway here at Cardimer Oval. It's the Group D finals. Zurich Nomads bowling, Pakai Care Badalona batting. Sorry, strikes Babar on the pad, first ball. Get down the leg side. Sure, his captain would have been saying to him that's probably the one place you do not want to bowl. Mohamed Babar, so effective flicking the ball out to the leg side. As far as the defensive field goes, you've got one of the very, very wide deep backward square. The fielder will be in the game now. Have to scoot around. Despairing dive, but can't cut off the 4. That opens the account for Pakai Care. It's a good effort. Not a great ball from Sawari. Not the time for him to lose his line. Nice shot from Babar though. I'm sure the Nomads would have been looking upon that last qualifier 2. And probably a little bit frustrated that the Blinders managed to bowl Babar back into some form. Short ball gets up though. He's been a bit slow on his swivel pull shot across these last few days. And Sawari has a little bit more pace and a little bit more bounce than most players. Good ball. That's not off stump too, which is the key thing. Can't give Babar anything on middle and leg stump. Another short ball, Babar goes for it. His head goes up in the air. He's frustrated, the big man. Loves to feel bat on ball. Ball is probably a good foot and a bit outside off stump. A short one from Sawari. Babar pulls, not timed, but it'll take some chasing and some nifty footwork out in the boundary will keep it to just the 1. Neither of these two whippets between the wickets. Young outfielders, Qual's done a pretty good job going over there to support, and they've managed to keep that in successfully. So a change for Sawari here. He's now got the left-handed Mohamed Yassin coming on to strike. Different customer to Babar. He won't go after the bowling quite as much, and interesting to see whether or not there's a push from the team to just get him to bat through a little bit more of the innings. Runs off the first over. A little bit of a subdued one, but Sawari will probably take that up against the might of this Pakai Care batting lineup. So here's the tail of the tape for today. Blinders managed to get through Brno in the eliminator. Nomads took care of business in qualifier 1, and then Pakai Care came back with a vengeance in qualifier 2, quite easily disposing of the Budapest Blinders. So Hungarian champions were watching this one from the sideline. I know they'll be disappointed with that outcome, but 3rd place in the group, still a pretty good result overall. Coming on to take the second over, as he has for the last day and a half for the Nomads, Amjad Dawodzai. Diminutive customer, but he's nippy. Bring the ball back into the left-hander and away from the right-hander most of the time. Keeps a pretty good tight line on the stumps. Full ball driven to mid-off. It's that low full toss, which is difficult for a more traditional player like Yassin to get his hands through on. Once again, the Nomads doing a pretty good job, even though there's no wicket down, of keeping the runs in check in the early stages. Right, hit uppishly. Qual's copped it on the end of his finger, but consecutive dot balls, not a great length from Dawodzai on that occasion, but Yassin doesn't punish him. Best when he's bowling full, getting the ball to tail in, the left-hander. Another one a little bit short of a length, popped up, but fielder's right back on the 30-metre circle. Here's the postman, Sawari, charging in, but the ball just dropped awkwardly short. 3 dot balls, though, to start this second over. Nomads will be happy the more they can keep the bar off strike as well. They don't want him warming up. A little bit short of a length, and that's decent carry. It's gone for a Maximo. First of the innings. Playing with a little bit of fire to Woodside. Hasn't quite hit his lengths in this over to date, but have gotten away with it up until this point, but just too much width on that occasion, and Sin throws the hands at it. Carries the boundary pretty easily. Oh, that's smashed. They've got both outfielders on that leg side. Woodside actually did get slightly fuller, but still short of a length. Batter of Yassin's ability just sat up on the deck. See Nazim Nazir, the skipper, just getting in his ear, telling him to push up the length a touch. It's a good shot from Yassin. Very technically good batter. A little bit different to the approach of his teammates. He can play the longer game. Just a little delay while some ball retrieval work is going out in the relatively tidy looking jungle there in front of the hospitality area. Certainly conditions have gotten much cooler here tonight. No cloud cover, or less cloud cover, keeping any sort of warm air in. What's starting to take effect. You see he throws the hands at it. It's an out of control shot, but it will race away to the boundary, and it's a pretty good finish after 3 dot balls. And Pakai Care after the end, the second over, 20 for none. Finish from Yassin, and a man who starts well and finishes even better. Great time to welcome back to the commentary box, Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, really nice to be back, and yeah, I just wonder how much might be enough tonight for the Pakai Care, maybe to get 100 even then with their bowling. Let's not forget Pakai Care, previous champions of the ECL. They won over Tunbridge Wells of England in 2022. That's 3 long years ago now. I do think Pakai Care, they might be able to grab 1 or 2 extra players back if they did qualify, but they've got to get there first.
Babar on strike. He's been frustrated early on. He's got his nemesis Sawari at the top of his mark. Short of a length, but that is classic Mohammed Babar. It's a short arm jab, but it carries the boundary for a Maximo. He's using Sawari's pace, and the gauntlet's been thrown down to the big man. He won't be safe bowling that wide of off stump line.
Yeah, you can see easy customer to bowl to. Hasn't played 1 or 2 mammoth innings under lights. My favourite was probably when he came out and drove 1,000 kilometres to play the final against Belgium, and then drove back after knocking a 10 or 11 ball 50, and then sent Corey Ruckers the invoice for the petrol.
Oh, that's hitting. Good short ball from Sawari. Gives the Alpha apology, but that's been struck. It seems to be okay. I'm not sure much is going to hurt him.
Hurried up on. No, I don't think he does feel pain, but if he does, then
that's enough to bring it out. It's
looks like it was kind of collarbone.
Yeah, but going back to that trip you were talking about, it's almost Babar's version of the Proclaimers. Drive 500 miles and then I
that
would drive
is
500
absolutely
more.
true. It's not often that you get hit in the collarbone, but it's the shoelace which basically suffers the full brunt of the force. Maybe the energy travelled all the way down his body, down to the shoes.
Awesome. Sawari will enjoy a little bit of impact on Babar.
Don't see that very often,
no.
or ever. But the thing is, Babar, he's so alpha that he just will take it in stride, and I had to place a bet. I think this one's going for 6. Here we go. No, because it's a very good Yorker, but, well, It's almost as good as a 6, I think, to a ball like that. Somehow he's manipulated it through the leg side, clipped away and raced to the fence.
That's an incredible shot, Vinny. As you called it, that was an excellent Yorker from Sawari, tailed back in, but that bottom hand power of Babar just sweeps across the front of the pad, times it beautifully, and even with the fielder at backward square, no chance.
Pace in, pace out, hey.
Exit velocity.
Sawari brings up the third, puts the square back. I don't know about that. Third was a good catching position, let's say. Field will be called into action right away. I just feel that you're probably more likely to get him caught at third off an edge than you are to get him caught off a clip to square leg, because most of his shots that he hits the square leg are either along the ground or they're landing in the jungle. There's not too much in between.
Very fair point, Maximo. But they've done the one good thing. They've got him off strike, at least for this next ball, but Yassine's going along at a pretty reasonable clip, 15 off 17 so far. Sawari, he's been the wicket taker early on for the Nomads, none for 17 with 2 balls left in his over.
Had 3 really gripping group finals. Let's hope for 4. Pitches outside leg stump, can't be out. Shouldn't be out. Sawari gets the dot.
Probably been a little bit more, how do we say it, not wayward, Sawari, but he's been so tight with his line and length the last couple of games.
They've gone on hit stumps, but that's the LBW law, which has been changed 12 times, I believe, but that's the one they've stuck with for a while. Discourage negative bowling. Hurries him up here, and he's hopelessly late on that. You see him more than the splice. So Sawari, pretty good set from him. Doesn't take a wicket though. He'll have to settle for none for 17. And at the end of the 3 over power play, Pakai Care Badalona, 31 for none.
Suspect, Vinny, that both teams will take positives out of that. Pakai Care's lost early wickets in the last couple of games against the Nomads, which has put them in some level of trouble. On the other hand, the Nomads, given they haven't taken a scalp, only having Pakai Care go at 10 runs per over so far, they certainly haven't been battered out of the contest whatsoever, but the longer he stays there, the more the sort of total around 130, 140 comes into play.
What do you think about the supercomputer starting this game with Nomads 39%, despite beating Pakai Care twice? Pakai Care full strength both those times. They haven't really been making changes in their team unless forced.
Supercomputer taking coffee break during a couple of games, putting a lot of weight on the historical data of
your Swiss
Care.
blood just kind of flowing the other way, or what?
We'll see towards the end of the night. This man, he wants to have some say in what's going on here. Salman Mahmood picked up a couple of wickets early on today.
3 for 1 earlier, if you remember. Anyway, he's bowling the 4th over. Keeper up. And first one, Bubba looks like he doesn't pick it up. It's,
bowled those a lot in the first game today, the qualifier 1, didn't he, Osama? Just ripping the fingers over the ball, holding up in the deck.
It's just a genuine little out-ducker. He only bowled the 9, so he could only bowl the 1 over earlier. So they bring him on here, probably with a view to giving him 2 if it goes well. Let's see if it goes well. Oh, maybe. That's up in the air. And it's dropped. Oh, well, now Bubba has to hustle. He does. But Mahmood really should have had the big gun there. It's put down by Waka Skawadra, who's been outstanding in the field today. If you saw him earlier, he stopped a certain 6. He somehow conjured a run-up out of a boundary stop when he tried to handball it to his friend. But this one, I know the light's sometimes a factor at this time, but really should have taken it.
Yeah, should have. He's a very good man in the outfield, Waka Skawadra. As you said, he was outstanding earlier today. But you can't afford to give this man second chances. That ball felt like it just died on Kawaja.
Did a bit, but yeah, it's getting a bit cold after sunset. It does drop in temperature quite significantly. Baba dropped on 16 in the final. You're seeing eyes off the square leg, sees a lot of fielders back there. He wants to get funky. This is just as good. It's even better actually. He's deked the keeper, and Hassan really probably had to cover the line of the ball there, but he didn't. He was kind of caught in no man's land. He's actually been given a wide, so that's a minimo.
Yeah, things just not really going the Nomads' way at the moment. Funky shot from Yassine, got nowhere near it, but in the end, Hassan Ahmed, one of his few blemishes with the gloves in Group D so far. Neatly poked down to third man for no run. You're seeing 15 off 10. It's typical Yassine innings. Doesn't really go and blast from the get-go, but
He's such a classy player. Just thinking, you know, when you... I was still playing when the Rams first came in, and you got to make a decision when you're up to the stumps. Do you gamble on that he's hitting it, or do you just kind of play the line and make the stop he misses? Sometimes, to a slower bowler, you can kind of do both. One thing you can do is also take a step back, because the stumping's not really on anymore, and you can buy yourself another fraction of a second. But Hassan seemed to do neither there, because I think that was one where he just had to cover the line of the ball, because the way that Yassine was shaping, Hassan was never going to be able to try and block the actual deflection. A tough one for the keeper. Will be called wide, just outside the tram line.
He's had a tough over here, Mahmood. It's actually been a pretty good one from him, but a little touch unlucky with a couple of wide calls. Got the dropped catch. That one moved late, so good decisions from
Pretty close.
the umpire, but still tight. It's been a good over from him, though, nonetheless.
So you've got Bubba and Yassine out there. Longer they can go without being dismissed, the less they'll worry about their prospects of a collapse, a bit like the collapse they had. It was 5 for 1 earlier today against the same opposition. Paco Cap. Big swing and a miss. Bubba just kind of maybe overdoing that leg side. I mean, he can play straight, we know that. He's got a huge gap at cover. And you know what Mahmood's doing to you here. He's trying to bowl little outies, and he's trying to bowl them wide of the off stump. So I just think small percentage shot, hit through the line of the ball, open spaces out to the offside. This time, fraction shorter. Bapa slightly out of sorts. Mahmood should have had a wicket, but walks away with only 8 conceded off the over. 5 of those were a minimo. It's 39 without loss after 4.
Yeah, it was pretty good stuff from Mahmood. Well bowled from him. I think that the Nomads are bowling and have bowled all group the best line to Babar. There's only a small margin of error that you've got from him, but if you can keep it in that sort of 2 inches outside off stump, you don't want so much width that he can just release the arms for that shot over point or lofting backward of point. But when he tries to take that ball from that width over to the leg side, he is far less consistent. You can just see that nagging line is frustrating the big man at the moment.
2 inches can make a big difference. Scene 16.
Penetrative bowling.
Good
Good stuff from Mahmood.
He actually copped one last night, didn't he? An uncomfortable situation. Did try and come back, but didn't last long after that either.
Good to see him back on the field, though, because if he had have been injured and taken out of the tournament by playing a little bit out of the crease to British Power, the speedster from the Zagreb Assassins, it would have been a tragic end to Fahim Nazir's event.
Decent start for Fahim. He has been expensive at times, hasn't he? Really don't have too much margin for error at all here. I mean, we have seen very high scores in both these locations, actually. The St. Gallen ECS last year, 2 years ago now, 2023 was, I think, maybe the highest scoring of the year. The only thing that rivaled it was Barcelona, which is both wooden tracks.
Well taken by Ahmed. He's doing a good job standing up to the stumps because Nazir is not slow.
I just don't know if there's value in it, if I'm completely honest. I don't know if you'll get him stumped. Just the ball hooping around. I mean, I love keeping up, but you're always having to do an internal calculation.
Ahmed is throwing out a bit of chat there. I've seen him between a couple of balls. He's just getting in the ear of Babar.
Like he's wearing a helmet. This time he collars it up and he gets it out of the ground. Maximo! Well, Babar claps back, able to slap that one over mid-wicket for 6.
Yeah, it's probably just a little bit slottish for Babar. He didn't time it perfectly, but has a happy knack of carrying the boundary here at Cartermore Oval. He knows this ground so well. That flashing blade. It's not the first Maximo that he's hit in his time here.
Well, lets his bat do the talking. Nazir with a comeback ball. This is a pretty spicy one, actually.
Seen him bowl a lot of off-speed balls over the last couple of days, Vinny, but when he charges in, he can generate some proper pace and bounce. It's Nazir.
It's an intangible benefit maybe being up, keeping the batter conscious of you. But I do think a little nick is next to no chance of stopping it. or catching it. Hassan Ahmed. Oh, like that.
Case in point.
Don't know if he would have taken it anyway, but we'll never know. The result is going to be 4 runs off the outside edge.
It's really an unusual game at the moment, isn't it, Vinny? Things not quite going to hand for the Zurich Nomads, but at the same time, Pakai not taking complete advantage
if he's
of it.
back, he's catching that. I know it's a big edge, but I think if he was back, he's catching it, and now he is going back. That's what I mean. So it's tough because it was kind of working. The game's working in your favour, but then when a potential chance came, he wasn't in position to take the catch.
Second let off for Babar.
50's up, 50 partnerships up. And now this is absolutely smashed. 1 bounce 4. And so Mohamed Babar, he was given a life, maybe a couple of lives. And Babar will cash in. This one rocketed off the blade, didn't it?
Yeah, good shot from Babar. Got his swivel pull right out of the middle of the bat. It looks like it's just come inside the boundary line. But the longer he stays there, he's not going to keep missing out, and eventually you're going to go for 20, 24 off and over. 31 off 17. Score of 55, 1 ball to go until we're halfway through this innings. As he has gone for 16. I reckon we'll see the off-speed delivery here. He won't give it another chance to Babar to play a full-blooded shot. Ball signalled 4 after a few reviews.
Yep. Wow, that one's up, and that's in the fan zone. Maximo to finish the 5th over. Nomads, well, they've had a dream tournament. They don't want to turn it into a nightmare now. End of 5 overs, 61 without loss. Let's welcome you into the commentary box. Great to have your company. Peacock Friday, and we are under the bright lights of the Kartama Oval. Opportunities missed there. I mean, one genuine chance, a couple of other moments that you felt maybe if the Swiss had their time over, they might have gone a different way, but we know how dangerous these Spanish batters can be under lights. Look, still wide open, but you just feel like the momentum right now is with Pakai.
Yeah, it's funny. I was actually talking to the Nomads Brain Trust in between qualified 2 in the game here tonight. We were talking through how these T10 contests, even when the margins are larger, things can often turn on 2 or 3 moments in the game. Go back to Wakas Kawaja. He's been so good in the field for the Nomads to date, but dropping Babar, and you cannot give a player of his class a second opportunity, and they're being punished for it now.
I'm just going to throw you through a couple of Group D finals that I remember here at the Kartama Oval. And in 2022, we had the famous Albies Army of Sweden chasing 67 in the last over with 9 wickets down. That was a Group D final. In 2023, we had Dreux knocking Forfisher out in the Group D final. I know you called that one with me, and that was certainly one of our all-time classic matches. So, well, everything's shaping up here for another classic.
And isn't it funny how things change? Like, you talk about the respective scores in those games. Albies Elmi chasing a score of the 60s. The Dreux boys, it just felt like they were hitting 6s on repeat again and again. Some of the Forfisher boys be having nightmares for years after that. Be interesting to see what happens in this game, because it has been a slightly lower scoring group. We've got some of the better bowling attacks in the competition, in particular the 2 best bowling attacks in the group here in the final tonight.
Just a slightly elongated break after 5 overs to respect the Islamic players, and they can break their fast now that the sun is set. And I think that's very respectful. I know something that we've mentioned once or twice before at this time of year. See, there's players from all different kinds of backgrounds, and we try and always include as much of an inclusive environment as we can in European cricket. But look, now he's coming on now. This is a bit of a flashpoint in the game as well, because they're going to go to his spin. He's a kind of ambiguous spinner in a way. He can bowl right arm off spin, he can bowl right arm leg spin. He's got a few variations outside those as well. I think I'll mainly stick to off spin to the left-handed Mohamed Yassin. So 61 off the first half. I think for me that's about par. I think when you look at scores with these two teams have played. Let's see who wins the second half.
The Nomads need a wicket. And if I'm the skipper talking to Niazi, I'm not sure I'd be sending some off spinners down on the stumps to Babar.
Right, here we go. Over 6. Happy to reach and just paddle it away. Might have wanted a bit finer there. Might have been able to challenge the boundary, but oh well. Here's a bit of the long and the short of it. You've got Baba taking on Niazi now, and I think he wants to get on with it.
Big job for the young man. Coming up against one of the absolute titans of European cricket. Trying to make a name for yourself, Niazi. Let's see if he rips out a big leg spinner here.
He tries, it's too short though, and the fielder comes around, drops it. Well, it's a big clunk from Baba in the first place. Probably should have got into the jungle, but it's been put down. I think that might be Amjad Dawodzai down there. Well, he did stop the boundary, but Baba had a life earlier in the teens. Now he gets dropped on 37.
Well, the leg spin means that Babar's hitting against the spin to his favourite area there in mid-wicket. Didn't time it. Dawodzai made great ground, but shelled the catch. 2 drops for the Nomads tonight of Babar.
3 backward points. Made some interesting fields today. Again, he's going to switch to back to off spin for Yassine. It's a good skill to be able to have. I mean, off spin and leg spin, people at a casual level, the backyard level, they all going to experiment with these different kinds of deliveries, but it's quite rare to see a spinner so adept at changing it in a live match.
Another thing to land it when you've got 2 highly credentialed batters in front of you.
He just throws in the quicker ball. Oh, it'll be a wide. Baba seems golden tonight. Dropped twice. You say things happen in 3s.
I think Niazi can afford to just go defensive and bowl wide of off stump here. Babar's too good for that.
Wow, it's too short, half track, and that time he's not going to miss hit it. You're really going to get lightning to strike twice off a ball that length. Maximo, 6 carreras.
Running out of options here, the Nomads. Babar is really starting to feel it. 44 off 20. It's not quite the speed that we've seen from him in the past, but certainly under lights, a total of 130, 140 is going to be exceptionally difficult to chase down against this Pakai Care bowling lineup. The Nomads, they need Babar gone.
I just think it's not really the tactic to try and sneak one on him. I think he's just too good for that. So move up that way that time.
He's got to go back to the leg spin. Challenge him, try to get him hitting across the spin.
Well, this is pitched up. He goes for it and he launches it. Maximo, 50 for Baba in the final. Once again, stepping up in a big game. Can he carry Pakai Care on his shoulders into the championship week? That half century comes off 21 balls, but not without a couple of close calls.
Yeah, certainly not, but he's striking the ball cleanly now, and you cannot afford to give chances to this man. He's too good a cricketer. Have a look, a lot of the runs coming on that leg side, but still a couple of Maximos in the area on the offside. And if I'm Niazi though, Vinny, I'd still much rather get hit for a Maximo like that rather than dropping short of a length with a fast off spinner.
Might draw him into a mistake if you can. Probably forward. It's going to be a wide movement from Hassan again behind the stumps.
Ball left in this 6th over. 78 on the board. No wickets yet, which is the biggest concern. The Nomads have been successful against Pakai Care. They've gotten to the middle order.
That one is crunched through the offside. 4 more. Baba probably feels like he's Super Mario and he's flashing, jumping over the mushrooms at the moment because he just looks on tonight. They've let him off a couple of times, small margins, especially when you get to the final. Niazi's over. Has gone magical, 21 off it. End of the 6th at 78 without loss.
Absolutely beautiful striking from Babar. When he gets in this mood too, 54 off 22, it looks very risk-free cricket at the moment. If you're the Nomads, probably your best bet is to try to actually just keep your sin on strike as much as possible. Ensure that Babar's got a bit of a wait in between deliveries.
Well, you know, I've been learning Spanish, and actually Rico uses an expression, no hay dos sin tres, which basically means things come in 3s. You don't get 2 without 3. So he's been dropped twice. Will there be a 3rd one? Nomads fans will be hoping not. Here's Qual. He's going to bowl a bit of right arm thunderbolt.
It's a good bit of bounce and movement though, Qual.
Yeah,
I think he's probably a pretty good option at this time.
Faces up, so he's got a cross seam grip. Yassine really been able to get going. Doesn't really matter though. As long as he gets to the other end at the moment, Bubba heating up.
Essentially doing his job, you're seeing, isn't he? He's there, so if the bar's wicket gets lost, they've still got a set, experienced batsman. He's not getting tied down with a few dot balls. Geez, there's some pressure on this young teenager, Qual. Not only does he need to try to stem the run flow, but his team desperately needs a wicket. He's gotten better as the tournament's gone on. A few nerves in his opening performance against Brno. Just bringing in the fielder from long on. Got some protection down at third man.
Rare miss hit from Bubba. He was in a bit of a purple patch, wasn't he? There's Dawodzai. A couple of fielders. Marcus Kawaj is one of them. Amjad Dawodzai is another that would desperately love to see the end of Bubba.
I suspect as long as Dawodzai didn't injure himself in that catch, I have a feeling the Wobber bar's there. They're certainly not going to bring Miyazi on for a second over. You have to go back to the experience of Fahim Nazir.
Get some of this and he will get 4. That's what you've seen tried a couple of times. To use the pace of the bowler. They're taking a big risk there. They've basically got no fine leg to speak of, so anything that's outside the leg stump is probably going to go. So Qual, he's got to bowl to his field here. 4 runs.
It certainly is for a guy who's bringing it back into the left-hander. Not quite sure about that fielding structure, but either way, he seems good enough to put it away. And on the odd occasion, he's been able to get onto the back foot. He's found the boundary a few times. A few words with young Qual.
Yeah. Pesky shoelace. Hasn't slowed the scoring too much.
It feels like there's a bit of a lull amongst the Nomads fielding group. They've been so lively throughout the tournament.
So because of their start, they're not going to bat him out of the match. You know, 136 expected, even to get 140, 150. You can chase those scores. Wow, turns on this one, does you see, and puts it over the fence. Maximo sees Carreras. He moves to 30. I mean, I suppose the thing is, the score of 130, 140 looks a lot more difficult when you do have the class of Kamran coming in. You've got Mohammed Atif, you've got Rabbani, who's bamboozled the batters in this group. Right now,
won't allow them to play out Cameron like they've done in the last couple of games too.
True.
They've blunted his opening overs, but run rate here is going to be too much.
Let's hit this one. Put third fielder back on the fence now. Square of the wicket on the leg side. Yeah, just looking at the scores. Pakakare made 120 and the Nomads chased 121. 10 balls to spare. Then earlier today, Pakakare made 114. Nomads chased it with 5 balls to spare. So we haven't seen Nomads embark on a chase at 130 plus against them. To this point at least. Last ball the 7th. Effort ball from Qual. Gets a swing and a miss out of Bubba in the 7. And Pakakare still haven't lost a wicket. It's 95 without loss.
Yeah, it's creeping up there to some dangerous areas, but how big does this last 3 overs become, Vinny? Could be the difference between chasing a momentous sort of 155, 160 if Pakakare go nuts, but it's a couple of tight overs.
Yeah, huge 3 overs coming up. Remember, 95 after 7 could go one way or the other. One way we are going is forwards in the tournament, and that is Group E action tomorrow. Tallinn Strikers of Estonia versus Empire CC of Finland to start the day off. The Swedes, Ariana CC versus Lisbon of Ireland, and then Voorburg, VCC of the Netherlands are the 5th team in that group. We'll start at the regular group day time, which is 9:30 a.m. GMT, which is 10:30 in Central Europe, and 3 p.m. in India. And everybody tonight, say a little prayer for good weather. Okay, over 8. Probably good. I think that's all right. Remember, the line belongs to the bowler. Mahmood bowled really well to the right-hander. Just feel, yeah, it's very hard to tell. I feel like it cut some of the line, though.
Yeah, I think that's okay. At least bowling to his field, Mahmood. He's got 2 players on the boundary, one at third man, one at backward point.
I don't know if you looked. I don't know if you can retire your scene because you don't want to upset the delicate ecosystem that's this partnership. You do have Natfi in the sheds, and you've got Kamran who's been batting really well. So I'd actually be a little bit tempted. Just not really because Yassine's too far under. He's a bit under, but not a lot. But I would be a little bit tempted maybe to make a switch. I suppose if you did either of those switches, though, you're going back to two right-handers. And I think just the fact that Yassine creates a left-hand, right-hand combination probably is enough to justify keeping him out there. Big swing and a miss from Bubba. Strange kind of Bubba innings, hasn't it?
Certainly has. More swings and misses than we're used to, but to be honest, Vinny, if I was sitting 55 off 25 in an innings, I'd be feeling pretty good about myself. Whereas this feels like it's suboptimal, but still pretty effective, Baba.
Backs away, and he's going to slice over the top, and it's going to go all the way. Maximo! Oh, interesting. And Mahmood, I think he saw Bubba move early enough to put it wherever he wanted, and if you could put it anywhere, it probably wouldn't be there because it was an easy slice away for the big man as the 100 comes up for Pakai Kara as well, and the 100 partnership, of course.
Gave himself a little bit of room, and it's almost just like he slices under that ball. It almost feels like a very deliberate shot sometimes that he plays down there.
That time it was. Bubba at a 61. Now gets this not quite off the middle. Dragged into the hole. Tortuga time. Don't see Bubba running too many twos, and we won't see it this time. So, yeah, clock watch as well. It's something that I think everyone's got their eyes on. They should have around about 4 minutes or just under to bowl this last over before the clock needs to be frozen. And I think that should be okay as long as they don't bowl a whole bunch of extras in the ninth. But it certainly is a concern. You can see the clock there on your screen. Ninth needs to be finished before that runs out. Take by Hassan. Got big on Yassine. So end of 8. 103 without loss.
Tell you what though, in the context of this innings, Mahmood going through his 2 overs, none for 16. I remember 5 of those came from wides in the first over. Touch unlucky, so it's been a good pair of overs from him, but they still have some work to do. That one has settled down things just a touch, but Babara is still there. And look at this, Vinny, you've called it. Yassine is getting retired.
Right. They'll get a minute on the clock for that because it's a wicket, right? But the wicket's normally eaten up by a new batter coming in. He's going to use Yassine's bat, so he's obviously not put off by
Clearly not the equipment.
I think that's more a case of retiring someone because you feel you've got a better option, not because you think they're doing such a bad job. Yassine, 32 off 21. He created the minimo by trying to ramp as well, so let's give him those runs. It'll be 103 for 1 then off 8. Zain Naqvi selectively injected. But right now it's Baba's show, and we're all just living in it. That's up, and it's over backwards square. Maximo! All happens in the 9th. He says, hello, Zain. He says, hello, Baba. And nice shot. That's 6 of them.
Qual bowled a couple of good balls to Baba, and the last over that he came in for hit the deck really hard. That one just sat up a touch and was in the perfect striking zone for big Mohammad Baba. Beautiful shot.
So it's cracked as well, straight at the fielder. Just be a single. We'll get our first look at Zain Naqvi. Another point, I think Kevin mentioned this in the comment section, that the left-hand, right-hand combination probably ate into the clock a fair bit. The fact that you are constantly making adjustments every time the batters change strike.
Certainly is. Okay, 110 for 1. The boys from Badalona. Pretty nice position here, but this last 10 balls could be decisive.
All right, Naqvi. Swing and a miss. Half an appeal from the bowler. This is the risk. I mean, I actually wonder whether you might have just thrown Kamran in at 3 if you wanted a right-handed. I think against Naqvi, of course, who knows, a great player, but Kamran was in superb touch earlier on.
What if you're the Nomads and you can get a couple of dot balls against the new batter here? 9th over. It's a big bonus.
All right, high. Good luck. This is the Dylan Stain special from last night. Oh, fantastic effort. Outfielder thought he had a play on it. They get 2. They're going to go for 3. Good throw has him cooked. Oh, well, it's very close. I think he's actually made it.
Difficult to see from our vantage point there. That ball fortunately went away from the fielder quite a bit. Camwell's not looking particularly excited, so I suspect that Naqvi is home. Ball was up in the air for an eternity. Had 3 fielders converge. No one really got near it. Wide spray down the leg side. Bar up to 69 off only 29 balls. He's accelerated particularly in the last 5 or 6. Balls left in the contest. Still a reasonable score at the moment for the Nomads to chase, but could balloon out.
Wow, speaking of balloons, that one is hot air balloon territory from Babar. I don't know if you can get away with bowling slots in for too long. That was a monster from Big Babar. Maximal 6 runs.
You're going to bowl that length, young Tassal Kamwal, you've got to hit the pitch very hard. That one just absolutely slot for Babar, and he's put it over the trees. 7 balls to go, and if this man can stay on strike. Interesting call here, Vinny. If you're Mohammad Babar, do you try to take a single here, or do you back Naqvi to take the start of the next over?
It's a tough call. Tough call. I wonder if they think double another retire out. Naqvi doesn't have it. Try Cameron. Oh, tries out the short ball again. This time just short of Arbab, who's out there at deep square. It's the end of 9. Pakai count 121 for 1.
Well. This game is on a knife edge, Vinny Sandhu. 1 over to go. Pakai care. Batters have done the job tonight. Giving themselves a pretty reasonable target to defend already. That bowling card. Sawari and Mahmood have both done the job as far as the economy rate.
So if you 6 bowlers, they can choose who they want to use. You've basically got Dawood Zai, you can bowl out Fahim Nazir and Khalid Niazi. I don't know who they're going to go for here. Looks like they're going to go for Dawood Zai, open the bowling. I always wonder whether you can say opening the bowling anymore if you've bowled the 2nd over, because...
Can you say that he's taking the old ball here now that it's the 10th over?
Well, you don't change ends in this format of the game, so... they beat the clock, I'm guessing, as well. So, Baba, 76.
This is some responsibility on the shoulders of a young man. Dawood Zai's been pretty good.
Well, Baba's 4 Maximos in this over away from raising the bat and having another statue built of him outside Pakai Care headquarters in Badalona.
Few trophies in that HQ these days.
Here we go, 10th over. And that's high. That's catchable, but it's a real rainmaker. Up it goes, and it's dropped. The old crocodile style. Credit to both the batters. They hustle it out and they run 2.
Difficult catch. Abab Khan coming in from deep square leg. The bar gets his 3rd life. None of them have been easy, but...
Look, the thing is, with incorrect technique, they get even harder. They're not easy to start with. He's gone the full kind of clappers on it, and it's just bounced out. Babar to 78. Whacked. That's going to be 4, I think. Fielder comes around. Great effort, but Kamwal can't get there. Babar into the 80s. And he's theatre, isn't he, Mohammad Babar, who's threatening a century.
Absolute box office, the big man. He's carried this Pakai Care batting lineup in this game. The Nomads, they've only got themselves to blame, dropping him 3 times. Dawood Zai under pressure here. 4 balls to go.
140. Looks a lot of runs under lights. Oh, I'm surprised they run there, especially because he's broken his foot. Not broken, hopefully. They'll take the leg by. They feel, okay, Naqvi's the number 3. He's been put out there for a reason. But that was a nice one. Hit him on the full, right down the bottom of the pad.
Gutsy bowling from Dawood Zai. Only needed a little tickle. But
it is on the foot.
The edge of the top of the foot, but as you say though, I reckon
I wouldn't run.
Bar,
I reckon he
should have stayed there.
I mean, not that obviously Naqvi shielded from the strike, just situational. Well, Naqvi is going to launch this one over point. He says, don't worry, I've got you, Skip. And he puts it maximal into the crowd.
That's a pretty good shot, Vinny. That low full toss, particularly from a skinny bowler like Dawood Zai, difficult to get the elevation, but he has timed the pants off that shot, Naqvi.
Naqvi and Hassan Ahmed having a word to each other, actual friendly word. They've played together a fair bit. The other thing with them taking that leg by Baba, obviously not one for personal milestones, gives up any chance of 100. But still, he's engineered his side to what I would say is a dominant position, but
I'd hate to have Babar on an incentive contract. You'd be shelling out a fair few extra payments throughout the season, wouldn't you? 22 of 34.
Nelson's going just one glove on. He's taken his keeping glove off his right hand so he can throw. 2 to come. Funny one. It would have missed leg, but he's clunked it for 1. But what it means is Babar will get his curtain call here. Pakai Care 135 with the last ball to come.
So if I'm Babar, I've seen what Dawood's doing the last couple of balls. He's aiming right in the Yorker slot. I suspect Babar will be sitting deep in his crease and just try to get under this with his bottom hand.
Is there one more showstopper from Mohamed Babar? Dawood trying to keep out of the dirty 30s. Last ball. Slam ball. Maximo. What a shot from Babar. Ends up on a pair of snowmen, 88, and he carries this innings on his broad shoulders. Pakai Care end up 141 for 1 off 10, and that one was a retired out. Basically, the Swiss never took a wicket.
The absolute beast that is Mohamed Babar. If Pakai Care are going on to win this group stage final, they can thank that man in shot there. What an absolutely extraordinary batting innings from him. It was only earlier today we were saying that he was struggling with his timing and not even finding the boundary with regularity, but he's made a couple of statements in the last few innings. 88 not out of 35 balls in the group stage final. Tremendous innings from him. I guess the positives for the Nomads, if you had have said to them that Babar would bat the whole way through and score 88, then they would have expected to be chasing more than 141 or target of 142. As it is, they actually did a decent job with the rest of the batters. Babar got off to, wouldn't say a flyer, but certainly managed to find the boundary a couple of times, which gave him some extra energy. That lovely open bat to pop one over the boundary rope from Maximo. It was an interesting one. You've seen, tried to go for the ramp. Hassan didn't quite adjust to the movement and ended up going for 5 wides. But Babar just found the boundary and went over it so many times in that innings. 6 4s and 9 Maximos. And the majority of the Maximos coming out of that mid-wicket area. But the Nomads dropped him 3 times. And if they go on to lose this game, unfortunately, they will have to look fairly and squarely at their fielding, because you cannot give this man so many chances. Yassine never really got in a great flow, did smack 2 Maximos during his stay of 32, but swallowed up 21 balls, and Nomads probably pretty happy every time he was on strike. Eventually he was retired out and Zayn Naqvi came to the crease to join Babar, but it was merely a sideshow to the big man's blitz as he roasted the Nomads bowlers all over the park. This one, probably the biggest strike of the lot, going over the trees, out past square leg, and even there showing he's got the power to hit through the offside. Naqvi opened the blade there and hit a Maximo in the last over. Wasn't a bad one from Dawood's eye, but he got hit for a couple of zacks towards the end. And that has created quite a good total here, particularly in the context of what we've seen teams chase under lights. And with the bowling attack that Pakai Care have, they would feel that they're in a pretty good position here to defend this target of 142. Have a quick look at the batting card. In reality, there's not much to say aside from Babar domination. The Pakai Care Badalona skipper, 88 not out off only 35 balls. Bit of support from Yassine, although he took his time, 32 off 21, and Zayn Naqvi coming at the end, 10 off for Maximo. That was a brutal innings.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? It is tough. Try not to think about the lights, but I think it probably did affect the catching one way or another. No one able to take a wicket, of course. The only wicket was retired out, but I think shout out goes to Sawari and Osama Mahmood. I think without their 4 overs going for only about 8, I think this probably is getting a bit out of control. But they still have a shot. They need to bat well. They've got some very good players in there. We'll be back very shortly to see if the Zurich Nomads, playing their first ECL, can knock out the former champions Pakai Care Badalona of Spain. 142 the target. Vinny sounding here, Mr. Maximo, with Andrew Ryan. We'll see you shortly for the exciting conclusion of Group D right here in the European Cricket League.
Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, Brno, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox.
Hello and welcome back to the Cartama Oval. Great to have you with us as we get ready for the exciting conclusion of Group D. Pakake Badalona have 141 on the board. Zurich Nomads failed to take a wicket actually in that first innings. There was one dismissal due to a retired out. The Nomads have it all to do. 142 will see them through to Championship Week in their first ever European Cricket League. Assad and Tyrone leading the two teams onto the field. We see a big chase under lights. There's Hassan Ahmed coming out to open with Fahim Nazir. It's interesting they have decided to open with Big Hassi. He's had some very good innings here at the Cartama Oval. He's well known to us on the European Cricket Network. And for Fahim Nazir, another opportunity to take on the fast stuff. Mohamed Kamran, no doubt, ready to bowl the first over. There's Asad Abbas. Pakake have never failed to qualify for Championship Week in the 3 times previously they have qualified for the ECL. So certainly think it will be a disappointment for them and all their fans if they weren't able to do this. But I know the Nomads, they've got a pretty strong supporter base that they've built the way they've played their cricket. They started their tournament with a slightly under par performance going down to Brno. Credit to Brno though, they outplayed them in match 1. Since then, they have not lost a game. So Fahim getting ready to go. Under lights, always a slightly different feel. It's one of those things as a cricketer, just got to put it out of your mind and get on with it. Got a job to do. And the thing is, it's going to be hard to just kind of play out Kamran now because it's already starting at 14 and over. You don't want that to climb too much. One man that climbs to wonderful commentary heights every time he's here with us at the Cartama Oval is Andrew Ryan. And Andrew, I'm sure you're very interested to see how this pans out.
Well, you've got the 2 best batters in the team at the crease, absolutely no doubt. Vinny, I think this is a good move to get Hassan out there early. Still got to think their way through this, though, the Nomads. They don't need to go like absolute rockets from ball 1. Still have to respect Cameron, and there's easy.
This up.
Do we live in the multiverse, or are we slightly on the outside of it?
I live in Mohamed Baba's world, actually. Oh, that's squeezed out. That's pace in, pace out. Barely any bat on that from Hassan. It races for 4.
Not a bad result, jamming down on a Yorker. And Ahmed gets a good piece of willow on it and screams along to the boundary. That's certainly what the velocity of Cameron can do. Very well played. The Nomads opener. A couple of boundaries in these opening stages would just help relax them a bit. They don't want to get bogged down and be 25 thereabouts after the power play. Still need to keep this scoring rate flowing.
Wow, standing flat back from Hassan. Gives a bit back. Cuatro más.
Love to see this on replay. I'm not completely sure that's where Ahmed was thinking of depositing Cameron to begin with. Have a look, short pitch ball. Thought he was trying to swat him over the leg side, but as it is, cannoned off his bat. Consecutive boundaries.
Kamran with a comeback. Goes quick, a genuine edge. Forget it. That's the thing with Kamran. Yeah, sometimes they do have a kind of floating slip in. He would be on the edge of the circle at the pace Kamran's bowling, but that's with Hassan, and he gets away with it. 4 runs.
Yeah, that edge is going absolutely nowhere but the boundary. I'll tell you what, he won't back down, Hassan Ahmed. He's faced plenty of top-tier quick bowlers in his time. Seems very, very confident at the crease. Substantial figure in and of himself. He's ready to go toe-to-toe with this stirring pace bowling from Mohamed Kamran.
Yeah, I think back to some of the big nights for Swiss cricket in the ECN era. Think about them beating the England 11 in the ECC, for example. It's like cramps us on the minnow run. But I just think this has the potential to be another huge night. I think even if you're not a nomad, I know there's lots of, probably what, 24 plus teams in Switzerland?
Well, I think we're up to about 35, 40 now.
Okay.
The clubs have rocketed.
They'd all be behind the Nomads here to kind of put Swiss cricket on the map as far as the club game goes. Alton, they've had some success here as well, but they've also had a few disappointments. They've previously represented Switzerland in the ACL. But the Nomads here have the chance to knock out the former European champions, team that held the trophy aloft 3 years ago. Last ball of Cameron's first over. Hassan is taking him on. He'll get one there, and I think they'll settle for that. It's pretty much the rate they need. 14 coming off the first over, 14 without loss.
Well, as far as minor victories go, I agree with you, Vinny. No wickets there, and keeping the run rate up. Just going back to the topic you were talking about, they're a hugely respected group within the Swiss cricket scene. Zurich Nomads, the Sear brothers, and Asmad Lakaraju's here as the team manager. Waka Squad has been around for a long time. These are all guys that I've been playing for almost the last decade or so and have set the standard within Swiss cricket for a long time, and they are doing a fantastic job representing the country here at Cardimer Oval. But their job is not finished. 128 of 54 balls, and they now get to face their batting nemesis, Mohamed Babar.
Yeah, Babar, see if that batting power translates into bowling power. It's very good earlier on in the day. But, he'll be hoping that he can pick up a couple of early ones. Oh, there's another edge, and that's going to fly away. Babar not as quick, so the third's up in the circle. Hassan living dangerously, but he's still living.
Zan's also one of those batters, when you bowl to him and you get an outside edge, there's never any acknowledgement of, got away with that one there. The head just is down, walks down, little bat tap with the partner. Not going to get a huge amount of emotion from him. He's very focused tonight. Probably be enjoying opening the innings with his long-time partner, Fahim Nazir.
Babar, but it wouldn't help melt in his mouth either. Just block hole this time. Hassan keeps it out. Fahim really hasn't had too much to do so far at the other end, so face the one ball.
Really the two balls from the bar that you're going to get, aren't you? Isn't it, Vinny? That one just on a good length, just outside off stump, curling back into the left-hander, or the Yorker.
Master of length, really. Time to scramble through for a single. Babar 3 for 10 in the previous match amongst the wickets.
Will be slightly annoyed he missed out there, Hassan. It's in his hitting zone. They have got the fielder out there at deep mid-wicket. You'd have to clear probably actually more cow corner, to be honest. But it was in his hitting slot. For him, Nazir coming on to strike. He's only faced one ball in the innings. Glorious player through the offside if Babar gives him any width. That is a sensational cricket shot. Speaking of balls in the slot, Babar has given Nazir room to stretch his arms, times it beautifully, rarely tries to overhit this man. He's such a classic batsman, whatever format of the game. And it's a picture-perfect straight drive. Well, the Nomads having to negotiate these early overs with the new ball and top-tier bowlers of Pack I Care. A little bit of a change in the field here. It's almost like a second slip coming in on the 30.
Oh, it's going to be more runs. Nazir is going to just knock that full toss. I called Babar a master of length, but that's a slight error. It's a very drivable throwdown style full toss, and Nazir gets the placement perfect. 4 runs.
Ordinary ball from Babar, but you've still got to put it away. And Nazir could not have pierced the gap any better. 29 for none. 1 ball left in this second.
come back for Baba. 15 off this over. It's the start the Nomads would have hoped for. And that's going to fly as well. Maximo for Nazir, the lefty-lefty combination representing for the Swiss. And at the end of 2, it's 35 without loss. We still haven't had a wicket actually taken in this game, and we're 12 overs in.
Amazing stuff, particularly under lights. Nazir rocks onto the back foot, sends it airmail over to his teammates in the dressing shed, and they are clapping with some level of excitement here as the Nomads have gotten off to an excellent start, 35 for none off first 2 overs. Interesting change here, Vinny. It looks like Rabbani's being brought on for an early over, but before we go to that, Group D, we're about to find out the qualifier for Championship Week. Group E starting tomorrow. Please join us then.
Yeah.
5 really good teams coming to Khartoum.
Everybody think Tarai thoughts tonight, because I know there's a lot of rain forecast. But so far we've been lucky with it. Here's Rabbani. Oh, he's dropped him right off the Q end of the bat. Oh, well, Rabbani. I mean, you can understand he was kind of caught off guard there because it hits right off the end of Hassan's bat. Look at that. Right off the end of his bat. And then Rabbani in his follow through. I mean, he was coming slowly, but yeah, just couldn't make the play. Weird one.
Incredible moment there, Vinny.
Pace on. I think Rabbani does get a bit harder to pick under lights as well. Just slightly lower light, the artificial light. Still no competition for the sun that keeps us all alive. It's a swing and a miss there from Hassan.
I think it's a pretty good bowling change, actually, from Babar. These two looked very comfortable against Cameron. He does prefer bowling to the right-handers. Maybe they're saving him for when Zabiola comes in.
First time in a while we've seen Rabbani bowl before Atif, and I think it is about the fact there's 2 left-handers. I think it's no secret Atif's a bit more effective against the right-handers. Rabbani. Oh, pace on, but that is colossal from Hassan Ahmed. Maximo 6 carreras.
Watch this replay, folks. Hassan Ahmed picks up the length of this ball so quickly, and you can see almost churning over his mind, how far am I going to smoke this? And he's absolutely annihilated it over the leg side boundary.
Game's back to a coin toss, 50-50 game. That's what you want to see. Does he go change up now? He does, but he picks it and he hammers it. Maximo, fast or slow, it's got to go for Hassan Ahmed. 6 more.
I've seen this Hassan Ahmed swagger before, and it's usually not good news if you're a bowler. Once again, he picks it so early. Look at the bat swing, and he hammers it over the long on boundary.
Let's not forget, Hassan was part of Championship Week last year, playing for Gina Brescia. He was involved in a couple of flashpoint moments there as well, including a golden ball match, which basically decided Gina Brescia's fate. They would make it to finals day. Rabbani with the comeback. There he goes, pace on again, and he gets hit again. Maximo! Well, that one had the crowd scattering. That's actually where the trophy normally sits when we do get to Championship Week. Magic Spray Mary has fielded it and thrown it back. Well, Mary, she's retired from Magic Spraying, but she does still work as part of the local crew here. That's 3 on the spin. We were using NBA Jam terms earlier today, and let's just say right now, Hassan is on fire, 50 up.
Great call from Maximo.
Well, doesn't get this one as well, but maybe that's a blessing because he'll keep the strike. Hassan takes 19 off that over, which started with a couple of dots, end of 3. And the Nomads are 54 for none.
Well, you couldn't have asked for a much better start off the power play if you're the Zurich Nomads, going at 18 runs and over so far. Rabbani thought he would have been a pretty good matchup for the 2 lefties, but they've smoked him, particularly Hassan Ahmed. Seeing it like a beach ball at the moment, and as you said, Vinny, he's gotten himself back on strike for the start of the 4th.
I just spotted Canado Fletcher in the comment section as well. Canado, hope you are well. And I loved his little...
Such a good comment from him
comment,
too.
which I had to read it twice. He said, come on guys, you face much better bowling in the Swiss competition. Of course, Canado is a bowler.
Smoke
in the
this
Swiss
petty
competition.
bowling, man. And you know what else I love about that? That Canado Fletcher's YouTube alias is Ken Fletch. It sounds like he's a rogue detective from the 1980s.
Well, as part of the fast bowling cartel in the Swiss local competition, Andrew, you would agree wholeheartedly with those comments?
Not sure.
You've been called the Mohammed Kamran, a right-handed Mohammed Kamran.
Maybe if the hair keeps disappearing like it is at the moment. Either way, this has been a cracking start, and doesn't this suddenly become a big over? Atif has to bowl to the two lefties.
All right, well, obviously it worked because 3 sixes on the spin. Atif is in. Just missing. Oh, wow, he's given it. Boy, oh boy.
Gee, this is a huge call, Vinny. I thought at first look that was swinging down leg.
Well, let's have a look at it on the replay. It's, I think height's not an issue. It's just the line of the ball. Let's watch it here. Oh, I mean, hits him in line with leg. I'm not certain that's getting some leg. Remember, only has to clip leg. You can see two stumps pretty comfortably. I think it's a bit of a lucky one, but it's going to stand, and Hassan's going to have to go. But I feel it was a bit of a rough one. I suppose batters always do. Atif with wicket 201 on the network, 54th one. The first wicket taken in this game.
Yeah, fantastic innings from Hassan Ahmed. 37 off 15, 3 Maximos in there, but job's a long way from being done. And this has also brought a change in the Nomads batting order again. So Zabiullah coming out at number 3. He's probably been their most consistent and destructive.
That's what the umpire sees. So he's got to decide, is that getting summer leg or is it not? And he felt it was. And that is the call. And look, again, maybe it would have taken summer leg. Just seemed kind of live. But you might have a different opinion. Anyway, Zabiullah comes out, and this is going to be into space. And he's lucky it is, because that was an uncontrolled edge that flew. So they needed something to go the way Pakai care. They've got something to go their way. Let's see if they can work their way back into this game.
Yeah, certainly have. It also allows Mohammed Atif to have a right-hander to bowl at, which will make him far happier. Almost gets Nabil a first ball. Tell you what, there's one thing though, this young man, he will not stop swinging hard, but he's selective at what he goes for. Pressure now on Fahim Nazir, 17 off 4. Senior player.
Differing opinions there on the LBW, but I think if you believe in the benefit of the doubt, probably feel it's a bit of a rough one for Switzerland. Anyway, they're not going to cry over spilt milk. They're going to take another boundary here off the bat of Nazir.
And Nazir, just looking at the bottom of his bat, probably didn't get it off the sweet spot, but managed to drag it far enough around, so he avoided the fielder out there at more of a straighter cow corner. Looks like it's just dropped inside the boundary.
4 runs.
So the Nomads, 83 off 39, so context of T10 at Carter Oval, that run rate of 12.76. It's pretty regulation stuff. We've got some good bowlers to come. Remember, Mohammed Cameron's still got one over up his sleeve.
Tell you what, a few excited patrons that Magic Spray Mary's been spotted in the crowd. Normally she works a little bit away from the main visible zone.
She doesn't like the spotlight, does she? But she draws
Very
it.
unselfish, passed on the Magic Spray cans to a new generation. Still 60% to chase this. 59 off 3.3. It's a brilliant start. They've got the rate down from 14.2 and over. Dropped by about 1.5 points to 12 3/4.
No, it's just a change in the field too, Vinny. They've got more of a traditional mid-wicket on the fence now.
Tries that leg cutter to the left-hander. But I think they were trying to avoid bowling Atif too much left-handers. The fact that Zabi has come out. Do you think he's coming out at 3? I mean, he's just kept kind of working his way up the order. Batting above Osama Mahmood, batting above Azim Nazir. Step out of his crease here for him. Nice hit and no run. So this game's still very much in the balance.
The Nomads just have to be patient here, Vinny. New batter at the crease. Zabiullah will take the game to the Pakai care bowling attack regardless. They know they've got some easier targets towards the back end. They've got the better off Jaffa Raza earlier today.
gets a little bit inventive here, and he's going to get the result. Maximo says Carreras. And the Nomads, well, they're just keeping on, getting on with the job. And the thing is, they're getting some of these runs off the premium. I kept seeing the premium 3 bowlers.
Just stop it for him. That is just too good. You saw in the replay there, he was looking for that shot the whole way down. Just an elegant, almost sort of vertical sweep. Just gorgeous batting.
This time he's going to deflect, but they got the 3rd in place. That's the end of the 4th over, and it's 67 for 1. Just going back to that LBW, I think you have to have sympathy for the umpire as well, having to make the call live. I've got to admit, there's certain kind of unconscious cues, I think, that, obviously I see a lot of cricket as well. The thing that had me feeling like it was likely to miss, that was my initial reaction, was just unconsciously, I could see 2 stumps, I could see middle, I could see off. There wasn't really a significant straightening of the ball or any straightening of the ball. So my instinct said it was going to go further. Now look, we'll never know if that had taken some leg stump or not. In the end, the umpire has to call it. That's the call he makes, and he makes it in good faith. So these are the human moments, I suppose, that still exist in the game. And yeah, credit to Nomads, hasn't really slowed them down too much.
Well, this man, he's going to try to slow them down. Cameron coming on for his 2nd over.
Hit. Now, we know that Cameron's been especially destructive to right-handers. He hasn't always had the radar on to lefties, but he's been able to straighten it down the line and get poles flying. Now, he's bowling with a ball that's into its 5th over. I still think that's a pretty new ball, though.
Yeah, it certainly is.
It's not brand new, though.
Good to see Fahim go down and have a word to Zabiola. Specty's saying to him, you don't have to win the game in this over. Just beware, it's the Yorker swinging back into off stump that's the one that's going to really hurt you.
I
Pick your
wonder
ball.
if he's going to just not care what Fahim said and still try and smash it into another universe.
Didn't suggest he was listening.
Oh, he gets lidded and it almost goes down onto the stumps.
Well, I suspect we'll come out, have the medics come out and check him. He seems to be okay, and he's got a smile on his face, which is good. But geez, that was a fast short ball.
For all the Wiggles fans there, wake up, Jeff. Let's have a look. Here comes the medic. No magic spray available that I can see. Just straight to the grill.
Which is not a bad outcome, actually. Getting hit in the grill, better than being slapped in the shell of the helmet.
Yeah, well, you got the little yellow bag. Can't say I've seen that before.
Just
if
looks
there's
like
any
an overnight bag just being taken out to the middle of the ground.
It's a concussion test to get. Lovely fingernails. Yeah, I mean, look, the Tooth Fairy would have had a field day if he wasn't wearing a grill, tell you that much. But Zabiola passes the test.
And Cammy's let him know who's boss of that ball.
Yeah, I mean, he just kind of had to react. I mean, to be fair, all the fielders and the bowler quick to get in to check he was okay. Thank goodness for helmets. It was only about 3 years ago that we had people facing Cameron without helmets before we made it standard. I'm glad we did.
It's almost the Cameron policy in a way.
No one wants to inform the family. Anyway, Zabiola. This will be interesting. There's 4 to come in the over. Used his bouncer. Yeah, so he's almost run himself out here, but he's all right. So I suppose you know now that you shouldn't get one above the shoulder again, but the ball that is about shoulder height or chest height is probably even more uncomfortable in a way to play. And also you shouldn't, doesn't mean you won't. There's a certain degree of self-preservation, I think, that comes into batting against bowling like this. We're talking kind of 85 miles an hour.
Pretty good short ball from Cameron. Zabiola's certainly not playing him out. He's having a crack. A little top edge there would have flown, but as it is, a couple of dot balls here from Cameron. It's good bowling, and it's exactly what he's been brought back for. Oh, tight.
It's a no ball.
That really should be called, and just
yeah,
waiting
I
for
mean,
the ball.
standing at the crease, you get a good view of it there. Benefit of the bat goes to the bowler on those, so another 50-50 call. Cameron whistling and past. Wow, now rolling cutter and slammed over the leg side. Maximo! Probably the last thing I was expecting was a slow ball. Was Zabiola He timed it up nicely, 6 runs.
Well, if Cameron showed him who was boss earlier in the over, Zabiola says he's coming for the crown. He's hit some big, big balls this week. Goes into his hitting zone, and Cameron is smashed.
Well, some people are mentioning good ECN knowledge. We haven't seen the torch in the eyes as part of the nighttime concussion test this year. It was part of it last year, and we had several players bowled the very next delivery, perhaps still dazzled by the lights. Zabiola is handling himself. One more ball for Cameron. Could be the last ball of his tournament. Goes for the stumps. Kept out. Zabi don't get a run though. Mid-off was up. End of 5. Game on here. Nomads are 74 for 1. As we welcome you into the commentary box. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Here with Andrew Ryan. Looking fantastic. I love your Peacock Friday outfit. And great job by Corey Ruckus as well. Rico is on a little break. He will be here on Monday though. So he's deserved quite a long weekend. But yeah, times like this, when I see that kind of bowling, I'm happy I'm retired and I'm happy I'm up here because that was pretty spicy. Credit to Zabi though, wore one, gave one back.
Yeah, he's possibly been the player of this Group D actually. Maximo has not missed out with the bat in any game so far. Come in a couple of times when the Nomads just getting behind the 8 ball, and he's pumped up the run rate. For so long as he and Fahim are there, the runs required here is not a problem. Pakai care, need a wicket.
It's a dot. So you've got Rabani now. So they haven't gone to the 5th bowler yet. So you've got Baba with an older ball to have one. You've got Rabani to have one. You've got Atif to have one. But then your other 2 overs, I'm pretty sure they'll be the plan will be Jafar Raza to bowl probably 8 and 10 or 7 and 9, something like that. Maybe 7 and 10. Short arm jab, but he's into the gap actually. In fact, it goes for 4. I thought there was no chance that would go for 4 off the bat of Nazir. It wasn't hit with immense power, but he threads the needle, and the Nomads will take the boundary.
Yeah, beautiful placement. Probably not 2 of their best outfielders out in that spot, but Nazir, he's sensational in manipulating the field, and almost a collision out there. Mid-wicket boundary. That boundary's just settled things down, and Rabani, he's been expensive, still 4 balls to go.
23 off 8. Big swing and a miss. Nazir wanted the leg side, probably wasn't on. And field was up on the offside, so he had mid-off up in the circle, had cover up in the circle, but still wanted the big Hollywood dinger.
Well, it's actually his best shot, the cover drive, and if you look out there at the moment, there's open pastures from point
Wonder if he was
all the way around.
I think he was expecting slow ball and affected his shot selection there. Rabani, pace on again, won't get a run. Yeah, look, I was talking to Corey about this earlier. There are times that Rabani sometimes goes for big runs, and I was like, why is that? Because sometimes it seems like he's hitting his spots, and there's certain games he seems unplayable, but sometimes he does go for big runs. I wonder if it's just when he chooses the wrong option and when to bowl it, and probably an execution thing as well if he misses his spots like any bowler. Good contest here. Walks at it again. Going to find one of the 3 sweepers out there on the leg side.
It's been a pretty good over from Rabani so far. Came back after some punishment through the blade of Hassan Ahmed in his first over. 1 for 24 in the context of this chase. It's not a bad little 2-over spell. Zabiola smoked a massive Maximo in the last over. Got a free swing at one here.
Last ball for Rabani. Or not. Yeah. Ball that just misses the tram line. He re-bowled.
Pretty good tactics from Rabani though. Change of pace, wide of off stump. Notes that Zabiola hits most of his Maximos over between long on and mid-wicket.
He's gone slow ball, missed his spot. Now does he double down on that, or does he put the pace on under?
I would
That's
have
the
always
thing,
him.
you're always guessing. You're always guessing with, that's the thing. Last ball to 6th. Bowls the stock ball, but Zabiola doesn't get all of it. We will get the strike back. It's the end of 6 overs and 4 group finals, 4 ECN Classic matches, I think, loading here, because this game is anybody's right now. It's 81 for 1 after 6. The Nomads need 61 off the last 4 overs.
We were talking earlier. Maximo pre-game about the fact that this has been a very even group in terms of wins for every team and a couple of, I guess, upsets in the context of where things finished. This could be the first thriller we've got on our hands, though. This one feels like it's going down to the wire. Nomads requiring just a tick over 15 runs per over. And not last throw of the dice by any stretch, but Pakai Care bringing Muhammad Atif on for his second over.
That's fine, but then you're basically saying your fifth bowler is going to bowl 8 and 10. They just feel it's such an important over. They don't want to go to the fifth bowler yet. It's a good little kind of, that's the thumbless ball that he bowls where same action, same everything, but it just takes about 20% off the ball and it ends up rolling for a little bit of cut away to left to right on that reverse angle.
I think this is a pretty good matchup for Pakai Care, to be honest. T for the ability to just push the ball away, mixing up his speeds, getting it wide of off stump for Zabiola.
Just missed. Tried the same ball. It's been a really effective one today. We saw him having success against Stefan Gooch, and he was having to deal with it. So, yeah, it's not a real obvious rolling cutter where you see a lot of kind of wrist movement.
Just had a look at that replay, Vinny. That front leg from Zabiola is going way out to mid-wicket at the moment. If Atif keeps that wide of off-stump line.
Atif will see that. He won't want to get too close to him. Pretty good. Oh, what a trap. Oh, he's out!
Goodness!
Oh, no way! Can't believe what I've seen. Zabiola turns his back on the play and his middle stump's out of the ground. What a schoolyard error to make at such a big point in the final. Atif, well, he's had so many direct hits. He's never had one like that, I bet. It's 82 for 2.
Oh, the young kid, Zabiola, he's been so good all tournament, but he's had an absolute brain fade at the most important moment in Group D. And Muhammad Atif just spotted the chance and taken it.
Oh, he can't get off the field quick enough. He's not even close. Look at that.
Just extraordinary stuff. Vinny, Sandhu, have you ever seen anything like it?
No, I've never seen anything like. First is a perfect trap. Perfect trap. Turns his back, throws, just misses him, hits middle stump, and Atif has created something out of nothing. Well, all the cricket clubs want to sign him up. You might have a few football clubs wanting to sign him up after that. With that kind of ball control, what an error from Zabiola. Goes for 8 off 9.
Great skills from Muhammad Atif, though, make no mistake. As Shiraz Sawari has been put out there, he's one of the best strikers in this team. They could do with a couple of Maximos now.
Zabiola, I mean, feel for him a bit. It's a bonehead play, and he couldn't get off the field quick enough, like I said. You might have precipitated a tough little period for your replacement. So Zabiola got hit in the head, hit a 6, then turned his back on the play. You just have an obligation to get back in your crease. It's such a basic. Even if you don't know where the ball is, get back in your crease.
Certainly. Well, no use crying over spilt milk now. Sawari out there with Nazir is still there. 33 off 14. Just cannot get on strike.
Yeah, he's really worked these kind of batters out. He knows they're never going to be able to get across to that kind of delivery. They want to kind of stay leg side and swing leg side. So this kind of ball, look at that left foot, so far outside the leg stump. And Atif, he's using all his experience that he's gained as a young age here.
Yeah, it's a tough call who to throw out here. I was actually thinking maybe the experience of Azim Nazir might have come to join his brother. It's his high quality left arm pace bowling.
Yeah, this is one that probably was more in his zone, but this is the thing. If that's your play, and we've seen it happen many, many times, if you have a kind of one-dimensional aspect to your hitting zone, then good bowlers are going to be able to starve you of the kind of ball you want.
It looks like Atif is changing to go around the wicket for this final ball. No, he's walking back to his mark at the top. It would be a strange decision because he's got Sawari on toast here.
Still can't believe that run out. Last ball, the 7th. Last ball for Atif. Oh, wide. Did well to get inside it. Wow. Did that catch some of the shirt? Definitely doesn't go over the stumps. Must have just grazed the jumper.
Well, certainly that's what Atif was claiming to the umpire. I guess the upside of that is Fahim Nazir gets back on strike, but geez, he's got some work to do in these 3 overs.
Official word was it hit the batter, and that's why it's not a wide. So, geez, haven't Pakake had a few breaks in this innings? The universe looking after them. Group E tomorrow. We'll head into the weekend, and we'll start with a bit of a battle of northern neighbours with talent strikers of Estonia versus Empire CC of Finland. Start the day. Ariana CC at their first ECL to take on Lisbon at their first ECL as well, and Vorberg at their first ECL. I think the thing with this group is that Empire CC are actually the only team that have ever been here before. So we had Ariana Keith, who were arch rivals with Ariana CC here before. You know that all too well, of course, from your time in European Cricket Series. But yeah, so we have 4 newbies. So let's hope we get them on the park.
There's some great battles in Group E. There's a battle still to be taking place here. There's young Jaffa Raza. He's a young man, a lot of talent, a lot of responsibilities on his shoulders. He's done the right thing. He's managed to get Fahim Nazir off strike first ball.
Corey's changed his tune on foot fielding after that Atif effort. So Jaffa. Oh, you need to get after the youngster, and that's what Sawari does. Gets off the mark with a boundary. Is there one more twist in this? I mean, they need 20 and over, but you're going to get the youngster probably for 2 overs. Can you take him for 40? Can you take the over in between for 20? You're going to have Muhammad Babar come back, I'm pretty sure. But you need 6s, and you need them now if you're a Nomads fan.
Yeah, certainly do. 2 men at the crease, more than capable of delivering it, but gee, the numbers are in Pakai's favour at the moment.
Oh, yeah. Can't. Oh, well.
So I'm glad Fahim decided to finally put his bat down.
Fahim's not going to make that kind of error, surely.
Jeez, if I'm Sawari here, he's seen what they're doing to him. He should be setting up outside off stump.
You've got to even go further. Dare him to bowl at the stumps. Because the thing is, he starts there, but he's going to step away. You watch. And that time, it's hit very, very well. Oh, like the first tee at the British Open. Maximo, and a good one.
Jeez, that deserved a 12, Vinny. That's a huge hit from Sawari. He's played and missed at a fair few balls in this innings, but that is a giant Maximo.
Not exactly a confidence builder for young Jaffa Raza, but you can see there, just got too close to him. Just got too close to him, didn't he?
You can understand why they've been bowling away from him so far.
That might be the hardest hit ball all day, and we've seen some pretty hard hit balls. Some of the players here. And Ian Latine as well. This will be a wide, goes too far. We actually made a comment saying, well, Zabiula, it was a bit of a brain fade moment, but let's be honest, he wasn't really going. He was 8 off 8, then 8 off 9 when he hit the ball back to Atif. Got out not watching. So give someone else an opportunity. That's someone. Is Sawari, who's 10 off 7. Now gets this, but not that well. Does it carry all the way back to the line? And 6. Maximo. Yeah, it's funny how the cricket universe works so far. I mean, Sawari has already hit more 6s than Zabiula did in less balls. And the Nomads are 100, and they haven't given up yet.
Tell you what, Raza probably thought he'd done his job there and jammed Sawari up. Didn't feel like it came off the meat of the bat. But the power of this man sent it pretty comfortably over the boundary. Final ball of the over.
Oh, there's an edge that's flying, and it's going to bounce just inside. It's going to be 4 runs. So they do get the magical over they need that keeps them in the game. Twists and turns and edges that burn for the Spanish fans. Swiss fans elated to still be alive. It's 104 for 2 after 8.
Oh, this final is delivering, Maximo. This is tension and top quality T10 cricket at its best. And I'll tell you what that's done. Jaffa Raza has got almost inevitably going to bowl the 10th over, but he's been smoked for 22 off his first. That's probably the there or thereabouts the amount of runs he'll have to play with in the 10th. Set
the table here, because I think you're going to get Babar in the 9th. A few questions about why Sawari's out here, but remember Osama Mahmood, he struggled against Pakake earlier. He was retired out. Nazim Nazir's the other one that could be batting at this stage. But anyway, Fahim still there, 34 of 15. He's only faced 15 balls out of 38, of 48, I should say, in this innings. But he's going to play a beautiful looking straight drive up into the night sky. Maximal, 6 more.
Gorgeous cricket from Fahim Nazir. Cometh the hour, cometh the man. He's been the best player in Swiss cricket over the last 10 years. And could this be his crowning moment? I'll tell you what, Vinny, I reckon if there's one man from this Pack Care bowling lineup he'd love to face at the moment, it's Babar. He'll bring it right into his hitting zone.
Oh.
Babar's got some length choices here.
Let's get some air in those lungs. You're going to need them, Rhino. Babar, not exactly a confidence builder for him. This one, inside out, that's going to be 4. Field was up in the offside. Nazir is kind of like a master craftsman at work, isn't he? When he gets down to business, and he is keeping those hopes alive. And just like that, we're pretty much back to a coin flip.
Yeah, certainly is. I said a few overs ago, his cover drive is probably his best shot. They've had that area unprotected for most of his innings so far. He's waited for his moment, open the blade. Glorious batting.
Oh boy. And again, Jafar Raza, every time these go to the boundary, he's probably getting a little bit more nervous. It's only natural. I mean, they do have other options, Bikram, but he only bowled 1 ball and went for 6 earlier. So I think you got to trust Jaffa to try and get you out of a jam. But we'll see how many there are still to get. Nazir on 44. Pretty well bowled, but that squeezes away for 4 as well. The Nomads, now it's their time to have all the running, all the momentum going to the Swiss.
24 off 9, Vinny. There's hugs out in the middle with every single one of these boundaries. And in the last 9 balls, the Nomads have gone from the maybe man into probably the more likely at this stage. That's another beautiful piece of batting from Nazir.
Could have gone anywhere, if I'm honest. I think it's probably inside, thick inside edge, but it flies. Nazir to 48, 24 off 9, 1.5 overs will decide Group D here on the 3rd night. Oh, bad ball from Babar. Bad Babar. Good Fahim Nazir, who brings up his 50 off 19 balls, and now the Nomads unbelievably are ahead. What a 10 minutes of cricket we've seen.
Oh, it's one thing to have class with the bat, Vinny. It's another to keep you cool and deliver when your club most needs. Wasn't a great ball from Babar. I'm sure it'll get a little bit of a review, but either way, Nazir has lofted it for a Maximo. 54 off 19 balls. I said a couple of deliveries ago, I think he'll enjoy Babar. He's bowling straight into his hot spots.
Oh, well, it takes 1 ball to turn things around here. 18 required, 8 balls left. Here's the comeback from Mohammad Babar. Oh, what a shot. He goes over point. Babar wanted that line, but Fahim doesn't care. Opens up the offside and takes them 6 closer. 2 hits away from the win now, the Nomads.
What incredible batting, 60 off 20. A deep breath for him this over. In fact, the last 7 balls have gone 6, 4, 6, 4, 4, 6, 6. Extraordinary stuff.
Go you one before, the ball before that went for 7 because it was a 6 and a wide.
Right.
So this is completely blown up.
Question here for you, Vinny. Does Fahim try to go for the boundary, or does he put himself on strike for the final over?
I think if it's there, you go. You can just be a bit more selective though. But if you get 6, he's 6 closer. Last ball of the 9th. He hits it hard. Doesn't carry. Well fielded. Has no idea where it is. Does.
That's
Yassine.
perfect result for them too. If he's not going to hit the boundary, take the single.
Yeah,
he's back on
if it's in your
strike.
zone, you still go it. But I mean, you know a single's not a bad result. 11 required then. That over went for 27. We had a period there. We had 43 runs off 9 balls. That's what we were talking about. And now some decisions to be made. We'll have a conference out there in the middle.
The bar's almost raised up the half ton from his 2 overs. I cannot remember the last time he has gone for something like 48, and there's now 4 Pack-Eye Care men discussing who takes the last.
I think you've got to go with what you think your best option is, and I still think your best option is Jafar Raza. You know, I think he's had overs that he's won. He's had overs that he's restricted to 10 or less, which is what you need to do now to win the game.
Well, effectively what Raza needs to do here, jam in a Yorker, see if he can get Nazir off strike, and then push that ball wide of off stump of Shawari, see if he can get a few dot balls.
Yeah, well, if we do have 10 off this over exactly, we're going to golden ball 72. We've never had a golden ball in a final here at the Cartama Oval. But we have had, I think, 7 ECL, or 6 now. 6 ECL golden balls. There you go. All right, well, Fahim has carried him this far, but this game is far from over. Basically 2 boundaries, I think, will ice the game now for the Nomads. 49 in 16 balls since that crazy run out of Zabiula. It's funny how the world works. It seemed like everything was going against the Swiss in the early part of this chase. 11 to win. Hit 4. All right, well, wasn't the worst ball really, but Fahim able to get his hands out in front of his legs. And the Swiss, they have the smell of victory now. 7 off 5 required. I think 1 more boundary will kill this game.
Oh, there's men and women in the mountains throughout or outside of Zurich at the moment who are holding their breath. The Nomads 2 shots away from an ECL finals week berth. 7 off 5 required.
Hush comes around the ground. Jaffa, youngster with a comeback ball. It's a good one, but he's able to get it away. Now, where's it gone? And how far's it gone? Well, we'll have to check this one, but for sure it's a boundary. Has it tied the game?
It's one of the most incredible shots we've seen tonight, Vinny. That was a pretty decent Yorker from young Jaffa Raza. And look at this shot from Fahim Nazir, almost whipping the helicopter out.
Hits the rope at 6. The scores are tied. Wow.
1 run needed for glory.
Yeah, so confirmed there. So, wow. Jaffa Raza, the youngster. 4 chances to win the game. Nazir to 71. He's carried his team on his back so far. Pakai need a miracle or maybe 4 miracles in a row to avoid an early knockout in ECL 25. Here we go. And it'll do it. And the sweet smell of Swiss success fills the Khartoum Oval as the Nomads, their first ECL, they've made it to the big dance. They've made it to the Magnificent 7. And it's because of a fantastic effort from many of their players. But Nazir, he's the man. When it came down to it, they'll never catch him. He'll finish on 71. And the Swiss, they'll do it with 4 balls to spare.
Don't injure him, boys. Don't injure him. He's too precious. What an unbelievable innings from Fahim Nazir. 71 runs off 23. He is the king of the Zurich Nomads. He is the king of Swiss cricket. And for tonight, at least, he is the king of ECL 2025. What a magnificent win, deposing the ECL champions from a few years ago, Pakai Care. An unbelievable victory, and one that only 10 minutes ago, Vinny, looked very, very unlikely.
Yeah, well, another classic match in an ECL group fight. You've got to feel for Pakai Care. I mean, they gave it everything they had. You know how strong they are. You know, Teef today bringing up 200 wickets. Babar's effort with the bat in the final. And I think they'll just doff their caps and say, you know, we were beaten by the better team. To be honest, they were beaten by the Nomads 3 times in the end. I know that was a little bit of a spine tingler towards the end. But you said 10 minutes ago, I'm just thinking about kind of day 1 where they lost their first game quite badly to Brno. For them to come back, they were undefeated through the rest of the series, including beating the Pakai Care team 3 times. You can see them there. They're the 4th team to qualify for Championship Week. They joined Darmstadt CC of Germany, Hornchurch of England, and of course, Skanderborg of Denmark. But, oh well, Cricket Switzerland, it was great to see them back on the international cricket map, but this is a red letter night, isn't it, for the Swiss?
Absolutely magnificent stuff. I'm incredibly, as much as we're objective in the commentary box, I'm incredibly proud and very happy for the Nomads. They've played tremendous cricket over the last 3 days. They have come here with no wildcard player whatsoever. They have shown faith in the men that have brought them to ECL 2025, and they have finished much deserved group winners here for the Group D final. Absolutely spine-tingling stuff, and there'll be supporters not just back at their home club in Zurich, but all across the Swiss landscape who will be behind them. But massive props to Pakai Care. They have been brilliant again, Vinny.
Yeah, and they're a popular team, and they play the cricket hard, but they play it fair, Pakai Care. That's why they're getting a good ovation, I think, from everyone as they walk off the field. But, well, you see the baby boomer in the background, but the Zurich Nomads, you can see this is a special moment for them. No matter what happens in Championship Week, they'll always have tonight. And really, they've orchestrated an early exit for the former champions. It belongs to the Swiss, though. No holes in their finish to Group D. Hopschviz as they'll ring a rosy and book their spot in Championship Week. But what an amazing final. We see the emotions on show. Now we've seen Dre, former champions, knocked out in the group stage. We've seen Pakai Care, former champions, knocked out in the group stage. So, of the 3 previous winners, that started this journey in ECL 25. Only one survives. Let's go back because it was a really entertaining and sometimes baffling 10 overs of cricket.
Incredible stuff, Vinny. We've been waiting for a thriller from this group, and we certainly got it in the final. Hassan Ahmed, wasn't his innings crucial? He got them off to an absolute heater and laid down a marker against Mohammed Cameron in the early over, and then tore into Babar and Rabbani. And even his partner Fahim Nazir, who's the class bat of this team, had to play second fiddle for a little while at the start.
Yeah, it was so interesting, wasn't it? Because the cricket gods work in mysterious ways. We saw one of the all-time facepalm moments, we'll see it in a little while, from Zabiullah, but it actually brought together what would ultimately be the match-winning partnership. That was after 6.2 overs. Before that, though, Hassan Ahmed, he played some nice strokes, didn't he? Took on the fast bowling, didn't take a backward step. In the end, he was given it. Even this one, it was an LBW that caused debate, but it's a sliding door moment. You never know how it would have worked out otherwise, but for all those moments, I don't think the Nomads would change a thing. But how about Fahim and some of that class showing through?
Well, it's incredible. We had 3 wickets across the entire 2 innings here. One was a retirement, one was a 50-50 LBW call, and the other one was this. Zabiullah with an all-time brain fade moment. The kid has been so good throughout Group D, arguably the player of this group, but he will not want to look that one back on replay too often. But they kept believing. Sawari, I think he swung and missed at his first 4 balls, but then all of a sudden he got in the mode, and then Fahim Nazir, the 9th and the 10th over, absolutely took over. Tore Babar to pieces in the 9th. He went for 27 runs against one of the best players in continental Europe, and Nazir showed his whole range of shots. And Vinny, by the time it got to the 10th, it was just too much to ask for young Jafar Raza.
Really, the 9th is where the game was broken wide open by the Nomads. Then how about this little flick? They end up hitting the rope. Again, if they hit the rope or not, it completely changes the dynamics of the game. You saw it there. They couldn't believe it. But the best was yet to come as the Nomads, they found a home here at the Cardamom Oval, and they can stay. They'll be back in week 4 as one of the 7 finalists here of the European Cricket League in 2025.
No, absolutely amazing scenes there. And as you've had to put up with for a number of years now, I've talked up the quality of Swiss cricket. We've seen it on the European Cricket Series twice from St. Gallen. There is some tremendous talent in this part of the world, and the Nomads are the top of the heap at the moment, and they have come up with a spectacular performance to go through to finals week. But we restart all again tomorrow with Group E.
Yeah, we sure do, and looking forward to it as well, as we will start with a bit of a Northern Derby in the morning with Talent Strikers taking on Empire CC. But join us 9:30 a.m. GMT, which is 10:30 in Central Europe and 3 p.m. in India. But, wow, 4 finals out of 4 have been crackers in the end. How about that innings from Nazir? It was real classy stuff.
Unbelievable stuff. 71 off 23 under immense pressure and up against a very good bowling attack. But don't discount the work of Hassan Ahmed. He got them off to a flyer with his 37 early on. And how about Sawari? He's generally done the work with the ball in this group, but came up with a fantastic performance towards the end there. Look at Babar going for 24 and Jafar Raza 24.75 for their economy rates. It's probably the story of the game. Mohammed Atif stepped up with an excellent 2-over spell. He ended up with figures of 1 for 14, but it wasn't enough to stop the rampaging Nomads chasing down the target. 8 wickets in hand, but probably more importantly, still 4 balls in hand. Wonderful T10 cricket.
Yeah, I mean, it was just such a great show. I know we end up kind of spending a lot of energy up here, but just think about the emotional energy that the players are spending as well. And look, you got to feel for Pakai Care. I mean, we know those guys really well, and they'll be heartbroken that they won't be able to make it back. I know they've got a big season ahead, though, for club and country for those that are in the national setup. Nice to see some players emerging And Corey, certainly the national coach, has an eye on players like Jafar Raza. Obviously, Atif is pretty established now. Someone like Asad Rabbani coming in, and you can just see he's got something special about him. So many of these players, they're just something quite different. But they will also know that it just wasn't their night in the end. And I think when a team beats you 3 times, you really can't really begrudge them making it through at your expense. So congratulations to the Nomads. In fact, congratulations to all the teams in this group, because Group D, it was so unpredictable.
Yeah, it's provided some incredible entertainment. We have mentioned that that was the first absolute thriller that we had, that final, and it delivered in spades. But amongst the whole group stage, a lot of the games were unpredictable. Even the Zagreb Assassins managed to pick up a win and almost even took down Pac Care in the night game a couple of days ago. So it has been a topsy-turvy group. But I think at the end of the day, the most consistent team has gone through to the final.
Yeah, after that first it was kind of like a cobwebs game, wasn't it, for the Nomads? But anyway, looking forward to Group E, of course, tomorrow. If you missed it, we'll give you the fixtures one more time with the champions of Estonia, Finland, Sweden, Ireland, and the Netherlands here to play for the next 3 days. Like I said, I know there's some rain forecast for the morning, but so far, what did Corey say last night? A meteorologist's paid to be wrong, because we've been lucky. So I'm crossing my fingers, do whatever you have to do. But hopefully we get on, because that's a really interesting group with the 3 of the Northern nations and 2 kind of the premier European cricket nations in Ireland and the Netherlands represented as well. Peacock Friday was a big success as well. Great job to you. And I mean, I know we do try and we are impartial, but as someone that's played a lot of cricket in Switzerland, that must have tickled your funny bone a little bit.
It was hard. I mean, you and I think both get into the games, don't we, Vinny? We love a tight one. We've gotten to call some great finals over the years, but that will be up with the best of them. And you're completely right. Swiss cricket going ahead in leaps and bounds. That team, as I've said a few times, the Zurich Nomads, they've set the standards over the last decade. And for me personally, getting to play with them and getting to know a lot of those guys over that last decade, very special moment to see them have this level of success. Wonderful to see them do it with a new crop of younger players as well. But boy, hasn't the cream risen to the top tonight.
Bit of a late birthday present for Roger, our boss, as well, who is Swiss through and through. Well, in Switzerland, they have cricket on ice, and now they've got cricket so nice here at the Cardamom Oval. They'll be part of Championship Week. Before we go, I just want to remind everyone, if you are watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, or even if you're not, why don't you look it up, like this video, subscribe to the channel. We have cricket 49 weeks a year. It is absolutely insane, from some beautiful locations around Europe. Don't forget, also our social media at European Cricket. I've got a feeling we've got a couple of viral potential moments of the day waiting to happen. So don't miss out on that stuff. And also don't forget our website, europeancricket.com. But for now, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. On behalf of Corey Ruckers, on behalf of the whole Blue crew and everyone here at the Cardamom Oval, and of course, the Rhino, Andrew Ryan. Well, another 3 days in the book. We start again. Group E is on the way. E4, exciting. So stay tuned. See ya. The weekend is here, but we won't take a rest. We'll see you tomorrow for more European Cricket League. For now, let's enjoy the best bits of this Group D finals day.
Yeah.
body back and forth. Move my back.